Chapter 28 of Taken at the Flood, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 28. The Threshold of Fate. The dinner at Perriam Place was a very quiet business. Mr. Carew and his daughter found the drawing-room empty of human life when they entered it a few moments before 7. That vast apartment with its massive but somewhat scanty furniture had a melancholy look in the evening light. The size and grandeur of the room seemed to cry aloud for people to inhabit it. Mr. Carew, who, like all self-indulgent people, was easily affected by external influences, gave a faint shudder as his gaze wandered round the spacious lofty saloon. "A fine room," he said, "but rather dismal." Sylvia looked about her curiously. She was glad of the opportunity to examine these splendours. On her previous visit the room had been at first half in shadow, and then but dimly lighted by solitary lamps and candles, and the master of the house had been present. Any inspection of the apartment had been therefore impossible. To-day she was able to take a deliberate survey, and to-day she contemplated the room with a new feeling. A month hence it would be her very own. She walked slowly up and down, looking at the tall china jars, the wire-guarded bookcases, the massive sofas, the bare tables. "What curious foreign-looking curtains!" she exclaimed, examining the oriental embroidery. "But they are a good deal faded. I think I shall persuade Sir Aubrey to have new ones. Amber satin would be the thing for this room." "I hope you will find Sir Aubrey compliant enough to oblige you," answered her father, remembering that interview of last night in which the baronet had appeared to him by no means pliant. "Oh, I am not afraid of that," returned Sylvia, smiling at her own image in the tall narrow glass between the windows. "And when I am Lady Perriam" she never said "when I am married," but always "when I am Lady Perriam" "I shall give large parties, and this room will look as it ought to look. It's a superb room for parties, isn't it, papa?" "No doubt, but I don't fancy Sir Aubrey is a party-giving man. People have talked a good deal about his keeping himself shut up here and hardly seeing anybody." "How can you be so stupid, papa? Of course, as a bachelor Sir Aubrey would care very little for company. But it will be different when he is married. Do you suppose I mean to be buried alive when I am Lady Perriam? It would be much better for me to marry Edmund if there were any chance of that." "Of course not, my love," replied her father hastily. "Pray don't talk of young Standen. It is treason against Sir Aubrey to remember his insignificant existence." Sylvia sighed. The mere mention of her first lover's name brought a flood of sad memories that were sweet as well as sad. She thought of the summer evenings they had spent together a little while ago. A little while. It seemed now as if she were divided from that too recent past by the space of half a lifetime. "I feel 10 years older since I accepted Sir Aubrey," she thought, with another sigh. The inspection of the saloon had no further charm for her. She flung herself into a chair by an open window and sat there silent, dejected. Her father looked at her with some concern, not for his daughter's feelings, but for his own chances of that promised 100 per annum. "If you are going to give yourself sentimental airs about Edmund Standen, the sooner you tell Sir Aubrey the state of the case and give up the notion of being Lady Perriam the better," said the Schoolmaster sternly. He felt that it was no time for soft pleading. Before Sylvia could answer him the door opened and Sir Aubrey came in, followed by his land steward. The baronet crossed the room to greet his betrothed. Mr. Bayne walked towards the empty fireplace, at which Mr. Carew had taken his stand. "My dear Sylvia, I owe you 100 apologies," said the baronet, after pressing the hand which was somewhat coldly offered to him. "I have been detained talking to Bayne, my lawyer and agent. But as our conversation concerned your future interests, I hope you will forgive me." "There is nothing to forgive, Sir Aubrey," answered Sylvia, and then in a lower voice she added, "I have to thank you for your kindness in giving papa the money for my trousseau. I know it is not customary, but we are such paupers, and I cannot refuse your gift." Tears, the tears of wounded pride, were in her eyes as she spoke. She had heard so much about trousseaux from Mary Peter, and she knew that it was always the bride's father who provided his daughter's outfit. Hers seemed almost the gift of charity. "My dearest, pray do not mention such a trifle. I hope you had a pleasant drive here." "Very pleasant. How thoughtful it was of you to send the carriage." "It will be your own carriage very soon, to order wherever you like." That was a consoling thought. Those proud tears were quickly dried. It would be very nice to spend Sir Aubrey's £100, too, although it had been a somewhat humiliating business to accept it. Sylvia meant to devote the next day to shopping. What delight to walk into Ganslyne's and feel that she could buy whatever she pleased. She could not imagine her fancies soaring beyond the limit of £100. "By the by," said Sir Aubrey, when they had talked a little about the weather and about Perriam, which the baronet liked to hear praised, "I must introduce my agent, Mr. Bayne. A very useful and estimable person. He takes the entire management of my estate, takes all trouble off my hands, so that I have nothing to do except receive my rents. Come here, Bayne. I want to present you to Miss Carew." Mr. Bayne obeyed the summons. He had seen the slim white-robed figure from a distance, and his keen eye had taken in every detail of that graceful form. But Sylvia's face had been turned away from him, and he saw it now for the first time in the clear soft light of the summer evening. He bowed, murmured something indistinct about the honour he derived from the introduction, and then stood silently awaiting his patron's next address. He looked at Sylvia, but that steadfast straightforward look of his told nothing of the man's thoughts. He was thinking that this girl was lovely enough to bewitch a wiser man than Sir Aubrey Perriam, thinking that even he, Shadrach Bayne, had never seen real beauty until to-night, that all the pretty young women it had been his advantage to behold at divers periods of his existence had been but as images of clay compared to this perfect and delicate porcelain. This pale, blossom-like loveliness was a style of beauty he had never met with. Those deeply lustrous hazel eyes were as strange to him as the flora in some newly discovered island of the Pacific is strange to the botanist. But Shadrach Bayne was not a man to be deeply moved by beauty, however unfamiliar. He wondered and he admired, but no flutter of his strong heart paid tribute to Sylvia's power to charm. Had she been his own daughter he could have hardly contemplated her with a more calmly critical eye. He was, however, essentially a practical man. A man who looked at everybody from one point of view, and measured everything by one standard. That standard was self-interest. In his prolonged meditations he had made up his mind that Sylvia must come into the scheme of his life. She might be fit or unfit to fill that square in the geometrical plan of his destiny which he intended her to fill, but if unfit she must be made fit. Upon that point Mr. Bayne had no doubt. Mr. Perriam shuffled into the room presently in his old-fashioned dress-coat and short black trousers of antique cut, and white stockings and ancient shoes with loosely tied ribbons, looking like an elderly copy of his brother indifferently executed. It was a singular evidence of the unwholesomeness of a sedentary and secluded life that Mordred Perriam looked 10 years older than his elder and more active brother. The butler announced dinner, and they went to the dining-room, Sylvia on Sir Aubrey's arm, Mordred and Mr. Carew side by side, talking of books, or rather Mordred talking and the schoolmaster pretending to be interested, Shadrach Bayne stalking behind them, silent and alone. The butler planted them out at the long table far apart, like young trees on a new estate, so remote from one another that conversation had a forced air. It was like hailing to somebody on the opposite side of the street. Sylvia sat next Sir Aubrey, and as the dinner proceeded he contrived to draw his chair a little nearer hers, so that their talk should be unheard by the rest. Mr. Bayne ate his dinner in almost absolute silence. Like a guest at a royal table, he waited to be spoken to, and as no one spoke to him he remained discreetly mute. Mordred twaddled on unendingly to Mr. Carew. Sir Aubrey devoted himself exclusively to his future bride. But Mr. Bayne ate his dinner and amused himself with his own thoughts and wore the aspect of a contented mind. Now and then he stole a little look at Sylvia. Once or twice he smiled to himself, a slow, thoughtful smile, and that was all. The meal itself was good and ample, but scrupulously simple, a dinner of the old-fashioned substantial order, not nearly so grand as the dinners given by Mrs. Toynbee, which Sylvia had heard described by Mary Peter, the village gossip, dinners which were in preparation for days before the festival, and at which Monkhampton confectioners came to assist. Sylvia admired the handsome old china with its dark reds and deep purples and rich gilding, the massive old-fashioned silver, a trifle clumsy perhaps, but with such a look of long-established wealth and state. The room in which they dined was sombre, but its very gloom had an air of grandeur. The voluminous curtains of darkest crimson velvet were in perfect tone with the oak panelling. The wide mantelpiece of dark green marble was supported upon clustered columns of white veinless stone, with bases and capitals of red porphyry. This, the handsomest object in the room, relieved the darker hues of the walls and furniture. The gentlemen, at Sir Aubrey's suggestion, returned to the drawing-room with Sylvia, and then followed one of those evenings which irreverent minds distinguish as slow. Sir Aubrey naturally devoted himself to his betrothed. He showed her the various but not numerous objects of interest in the saloon, told her the history of each; how those vases had been sent from India by a certain General Perriam, his great-uncle; how those curtains had been worked by Hindus who squatted on the floor of the corridor outside his grand-aunt's apartment in Calcutta, and who were paid so many pice a day for their labours. He took Sylvia to the library and showed her that apartment, a treasury of learning which hardly wore the most attractive shape. Here, indeed, the severer muses seemed to frown forbiddingly upon the young student. The lightest book on yonder massive carved oak shelves was Spenser's Faery Queen, and even that work of fancy was rendered outwardly repulsive by its dingy binding. Sir Aubrey showed Sylvia the table at which he was wont to write letters and transact his business with Mr. Bain, an old office desk, covered with well-worn leather. "The library is not so pretty as the drawing-room," said Sylvia. "No," replied the baronet, "a library is for use. One does not expect prettiness in a library." "Are the books very nice?" Sylvia asked timidly. It was too dark for her to read the titles, and she thought those dingy volumes might possibly belie their outward show. "Well, I don't quite know a young lady's idea of niceness in books." "You like The Sorrows of Werther, by the way, a flimsy sentimental piece of nonsense which took the world by storm in my father's time. There's nothing here of the Werther kind; in point of fact, no works of fiction. There's a fine edition of Holinshed yonder, François' Chronicles, the Mort d'Arthur, sermons from Latimer down to Southend Barrow, Milton's prose works, Rollin, Hume, and all the best historians." "Macaulay and Carlyle?" asked Sylvia, thinking there might be something readable in that way. She liked history as interpreted by these brilliant and diverse pens. "No, there has been nothing added within the last 50 years. It was my grandfather who completed the library." "As if a library could ever be complete," thought Sylvia. It was pleasant to imagine the changes she would make in this gloomy temple of the learned dead. New curtains of bright glowing hue instead of that black green velvet which age and dust had darkened to the colour of the trunks of moss-grown trees; a new carpet to replace that worn and faded Turkey, where every shade had worn to one neutrality of tint; new tables, stands for engravings, new chairs, roomy, luxurious, covered with crimson morocco, and decorated with crest and monogram in gold. She had seen the luxuries of life were it but in the upholsterer's window at Monkhampton. They went back to the saloon after making the circuit of the lower rooms, the hall, the music-room long disused, a spacious empty chamber whose walls gave back sonorous echoes, the breakfast-parlour, the late Lady Perriam's morning-room. "I'll show you my brother's rooms another day," said Sir Aubrey. "They are on the upper floor. There's not much to admire in them except the number of his books." In the saloon they found Mr. Carew yawning over his empty teacup; Mordred furtively devouring the catalogue of a forthcoming auction in last Saturday's Athenaeum; Mr. Bain meditative, altogether a silent party. "You seem rather dull," said the baronet blandly. "I must get a piano by and by. It's a pity we haven't one, for Miss Carew might have given us some music." Miss Carew looked about the room and thought how many things it wanted, besides a piano, to make it thoroughly pleasant. That grand old world air was very well in its way, but Sylvia longed for modern luxury as well as antique stateliness. It was agreeable to contemplate an apartment which reminded one of the Spectator and Pope's Belinda; but one could not quite ignore the strides which modern invention had made in the art of comfort. It was a long evening. Devoted as Sir Aubrey was, he had not very much to say to his betrothed. The eyes which delighted him inspired no eloquence of speech. What he did say to her was chiefly about himself. Of books he knew little, save the works of Addison, Pope, Swift, Voltaire, and a few more of the same period. Of men he knew still less. So he told Sylvia mild little anecdotes of his blameless youth, his revered mother, his admirable father, and now and then brought forth some inane little joke which had been handed down from father to son like an heirloom. Sylvia listened, smiled even at the jokelets, but thought with a bitter pang of Edmund's swift flowing talk, a good deal of it nonsense perhaps, but always eloquent nonsense, talk about poets, playwrights, romancers, talk which sparkled often with the brightness of ideas which were not all borrowed, talk which was vigorous with the force and passion of youth. "I shall never hear him again. I shall never walk with him in the dear old lanes at sunset," she said to herself. "But then I shall be Lady Perriam. I shall be mistress of this grand old house." Splendid as Perriam Place might be, its future mistress was very glad to get away from it on this particular evening. She gave a sigh of relief as the carriage door was shut, and the slow, steady old horses began their jog-trot progress. "Sir Aubrey is very kind, papa," she said, as if apologizing for the sigh, "but rather dull. At least he was rather dull to-night." "Not half so dull as his brother. I have been bored to death by those tedious stories about second-hand books. I thought you seemed very well amused with Sir Aubrey. I heard you laugh ever so many times." "One is obliged to laugh when people tell one anecdotes, but that kind of laughter is very fatiguing. I feel as tired as if I'd been teaching all day in the Sunday school. I wonder whether good society is always fatiguing?" Mr. Carew did not answer this speculative inquiry. He remembered society that had known no weariness, those snug little dinners in the Kilburn villa, those gay summer evenings in the shrubberied garden, when he and his guests took their coffee outside the jasmine-shrouded veranda by the light of the midsummer stars. That inexhaustible talk of men and horses and art and music, and for the centre of the picture the fair face of his pretty wife, the cynosure of all other eyes, if not his own lodestar. This society, for which James Carew had sacrificed honour and honesty, if not altogether good, had at least never been dull. Sylvia nestled into the padded corner of the comfortable old carriage, and thought of her shopping at Monkhampton to-morrow. She had taken the bank notes from her father, and had reluctantly relinquished one £10 note to that parent when he pleaded his poverty and embarrassments. £100 is not much towards such a trousseau as I ought to have, papa," she had said somewhat dolefully. "It seems rather hard that you should want to take any of it away." "It seems harder that you should grudge your father a trifle out of such a windfall," answered the Schoolmaster bitterly. "What do you want with a heap of clothes? Sir Aubrey will give you anything you ask him for when you are his wife." There was that other claimant, the wretched woman in Bell Alley, Fetter Lane. Sylvia did not quite forget that still stronger call upon a daughter's benevolence. "I'll send her £5 from Monkhampton to-morrow," she said to herself. "When I am Lady Perriam I can often send her money." Before starting for Monkhampton Sylvia took Mary Peter, the dressmaker, in some measure into her confidence. She told this useful friend of her speedy marriage, but as she said nothing about the bridegroom, Miss Peter naturally concluded that Edmund Stanton was that happy man. Sylvia wanted the dressmaker's aid in the choice of fabrics, the adjustment of quantities, and there was a pleasant sensation in going to Monkhampton in the fly from the inn attended by Mary Peter. The driving from shop to shop was like a triumphal progress, and it was a new rapture to be able to choose the prettiest things, those perfect boots which Sylvia had gazed at with envious eyes in the leading bootmaker's neatly arranged window, the lustrous silks, the soft lace, the delicate embroidery. Sylvia was surprised to find how speedily her bank notes melted away when she chose the best and choicest articles in Mr. Gansline's emporium. Mary Peter kept whispering to her that she must have 20 yards of this, and 17 of that, and 10 yards of the broad Brussels lace for a trimming, and 3 or 4 pieces of Madeira work for the under linen which Miss Peter was to put in hand for her. She found that £70 was a mere nothing to spend at Mr. Gansline's, and that she must restrict her purchases to 3 or 4 dresses at the most. That thick corded silk of pearliest white which she selected after much deliberation for the wedding dress, would do for a dinner dress afterwards, Mary told her, and would die after that. "Die!" exclaimed Sylvia, forgetting her previous reticence. "Do you suppose I shall ever wear dyed silks?" "Well, I don't know why you shouldn't, Sylvia. Rich people wear them. I made up a dyed moire antique for Mrs. Toynbee last spring, and it looked very rich, but was just a little streaky by daylight. You might have your wedding dress dyed a lovely blue next year." Sylvia chose a dove-colored silk, the real dove color, and a delicate gray. She remembered Sir Aubrey's charge about simplicity, and she fancied these subdued tints could scarcely fail to please him. She bought a good deal of lace, some linen fine enough for a princess of the blood royal, a morning dress or two of plain white cambric, a black silk mantle, and a warm shawl for travelling, and found that these purchases absorbed the whole of her £70. £10 more were expended at the fashionable bootmaker's aforementioned, and at the chief perfumer and hairdresser's establishment, where Sylvia chose brushes and combs fit for the future Lady Perriam. "I haven't even money enough left for a dressing bag," said Sylvia dolefully, when she looked into her almost empty purse, which had seemed full to plethora a little while ago. "I daresay Mr. Standen will give you one," returned Miss Peter. "They generally do." They meaning the hapless bridegroom species. Sylvia gave a little start at the sound of that too familiar name. The thought of Edmund would come ever and anon to dash her sense of triumph, nay, to make all things bitterness to her. The two young women drove home merrily enough notwithstanding. They discussed the making of the dresses, and Sylvia gave her orders with the air of an empress. She begged that Mary would be very particular as to the neatness of the work, and desired that the style should be elegantly simple. There were to be none of the frillings and cross-wave bands and puffings and fringes and tassels and gimps which Mrs. Toynbee delighted in. "I can afford to dispense with trimming," Sylvia remarked grandly. "You will put off all other work, of course, for a wedding order," she said to her satellite at parting. "But remember, you must tell no one whose wedding dresses you are making. I don't want people to know anything about my marriage till it's over." "I suppose it's to be directly he comes back from Demerara," hazarded Mary. "Never mind when it is to be. Mind, I want my dresses in 3 weeks from to-day." "I believe it's immemorial impossible," answered Mary, who had vague ideas about certain substantives, and said impossible for impossibility. "But if it's in human nature to get through so much work in that time, I'll do it." Sylvia thought of the dressmaker's bill. She had but one £10 note left, and £5 out of that she had intended for her mother; but she now decided on keeping the money for Mary Peter. It would not do to enter her new stage of existence in debt to a village dressmaker. She would send Mrs. Carford money after her marriage. Thus it happened that the lodger in Belle Alley profited nothing by Sir Aubrey's £100. Before nightfall a great many people in Monkhampton had heard of Miss Carew's purchases at Gensline's. The schoolmaster's daughter was very well known in the shop, though her outlay heretofore had been most meagre: a yard or two of ribbon, a cheap muslin dress, a pair of gloves, and so on. That expenditure of £70 had made the grave Gansline himself open his eyes to the widest extent as he stood at his desk in a dark corner of the shop, counting out Miss Carew's money. He talked of the circumstance at dinner in the bosom of his family, opining that her marriage with Edmund Standen was to take place very soon; and there was a good deal said by Mrs. and the Miss Ganslines about Mr. Standen's foolish infatuation. "Young Standen must have given her the money she laid out to-day," observed the draper. "She couldn't have got it from her father." "Everybody's mad about that girl, I think," returned Mrs. Gansline. "I was told only yesterday that Sir Aubrey had taken notice of her and her father, and had them up at the place." End of chapter 28. Chapters 29 and 30 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought. The swift days went past. Very swift they seemed to Sylvia, and yet very slow. She had chosen her own fate, yet she felt in a manner doomed. There were times when she felt as helpless as the luckless sailor clasped in the pulpy embrace of that sea monster whose gelatinous arms had stretched out of the sea to draw the victim to his death. The sea monster was fate. The letter to Demerara was gone now. It was hastening over the wide blue sea. How happy Sylvia would have been had she been sailing over the wide ocean instead of that false, deceitful letter, the letter in which she surrendered her love with tears for his own sake. He would return, too soon, come when he would, to find her another man's wife. Oh, bitter awakening from his brief dream of woman's fidelity! Sylvia paid no more visits to Perriam Place during the brief period of her betrothal. Sir Aubrey would have liked her to be there often, but many such visits would have set people talking, and he wanted to stave off all gossip and wonderment till after his marriage. He made all the necessary arrangements as secretly as if he had been chief conspirator in a new gunpowder plot, procured the license, and executed that deed of settlement one morning in Mr. Bain's office, where Sylvia, in her white bonnet and pale muslin dress, looked like a hothouse plant that some wind had blown there. The days went by, the long summer evenings dwindled. The July moon shrank and waned, August was very near. Then came the first week of August. The reapers were abroad in the land. The frightened corncrake knew not whither to betake himself. The heavy wains rolled homeward in the shortening twilight. Sylvia's wedding day was at hand. Sir Aubrey spent all his evenings in the schoolhouse parlour, which was perhaps a more cheerful apartment for the occupation of 3 people than that too spacious saloon at Perriam. He came under cover of dusk for the most part, being so anxious to preserve the secret of his wooing; came to sit opposite his betrothed while she beguiled the evening with some trifling fancy work, and to discourse mildly, as he had discoursed at Perriam, repeating himself a little now and then. He was rather fond of talking politics, and as his opinions were of the good old Tory school, hardly modified since the days of Chatham and North, and Mr. Carew, like most disappointed men, was a virulent radical, there was plenty of room for argument between these 2 politicians. Sylvia wondered that people could talk so much and get so angry about things which seemed really to matter very little to anybody outside the House of Commons. The world seemed to go on pretty much the same whether Conservatives or Liberals were dominant, and rates and taxes were just as hard to pay whether one Chancellor of the Exchequer or another dipped his fingers into the purses of the people. Mary Peter brought the dresses home one by one, and their simple magnificence almost astonished the enraptured possessor. "I think that's heavenly," exclaimed Mary, as she held up the dove-coloured silk in the little cottage bedchamber, and shook out its lustrous folds with the Mantua maker's skilled hand. "It pays you well, Sylvia, though you did give 10 and 6 a yard for it. I haven't made up many richer silks, not even for Mrs. Standen, your mother-in-law that is to be," added Mary jocosely. There was hardly room for all the finery in Sylvia's small bedroom. Her riches were almost embarrassing. The dresses lay about covered with clean linen like bodies laid out in a hospital. "You've got new trunks to put them in, I hope," said Mary. "There's nothing I like to see better than a handsome portmanteau when a bride's going off for the wedding trip." Sylvia sighed despairingly. "I haven't a box belonging to me," she said. "I've never travelled anywhere like other people." "Then I dare say Mr. Standen will give you a couple of handsome trunks. You've only to drop an hint when he comes back." "I hate hints," returned Sylvia. "I must ask him to give me some boxes." She made the request to Sir Aubrey that evening when he inquired if she were nearly ready for the wedding journey. Only 3 days now remained before the appointed date. Mr. Vancourt the vicar had received notice of the marriage. All arrangements were made. "My dresses are quite ready, Sir Aubrey," she replied, "but I have no boxes to put them in." "You'd better order a couple of fair-sized portmanteaux at Faulthorpe's. Don't have them too large. They're a nuisance in travelling, and the French railways charge for all luggage." "I am sorry that I spent all my money before I thought of the trunks," said Sylvia, blushing deeply. It was hard to beg, even of her betrothed, though she thought of him in the future as a person who would give her everything she desired, whose purse she could draw upon with perfect freedom. Sir Aubrey stared at her somewhat blankly. "Oh, you have spent that £100?" he said, taken off his guard by an announcement which considerably surprised him in his happy ignorance of feminine costliness. "I fear you've been buying a good deal of unnecessary finery." "I hope not, Sir Aubrey. I have tried to choose things to please you," the girl answered quickly, tears of humiliation starting in her eyes. "My dearest, pray don't think that I am vexed with you," cried the baronet, melted by that tearful look in those lovely eyes. "The money was yours to do what you liked with. I'll order your portmanteau to morrow morning." He had as yet given her but one present, besides that utilitarian offering of bank notes. His single gift was an old-fashioned diamond hoop ring of his mother's, the diamond set in time-darkened silver and encircling the finger. This was doubtless but an earnest of the splendours which he would heap upon her by and by. The wedding day arrived, a misty August morning. The hills and woods around Headingham were shrouded in light summer vapour which melted slowly before the sun. Sylvia heard the cheery voices of the reapers in the barley field yonder, and envied them their careless liberty. They were not going to be married; it was not the most awful day in their lives. They were not going to set a solemn seal upon their destinies, binding them to an unknown master for all time to come. Only on the very threshold of doom did Sylvia pause to consider what she was doing. She dressed herself in the white silk wedding gown unassisted, and wondered a little at her own beauty as she saw herself in the glass. That shining pearly fabric, so trying to lesser loveliness, became her as its petals become the lily. But at this last moment she felt that her wedding dress was too fine for her wedding. There were to be no bridesmaids, no guests, no breakfast. She was to walk from the garden to the church on her father's arm, unseen, unadmired, to meet Sir Aubrey and Mr. Bayne in the vestry, and directly the ceremony was over she was to put on her travelling dress and drive off to Monkhampton station with her elderly husband. It was not such a wedding as her dreams had shadowed forth when she was betrothed to Edmund Standen. In those vague girlish visions she had pictured her wedding all gaiety and brightness, her village friends looking on admiringly, the school children strewing her path with flowers. "This lovely dress is quite thrown away," she thought, with a discontented sigh. "No one will see it but Papa and Sir Aubrey and Mr. Bayne. I might just as well have kept the money it cost. Only it would seem so strange to be married in colours." Her father made some remarks of a disparaging kind when she went downstairs in her radiant toilette. "You'd better have been married in your travelling dress," he said. "That white thing's quite out of place for a private wedding. Sir Aubrey wanted to drive straight off from the churchyard gate." Sylvia pouted, and reflected with some self-gratulation that her father would hardly presume to question her actions when she was Lady Perriam. "I shan't be 10 minutes changing my dress," she answered. "Sir Aubrey must wait." "Must wait? Must he? These are early days to talk of must." "Do you think I'm going to be dictated to like a little child when I am married?" Sylvia asked haughtily. "I think you will have to behave a little more amiably to Sir Aubrey than you have behaved to me," answered her father. "I shall not have to cook his dinners, at any rate," retorted Sylvia. And in this Christian frame of mind father and daughter repaired, arm in arm, to the parish church. Sir Aubrey and Mr. Bayne were on the ground before them. The bridegroom gave a little start at the sight of the bride's white robes. He had expected to see her dressed ready for their journey, but he could not complain when she looked so lovely. He uttered an admiring exclamation, and raised her hand to his lips with that stately gallantry which so well became him. Mr. Vancourt was ready for them, and his countenance gave no indication of the surprise which must have reigned within him at this singular union. He performed the ceremony with an agreeable briskness, and Sir Aubrey found himself a married man sooner than he could have believed possible. Mr. Bayne was very attentive to the ceremony, and curiously watchful of the bride in his quiet way. Sylvia's manner was emotionless in the extreme, emotionless almost to apathy. There are awful moments in life when the feelings seem benumbed. Sylvia felt nothing but a vague sense of wonder. How had this thing come to pass so speedily? "Let me be the first to salute you, Lady Perriam," said Mr. Bayne, when they had signed the register in the vestry; and before anyone could protest against such an enormity, he had pressed his lips upon Sylvia's fair forehead, the first kiss that had rested there since Edmund's despairing farewell. The bride drew back indignant at the affront. "It is the privilege of a best man," apologized Mr. Bayne. "Pray pardon me for having taken so great a liberty, Lady Perriam." "Yes, my love," said Sir Aubrey, putting aside the absurdity of the business with an easy laugh. "It is Bain's privilege, I believe. You mustn't be angry with him. But he might have waited for the second place." And Sir Aubrey set the husband's first kiss on the lips of the bride. It seemed a preposterous thing that another man, his lawyer and steward, should have kissed her first. 30. Passion's Passing Bell. Edmund Stanton had been nearly 3 weeks in Demerara, and had transacted the greater part of the business that was required to be done in the settlement of the late Mr. Sargent's affairs, when the English mail brought him Sylvia's letter, the letter of renunciation. He sat for some minutes after he had finished reading it, stupefied. It seemed like a bad dream. That she, Sylvia Carew, who had laid her head upon his breast in that fond farewell, and promised to be faithful, that she could thus deliberately renounce him seemed a thing impossible of belief. He read the letter slowly, thoughtfully, his senses coming back to him by degrees. No, it was not a jest, not a sportive girl's playful trifling with her lover. It had been written in sober earnest. It was a thoughtful, deliberate letter, logical even, and giving sound reasons for the writer's decision. "She has grown very wise," he said to himself, bitterly, and then read the letter for a third time. Love had such potent dominion over him that he could not long feel bitterly towards the writer of that miserable letter. The third perusal let in a new light upon the lines. This foolish epistle, which had given him so keen a pang, was but a proof of his darling's unselfishness. It showed him the noble mind of her he loved. For his own sake, out of concern for his welfare, she renounced him. She preferred to remain in her obscure position, to endure her joyless life, rather than to accept the chances of his future, simply because she would not have him forfeit fortune for her sake. The letter breathed regretful love. Her heart overflowed with tenderness for the man whose affection she renounced. "Foolish child," murmured Edmund with a fond smile, "more than foolish to think I would sacrifice her love for anything fortune can bestow. How could she have wavered so soon after our mutual vows of fidelity, when she knew that there was nothing but hopefulness in my mind? Can my mother have influenced her to write this letter? It looks rather like it. But no, that's not possible. My mother is incapable of falsehood or meanness. She promised to be kind to my darling while I was away. She would never take advantage of my absence to persuade Sylvia to renounce me." Whatever influence might have caused the writing of that letter, Mr. Stanton had but one thought after receiving it, and that was an eager desire to get back to England as soon as it was practicable for him to return there. He completed the remainder of the business in hand, doing it well, though quickly. He persuaded Mrs. Sargent that for her own health and her children's an immediate departure was advisable, and prevailed upon the stricken widow to make herself and belongings ready to start by the next intercolonial steamer to St. Thomas. Poor Mrs. Sargent obeyed her brother willingly enough. Had he not come to her as a protecting angel in the hour of her bitterest need? She was glad to leave the scenes where all her happiness was associated with the dead. The little black-frocked children were rejoiced to go to England in the big steamer, and talked rapturously of seeing Grandmamma, whom the eldest could just remember. Edmund dilated on the delights of the Dean House gardens, and the English fruits and flowers, which were so different from the guava, tamarinds, plantains, and pineapples familiar to these small colonists. The duty of consoling his sister and amusing her children kept Edmund Stanton too constantly engaged for much indulgence in morbid thoughts. The widowed voyager was ill and broken-spirited, and her brother had hard work to cheer her, were it ever so little. The small nephew and nieces were exacting. Edmund had actually no time for gloomy forebodings, which are generally the growth of leisure. He grew to think of the letter quite lightly. "Dear foolish Sylvia! How could she suppose I would give her up?" he said to himself. Although duty kept him closely employed, it could not altogether stifle impatience, and the voyage seemed longer than it would have appeared to a contented mind. He so longed to see his darling again, to gaze once more into the darkly luminous eyes, and read there the tender denial of that foolish letter. When at last the steam wheels turned gaily in English waters, and the pretty White, clad in autumn's russet and gold, stole up out of the blue, his heart beat loud with joy. Southampton, commonplace enough to the common traveller, to the lover seemed a fairy city, whose pavements were golden. Mr. Standen allowed the widow and orphans but one night's rest at the Dolphin, ere he whisked them off to Monkhampton by the South Western Railway. It was a long day's journey, with some changing of trains, and much delay at the junctions where they changed, and again Uncle Edmund was fully employed by the claims of the widow and the small children. He was tired when they arrived at Monkhampton, where his mother's roomy landau and a cart for the luggage were in attendance. Edmund felt somewhat surprised that neither Mrs. Standen nor Esther had come to meet the travellers. It was late in October, and even in this genial climate autumn's decaying touch had made havoc. The woods were lovely with that splendour which is the forerunner of death. The bare fields and busy plough spoke of seed-time and winter. The carriage wheels went silently over fallen leaves that lay deep in the unfrequented roads. How welcome was that simple beauty of English landscape to Edmund after the more lavish nature of South America! He uttered that favourite exclamation of Englishmen, "After all, there is no place like dear old England." And England held Sylvia, that one lodestar of his soul. Mrs. Sargent sighed plaintively. "How happy I should be to return if I were coming back with George," she murmured. The children were gay enough, craning their young necks in all directions, struggling out of their nurse's arms, pointing to every dwelling they beheld, near or distant, and asking if that was Grandmamma's house. Finding by degrees that a great many houses did not belong to Grandmamma, they began to have a diminished idea of that lady's possessions. But they came to Dean House at last, the staid, sober old mansion fronting the high road so boldly, and not pretending to be anything better than it was. There was the familiar iron gate, there the green tubs of scarlet geranium, still flourishing with luxuriant bloom. Edmund gave a little impatient sigh as he thought how much greeting he would have to go through, and how many maternal questions, fond and anxious, he would have to answer before he could hurry off to Headingham and clasp Sylvia to his breast. It would be night ere he crossed the old churchyard, and opened the little gate into the schoolhouse garden, and saw the lighted windows of Sylvia's parlour. He could fancy her glad look of surprise when she opened the door in answer to his summons, and saw him standing before her in the moonlight. Come back from the other side of the world, as it were. Come back to claim her in spite of her letter. The neat parlour maid opened the glass door. The gardener and his underling came out to assist with the luggage; and while Edmund was lifting the children out of the carriage his mother appeared on the threshold, with Esther Rochdale at her side. The first glance told Edmund that their faces were not cheerful. It was in honour of George Sargent, of course, that they put on those sombre looks. "It's a pity they should look so doleful," thought Edmund. "I've had sadness enough from Ellen all the way from Demerara, and now they remind her of her misfortunes instead of trying to make her forget them." He kissed his mother, who received him with deepest tenderness. "My own brave son," she said. "Thank God for having brought you back to me." "How is Sylvia?" he asked eagerly. They were a little way apart from the widow, nurse, and children. The little ones were being kissed and welcomed by Esther Rochdale. She was delighted with these new claimants for her affections. Her happy, loving nature overflowed in fond caresses and pretty girlish talk. "It does seem sweet to come to you," said poor Ellen, and then melted to tears at the thought that she came without that other half of her own being, the idolized husband. Edmund repeated his impatient question. His mother was slow to answer, but hung upon him with half-despairing fondness, as if he were going to be led off to execution in a minute or two. "I don't know," faltered Mrs. Standen. "She is very well, I believe. I have not seen her lately. Come to your room, Edmund. You must be so tired. Change your dusty clothes and come down to dinner. It has been ready for the last half hour." "You haven't seen her lately?" repeated Edmund, ignoring Mrs. Standen's maternal solicitude. "You promised you would be kind to her, mother." "Edmund," said Mrs. Standen, with that steady, resolute look which her son knew so well, "I will not say a word about Sylvia Carew till you have dined and rested a little." "Then I shall go to Headingham this moment," cried Edmund, snatching his hat from the slab where he had just now put it down. "What, run away from your mother in the first hour of your return to her? I am sorry you have no better idea of a son's duty." Edmund put his hat down again. "You are too hard upon me, mother," he said, melted, but yet reproachful. "You don't consider how my heart yearns for her. I have but one letter from her during my absence, and that a letter calculated to make me uncomfortable. I am dying to see her. But if you wish it, I'll dine first. Only you might gratify me by speaking of her. Tell me that she is well and happy. That will last till I have dined and can get to the dear old schoolhouse." "I have every reason to believe that she is well and prosperous." "Meaning happy. That will do, mother. I see Sylvia will always be a sore subject with you, and a bone of contention between us; but I must make the best of it. My affection for you shall not be diminished by your prejudice, nor my love for Sylvia lessened because you refuse to love her." He went upstairs to his room, the fresh, bright English room, with its English comforts. There was a fire burning in his dressing room to welcome the voyager from a warmer climate. But this material luxury could not restore Edmund Stanton's good temper. He flung himself into the armchair before the fire, and sat there in gloomy meditation instead of hastening to make his toilette for dinner. "Domestic dissension," he muttered. "How hard it is! Will my mother never reconcile herself to my choice? Will this sort of thing continue for the rest of our lives? It tempts me to think that my mother's influence was at the bottom of that wretched letter." He went downstairs a quarter of an hour later, refreshed as to his external appearance, but by no means comfortable in his mind. The three ladies were already assembled in the dining room, and Mrs. Sargent was looking almost bright, now that she was once more under the mother's wing. But Mrs. Stanton and Esther both had a cloudy look. Except for their first greeting, Edmund and Esther had hardly spoken to each other once since his return. Miss Rochdale looked very small and slight and insignificant in her black dress, and seemed anxious to avoid Edmund's notice. The dinner progressed in the usual stately manner, that respectable stateliness and slowness which makes even a moderate dinner such a lengthy business. It would have been pleasant enough if there had been plenty of talk to fill the pauses in the service, but this was rather a silent party. Ellen and her mother talked a little in confidential tones, chiefly about the lamented deceased and the details of his sudden end. Edmund, whom inclination would have kept silent, felt that for civility's sake he must talk to Esther. "Anything stirring at Headingham while I was away?" he asked. "Have you any news to tell me, Esther? You ought to have quite a budget after 3 months." Miss Rochdale blushed and looked down at her plate. "I don't think there's much to tell," she said. "Headingham is always quiet, you know, Edmund." "Yes, it's a dreadfully dead and alive place, no doubt. Still in 3 months there must have been some remarkable events, cricket matches, football." "I really don't know anything about cricket or football." "Dinner parties, births, deaths, marriages." At this last word Esther's blush deepened to such crimson that Edmund could but remark it. "Come, there has been a wedding," he exclaimed, "and one that you are rather interested in, I should think, by the way you blush. What does it mean, Esther? Have you been getting married yourself, and kept the news to surprise me on my return?" "No, Edmund. I am never going to marry. I've been making a solemn vow to that effect to the little ones upstairs. I'm going to be Aunt Esther all my life, and a nice old maiden aunt by and by." "Nice you must always be, but we shan't allow you to be always a spinster. My mother must have some of the propensities of her sex, superior minded as she is. Now you know all women are matchmakers. When they've done with matrimonial schemes on their own account, they begin to plot for someone else. I've no doubt my mother has her views about you." Esther was silent, and looked even a little embarrassed by this mild badinage. "Then there is positively no news in Headingham?" said Edmund. "None that you would care to hear." Dinner was over at last, and the produce of the Dean House grapery duly praised, the largest bunches sent upstairs to the children by the fond grandmother. Edmund left the room with his mother, put his arm through hers, and led her towards the study, a snug little room where there were always candles ready to be lighted when anyone wanted to write a letter or find a book. "Come in here, mother," said the young man. "I want to have a long talk. I suppose it's too late for me to go to the schoolhouse to night, though I had set my heart upon seeing Sylvia before I went to bed. Our dinner is always such a long business." He struck a match, lighted the tall candles in the old silver candlesticks, wheeled a comfortable chair forward for his mother, and then seated himself opposite her. "Now, mother," he said, "I've dined and rested in obedience to your behest, and now tell me all about Sylvia." "Edmund," faltered Mrs. Stanton, looking at him with unspeakable tenderness, "I have something to tell you which will, I fear, make you very unhappy, yet it ought not to do so, if you can only be wise, and see the matter as I see it. You have had a most happy escape." "What do you mean?" cried Edmund, with quickened breathing. "I don't understand a word you say." "Sylvia Carew is married." "Married!" he cried, looking at her in sheer amazement, and then he broke out into a laugh, singularly harsh of sound as compared with that genial laughter which was natural to him. "Come, mother, this is a joke, of course. Or you're trying me. You want to find out how I should take the loss of her, were it possible for me to lose her. But it isn't possible, except by death." Then with an awful look he cried out, "She's not dead, is she? You said just now that she was well, but you may have been paltering with me in a double sense. The dead are well. For God's sake, speak!" he cried violently. "Is Sylvia dead?" "No, she is well enough, as I told you when you asked about her. And she is what the world calls wonderfully fortunate. She is married to Sir Aubrey Perriam." "Mother, do you want to drive me mad? Whose invention, whose lie is this? Married to Sir Aubrey! Why, she had never seen the man's face. I heard her say so the day before the school feast." "True, but he saw her at the school feast, saw her and fell in love with her. They were married about 5 weeks after you left. A very quiet marriage. No one, except the vicar and the people concerned, knew anything about it till it was over. It was a 9 days' wonder. They came back to the place a fortnight ago. I have seen Lady Perriam driving about in her carriage." "Lady Perriam!" cried Edmund, with a still harsher laugh. "How well it sounds, doesn't it? I suppose it was for that she married a man who must be nearly old enough to be her grandfather. Lady Perriam! No, it was her father forced her to marry him. I'll not believe that she was base. I know that she loved me. I heard the beating of her heart in the moment of our parting, the heart that beat so strongly and seemed all truth. I know that she loved me." "She may have loved you in her own selfish way, but you see she loved rank and wealth much better. It was no act of her own free will. She was goaded to it, forced to do it." "She renounced you of her own free will in less than a week after you left," answered Mrs. Stanton, and then she told the story of her first and only visit to Sylvia Carew. "Esther was present all the time. Esther heard all," she said in conclusion. "Oh, I am not going to question the truth of your statements," returned Edmund wearily. "She has married that old man. That is enough. It matters very little by what degrees she arrived at that baseness. Enough to know that she lied to me, that when she looked up in my face with tearful eyes, those lovely eyes, and swore to be true to the very last, she was capable of deceiving me. A fine house, a carriage, a high-sounding name could tempt her away from me. Say even that her father persuaded her, threatened, tormented her. Had she been loyal she would have borne the uttermost torment, she would have died under the torture rather than broken her faith with me. The struggle would not have been for very long. She knew that I was coming back. A little courage, a little constancy, and I should have been at her side to claim and hold her for my own against all the world." The strong man was vanquished by the force of that stronger passion; and for the first time since his father's death, Edmund Stanton wept bitter tears. The mother flew to his side, knelt by his chair, hung upon him fondly, trying to comfort him, with overflowing love. "Edmund," she sobbed, "it is not my fault. You will not hate me because of this sorrow that has fallen upon you. Believe me, I did nothing to influence that false, wicked girl. I went to her, prepared to take her to my heart. I promised to be generous to you by and by, if she proved to be a good wife. I tried to conciliate her, but she was false to you in her heart at that very moment. She seized upon the shallowest pretext for jilting you. She is a base designing creature, not worth a thought." "Hush, mother," said the young man, with an almost solemn quietude. He had dried those unmanly tears, and bore the sharp pains of this new sorrow like a martyr. "Hush, mother. Not one word against her. Let her name be dead between us. Let it be more utterly dead than the names of those we have loved and lost. We speak of them sometimes. We will never speak of her." His mother, wise even in her love, kissed his cold brow, damp with the anguish of this mental struggle, and left him alone with his sorrow. Whatever form his passion took, were it despair or anger, it was best that he should fight his battle alone. End of chapters 29 and 30. Chapters 31 and 32 of Taken at the Flood, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 31. The Aloe that Blooms but Once. The Dean House family saw no more of Edmund Standen that night. He stayed in the study for about an hour, and then let himself quietly out of the hall door, and set off in the direction of Headingham. Some curious impulse of mind and heart led him to the scene of his lost happiness, the shadowy old churchyard where he had lingered with his beloved in the summer evenings that were gone, the wide stretching old yew which had so often been their trysting tree, the garden hedge by which he had waited sometimes after dark for the stolen handclasp, a few hasty words, a promise of meeting to-morrow. The moon was up, and the countryside glorious in that solemn beauty which only moonlight can give. The distant line of sea yonder, which the lonely pedestrian saw from the hilltop, looked silver white against the dark of wood and moor. Edmund crossed that little copse adjoining the hillside meadow and the old chestnut tree, beneath which he and Sylvia had met so often. The past is eternal, says Schiller. Edmund felt that his past happiness must color all his life to come, never to be forgotten, an ever-present regret, a haunting shadow dividing him from all possibilities of joy. He lingered a little beneath the wide boughs of the chestnut. Early to blossom, early to fade, like his own hopes, had been the old tree. The dead leaves fluttered slowly down about him as he stood there, alone with his withered hopes. "Poor leaves, poor dreams," he said to himself. "Who would have thought in your spring tide that you bloomed but to decay?" It was 10 o'clock when Edmund entered the village, and Headingham was for the most part asleep. The ripple of the brook that ran through the rustic street was the only sound in the place. There were lights in the vicarage windows, and lights in the schoolhouse, lights gleaming from the 2 lattices he had watched so often. He crossed the churchyard, lingering a little by the tomb of the de Bossonys, as he had lingered under the chestnut. Here they two had parted, with vows of eternal fidelity. Here he had left her sorrow-stricken. "Fortune is a speedy consoler," he said to himself bitterly. He opened the loosely latched gate between the churchyard and the schoolmaster's garden, and went in. He wanted to see James Carew, to task him with having forced his daughter to this ill-assorted union, to tell him in no gentle phrase his opinion of that act. He knocked at the low door under the porch, and it was opened promptly. But not by James Carew. The person who opened it was a youngish man with sandy hair and spectacles. "Is Mr. Carew at home?" asked Edmund, wondering who this stranger might be. "Mr. Carew left Headingham 6 weeks ago," answered the young man. "He gave up the situation of schoolmaster, partly on account of declining health, and partly because of his daughter having married Sir Aubrey Perriam." "Do you know where Mr. Carew has gone?" "Not exactly, sir. I believe he went abroad, somewhere in the south of France, to spend the winter." This seemed curious. Edmund fancied that Sylvia's father would remain at Headingham to profit by the barter of his daughter's peace. Yet it had been foolishness to expect to find him still a parish schoolmaster toiling for a pittance. That would have been a sorry bargain which would have left him no better off than before. He had doubtless hurried off to enjoy life, remote from the scene of his iniquity. Edmund left the schoolhouse. It had a changed look to him somehow, as if it were but the dead corpse of the place he had once known. The garden was strewed with faded leaves, the dahlias and ragged chrysanthemums spoke of autumn and decay. The perfume of the summer was fled. Scentless flowers bloomed coldly in the beds that once had been sweet with roses and carnations, sweet peas and mignonette. "How shall I teach myself to forget her?" thought Edmund, as he walked homeward to begin common daily life again, without the charm that had sweetened it. He had been happy enough before he had met Sylvia Carew, but now happiness seemed impossible without her. Mrs. Standen and Esther were both agreeably surprised by Edmund's manner next morning. They had fancied that the gloom of this great sorrow would hang over him long, would poison his life for years to come. They had thought, with fear and trembling, how some perilous fever of mind and body might be the issue of his disappointment. They were unspeakably relieved to find him in outward bearing almost the same as of old, a little graver and more silent perhaps, but manly, cheerful, thoughtful of others. In a word, Edmund Standen did not wear his heart upon his sleeve for daws to peck at. Yet in his innermost heart he felt that all the best and brightest part of his life was ended. The hopes and dreams that had made youth so fair a morning were dead forever. He nerved himself to face his grief and conquer it, or at least rise superior to it. But the grief was none the less intense because he bore it like a man. He also felt it like a man, to the core of his wounded heart. He had a long serious talk with his mother the day after his return. They walked up and down the broad gravel mall together in the cheerful autumn sunlight, and spoke of many things, but not a word of Sylvia. "I think I shall go back to the Continent, mother, and wander about for a year or two," said Edmund. "There's a great deal of Europe that I should like to see, Romania, Hungary, Poland. I might stop away as much as 3 years, perhaps." "Very well, Edmund," said his mother in her firm yet gentle voice. "If it is really for your happiness that you should go, I cannot say stop. But I am getting old, and I had hoped you would have been my friend and companion in declining life. It seems hard that you must run away from me just when I need you most. Do you think it will be so much easier to get rid of your trouble in a foreign land, that you can dig a deeper grave for sorrow in a strange soil?" "You are right, mother. Trees and hills and flowers, and every wind and angle in the road remind me of what has been. But they do not awaken memory. That never sleeps, never can sleep. I dare say I should be just as wretched in Germany. If my going away would grieve you, why, I'll stop." "If it would grieve me, Edmund, what have I to live for except you? Poor Ellen and the children, and Esther. They are very dear to me, but they have always been secondary to you. I gave you my whole heart, Edmund. Yet you would have disinherited me. That was a desperate means to save you from a fatal step. Providence has interfered. I shall never talk of disinheriting you any more. If you knew how little I value money, you would better understand how vain a threat that was. Fate has been on your side, mother, but I could have held my own against all the world. I care less for money now, and yet I feel that I can't lead an idle life. The dawdling half-asleep and half-awake existence of a country squire won't do for me. I should go out of my mind. If you will not let me go abroad and roam from one place to another, I must find some kind of employment." "My dear boy, I only desire to see you happy." "I believe that, mother," the son answered tenderly. "And to be happy I must be occupied. Hard work is the best cure for my disease. I'll go to Monkhampton to-morrow morning, see Sanderson, the manager, and get him to take me into the bank. I fancy I must have inherited some of my father's commercial capacity." "Dear Edmund, there is so little occasion for you to do anything. You will have as good an income as you can possibly desire." "I want employment, mother, not income. If I were a heaven-born genius, I should go up to London and read for the bar, but I don't feel that I could wait 7 years for my first brief. I'd rather have a stool in the Monkhampton Bank and count the farmers' greasy notes. I should feel that I was doing something." "Ah, Edmund, I look forward to the day when you will see things in a new light. When a hope that I once fondly cherished may perhaps be realized." "What hope, mother?" "The hope of seeing you united to an amiable and worthy wife." "Stop, mother. Let that subject be a sealed book. I shall never marry." "Never is a long word, Edmund." "But life is not long. You know what my favorite poet says: 'Our brief life forbids the indulgence of a distant hope.' What is to-day with me will be to-morrow. If I thought that, I should be miserable. But I trust in the goodness of God. My beloved son will not always be unhappy. The leaves fall from yonder trees, Edmund, but spring will bring new buds. The heart of man has not the same happy facility for putting forth new shoots. Man's heart is like the aloe, which blossoms once in a generation. My dear Edmund, it is natural for you to feel as you do. Yes, you shall take a situation at the bank. You shall work as hard as you like. Only stay near me. Life is indeed too brief for the severance of a mother from her only son. I will put my trust in Providence, and wait till the aloe blossoms again." "Not this aloe, mother. It may grow into a good strong plant, and be of some use in its generation, but it shall put forth no second flower." "Who shall answer for the heart?" "Only God and time," answered the mother solemnly. This conversation was not without a consoling effect upon Edmund. He went to the Monkhampton Bank next day, and as it was only his caprice to seek employment, and salary was not a matter of bread and cheese to him, he was received by the manager with open arms. Mr. Sanderson was glad to pay honour to the representative of the founders of the bank. He offered Edmund a place immediately, and £150 per annum to start with. "It seems absurd to talk to you of salary," said Mr. Sanderson grandly, "but £150 will give you an extra hunter in the course of the year, or pay for your gloves." "You're very kind," answered Edmund, "but I don't want hunters or gloves. I want employment and independence." "Rather a curious business," thought the manager when the applicant had retired. "I suppose he has had another shindy with the old lady. They said that mother and son quarrelled about the schoolmaster's pretty daughter, whom Sir Aubrey Perriam was foolish enough to marry. But what is the present row about, I wonder?" The manager was surprised when Mrs. Standen drove up to the door in her pony carriage to fetch her son after his first day at the bank. Still more surprised to see the mother's look of love as Edmund joined her. "Come to fetch her little boy home from day school," said Mr. Sanderson to himself. "Then there has been no shindy after all, and the young man means business." 32. A useless life is an early death. Lady Perriam had been married 3 months. 2 out of those 3 months she had spent at Perriam Place, and it seemed to her that her existence as Sir Aubrey's wife was quite an old thing. "Lady Perriam, Sylvia, Lady Perriam," she repeated the title to herself, wonderingly sometimes. There was so small a difference between Lady Perriam and Sylvia Carew. The same discontent, the same unsatisfied yearnings gnawed Sylvia's heart, amidst the placid grandeurs of Perriam Place as in the village schoolhouse. Her ambition had been gratified beyond her wildest dream, but its gratification had brought her so little. For a short time, just so long as novelty, like the bloom upon a peach, gave charm and beauty to her surroundings, she had believed it all sufficient for content, nay, for happiness, to be mistress of Perriam Place; to be able to say, "My house, my dressing-room, my boudoir, my gardens, my servants;" to be waited upon by respectful attendants; to have a carriage at her command, and to be called "my lady." It was also very pleasant to have no rooms to clean, no dinners to cook, no cups and saucers or plates and dishes to wash after every meal; in a word, no daily routine of domestic labour. These were all on the debit side of her ledger. But on the other side the sum of her discontent swelled day by day. Novelty's brief bloom soon faded from Perriam Place. The large empty rooms began to wear a dreary look. Nay, at times when she had been long alone in the drawing-room, there grew upon her a sense of some ghostly unseen presence lurking in the background of that spacious saloon. She almost feared to look behind her chair lest she should see something. What, she had never imagined to herself. Sometimes she would glance nervously at one of those 7 long windows, half fearing to see a strange face looking in at her, a face not of this earth. Perhaps the vicinity of so many dead Perriams in the little churchyard below the Italian garden may have had something to do with this fancy. This stately solitude seen from the outside would have seemed perfect to the girlish eyes of Sylvia Carew. It was the life she would have asked for had some liberal fairy bade her choose her own destiny. But how many of us would choose amiss were we permitted to select our own lot out of the urn of fate? He who shakes the lots in the urn alone knows what is good for us. That splendid life, set round with worldly pomp, was very dismal for Sir Aubrey Perriam's young wife. Sweet though it was to be free from menial labour, the days seemed long and empty without that sordid toil. Sylvia laid out a grand scheme for completing her education. She would read the Latin poets, with the aid of grammar and lexicon. She would improve her German. Unhappily, schemes such as these are apt to break down where there is no one to supervise the studies, or sympathize with the student. Sylvia had worked desperately at German during Edmund Standon's brief courtship, so that she might read the books he admired, and talk to him a little in that rugged language which has a force and power hardly found in more melodious tongues. Edmund had read Schiller's ballads to her sometimes in their twilight dawdlings by streamlet or meadow, and to please him by her progress she had worked assiduously and deemed the labour sweet. Now she yawned over the strong wine of that verse, as if it had been the weakest milk and water of the Wordsworthian school. Infinitely diluted Wordsworth. Nor did Horace's odes, which had seemed full of grace and meaning when Edmund declaimed and explained them, now appear anything more than a string of nouns and adjectives, ablative absolutes and gerundives, worked into a distracting tangle. She might have obtained some kind of assistance from Mordred, but whenever she ventured to appeal to that authority he meandered off into prosy criticism upon the bard, and insisted on entertaining Sylvia with a catalogue of editions. His own understanding was too weak for a teacher. He could only repeat what he had read. Thus, after a month or so of systematic study, Lady Perriam lost heart, and only took up her books in a desultory manner. Sir Aubrey gave her no encouragement to study. He had the old-fashioned notion that a young woman should know how to make what his grandfather had called puddens, and be great in the still-room. If she hankered after higher accomplishments, she should paint flowers and butterflies upon velvet, or draw minute landscapes in pencil, to the injury of her sight, or paint feathers in the same minute style to adorn her friends' albums. Then, to fill up the sum of her industrious days, she might do tambour work, or Abraham and Isaac in tent-stitch, as the last Lady Perriam but one had done, a work of art which might be seen to this day in the Bolingbroke chamber. Of blue stockings Sir Aubrey had a pious horror. "Look at Lady Mary Wortley Montagu," he said, when he dissuaded Sylvia from the study of the Latin poets. "She was vastly clever, but hardly respectable even at her best; and, if the scandals of the period are to be believed, not over clean." For music, vocal or instrumental, Sir Aubrey cared not a jot. He had bought a cottage piano at Sylvia's request, and it was permitted to stand in a corner by one of the fireplaces in the saloon, where, in his heart of hearts, the baronet deemed it an eyesore. He would ask Sylvia to sing to him every evening in exactly the same courteous tone; but he read the paper while she sang, and was rarely aware of the subject of her minstrelsy. Yet he thanked her with an undeviating politeness when she closed the piano. The monotony of life at Perriam Place was far beyond anything one could expect in a monastery. Those solemn abodes are subject to the intrusion of travellers, the inspection of a vicar general, changes in administration even, feast days, fast days, retreats, an endless variety as compared with life at Perriam, which was smooth and changeless as the bosom of a canal. The well-trained servants prepared and set forth each day's meals in the same order. The same stillness pervaded the stately mansion from day to day. The endless ticking of the Louis XIV clock in the hall, a clock whose lacquered case was emblazoned with all the quarterings of the Perriams, seemed like a reminder of eternity. "Always the same, said that solemn timepiece in Sylvia's weary ear. Semper iadem, semper iadem." Sir Aubrey was never unkind to her. But on the other hand, he was not the indulgent husband she had expected him to be. He was in no manner her slave, but, on the contrary, expected and exacted perpetual obedience from her. He was rather like a kind father than a doting husband. He did not lavish his wealth upon her caprices, and indeed rarely granted her requests, though he always refused them with amiability. One day she ventured to suggest that they might lead a gayer life than their present existence, that Perriam Place would seem all the pleasanter if it were occasionally filled with visitors. Sir Aubrey raised his eyebrows in placid astonishment. "My love, are you not happy?" he asked. Sylvia sighed, and replied that she was perfectly happy. Then why hazard our happiness by introducing a foreign element into our lives? You have not been accustomed to a house full of visitors, neither have I. Since we are both happy, let us do our best to remain so." Thus spoke the voice of age and wisdom, but youth's rebellious heart revolted against this sage decree. Tears of vexation started to Sylvia's eyes. "I knew you lived here like a hermit while you were a bachelor," she said. "People used to talk enough about it; but I thought when you were married it would be different, that you would entertain the county people as other rich men do, and enjoy life a little." "I hope the prospect of entertaining the county people was not your sole inducement to become my wife," answered Sir Aubrey, with that air of offended dignity with which he armed himself at times as with a hauberk. "As to enjoying life, I live my own life, which is to my mind the highest enjoyment possible to humanity." Sylvia shrugged her shoulders and submitted. She was obliged to submit, had indeed discovered that life matrimonial was all submission. Sir Aubrey was a kind, but not an indulgent husband. That enthusiasm which had led him to woo and wed a village schoolmaster's daughter had cooled a little now that she was his wife, his own property to the end of his days. It was not that he was in any manner disappointed, or that his admiring affection for Sylvia had grown cold. He was perfectly satisfied with his lot, supremely pleased with his fair young wife. But he meant to live his own life, and meant also that she should conform to that life, and not seek strange pleasures and amusements which would inflict trouble and vexation, as well as expense upon him. The Perriam honeymoon had been a very quiet business. The entresol in the Faubourg St. Honoré was not the palatial home which Sylvia had supposed so great a man as Sir Aubrey would inhabit even in the land of the stranger. Sir Aubrey had taken his bride to all the usual shows, the Louvre, Luxembourg, the grand old churches, the Jardin des Plantes, the Hôtel Cluny, Napoleon's Mausoleum, the fountains at Versailles, and the long terrace at St. Germain. All these things Sir Aubrey had shown her; but, wonderful and beautiful as they seemed to the untravelled rustic, a shadow of dulness hung over them all. The numerous churches tired her before she had seen half of them. The vast palaces with their endless pictures palled upon her weary senses. Sir Aubrey, with every wish to be kind, instructive, and explanatory, always contrived to bring her away from the objects which most interested her. He marched her from place to place. There was no lounging, no pleasant loitering. No long, sultry day dawdled away in that deep wood at St. Germain. Yet Sylvia fancied that she and Edmund might have so wasted a day, had they too been bride and bridegroom. Sir Aubrey took his wife to the Théâtre Français on one solitary occasion to see Molière's Femme Savante, but vetoed all other theatres as disreputable. The weather was sultry during the greater part of Sylvia's honeymoon, and the wide streets of the wonderful city were dim with a warm vapour that whispered of fever and cholera. Sir Aubrey's habits were early, and the evening, the only period when Paris is tolerable in summer time, was a period of imprisonment for Sylvia. She was playing chess with her husband in the stifling little saloon by the light of a pair of wax candles, while the city was gay with many voices and music and light yonder on the boulevards where the night wind blew freshly, and when people who knew how to make the best of life were eating ices at the rustic café in the Cascade in the Bois. Sylvia went back to England with the impression that Paris was a splendid city, but not a gay one. They returned to Perriam Place, and Sylvia received the homage and obeisance of the household; and in the moment of that triumph it seemed to her an all-sufficing joy to be mistress of Perriam and all these dependents. Whatever surprise these domestics had felt at their lord's strange marriage had been carefully smoothed out of their faces. They welcomed James Carew's daughter as respectfully as they would have welcomed Lady Guinevere herself. Those improvements and alterations which Sylvia had planned with so much satisfaction before her marriage were not yet put in hand. Indeed, a very short space of married life had shown Lady Perriam how little power she had over her lord, and how little liberty of action she was likely to enjoy; and, perhaps even worse than this, how small was to be her command of money. She knew that her husband had wealth that exceeded his expenditure by tenfold, yet she derived neither pleasure nor power from his riches. He looked unutterable surprise the first time she asked him for money. "My dear child, what can you want with money?" he asked, as if they had been on a desert island where the circulating medium was useless. I should like a little to spend," Sylvia answered childishly. She had not forgotten that wretched woman in Bell Alley, Fetter Lane. Tenderness of heart was not Sylvia's strong point, yet it irked her to live amidst all these solid splendours, satiated with temporal comforts, and to feel that in all likelihood her mother was starving. "To spend for the mere pleasure of spending," said Sir Aubrey like a wise father, one of dear Maria Edgeworth's model parents, for instance, remonstrating with his little girl. "My dear Sylvia, is not that rather a childish reason?" "But I didn't mean to say that. Of course I want the money, or I shouldn't have asked you for it. I thought you would give me an allowance, perhaps, when we were married." "I have thought of that," replied Sir Aubrey, as if it were a matter demanding profound consideration, "and I intend to do so, ultimately. But really, your wants must be infinitesimal. You have the dresses and other garments you bought before our marriage." "The dresses are getting shabby," said Sylvia. "I wore them all the time we were in Paris." "A month," said Sir Aubrey. "I have worn this coat nearly 18 months." "Then it's time you had a new one," cried Sylvia, sorely tried. "But I'll go on wearing my shabby dresses, if you like. It doesn't much matter. I never see anyone except you and Mordred."
"I hope you have sufficient respect for me to dress as nicely to please me as you would to win the admiration of strangers," returned Sir Aubrey, with his offended air.
"I can't dress nicely without money to buy clothes," replied Sylvia. "Women's dresses are not like men's coats. They don't wear everlastingly."
"Then it's a pity women do not adopt more substantial materials. Neither the linsey woolseys our grandmothers wore for use, nor the brocades which they kept for state occasions required to be renewed every 3 months. The chairs in our bedroom are covered with dresses of my grandmother's. However, it is not your fault that the age is frivolous, and I can't be angry with you for following the fashion of your day. I'll give you a cheque for £20, and before that is gone I will arrange your allowance of pocket money. There, my love, don't let me see any more tears in those pretty eyes."
Sir Aubrey wrote the cheque, and fancied that he had acted with supreme liberality. Sylvia sent half this money to Mrs. Carford in the shape of a £10 note. She bought a dark silk dress with the remaining £10, for having talked of wanting a new dress she was obliged to show Sir Aubrey that she had bought one. Shortly after this, the baronet informed his wife graciously that he had decided upon allowing her £200 a year, payable quarterly, for her personal expenditure, and this he evidently considered a most liberal allowance. Sylvia thanked him warmly, and was indeed grateful for anything which should be hers without question. All her dreams of refurnishing the library and replacing the faded curtains in the saloon with amber satin were quite over. She knew that in Sir Aubrey she had found a new master. It was a more exalted bondage than her servitude to her father, but it was bondage all the same. End of chapters 31 and 32. Chapters 33 and 34 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 33. Thou lookest so like what once was mine. Time wears the beauty of all temporal blessings. That stately old yellow chariot, which had been at first a source of pride to Lady Perriam, by degrees became almost loathsome, so dismal were her lonely drives. Sir Aubrey preferred pottering about his farms on Splinter to promenades in the yellow chariot, so Sylvia had that equipage to herself and her own thoughts. It was like a state prison upon wheels. Beautiful as was the scenery round Perriam, Sylvia soon grew weary of nature's loveliness. Before she had been a month at the place, she knew the landscape by heart, the hillsides from which she saw the distant sea, the ferny lanes down which the great coach went staggering and rumbling into the pastoral valleys, whose cob-walled cottages looked the chosen abodes of peace and contentment. Lady Perriam looked at those rustic houses with a strange perplexed feeling. She had not been happy when she lived in a cottage, yet now that she inhabited a mansion it seemed to her as if those humbler dwellings must hold the secret of happiness. She was very lonely. Her lord's society gave her no delight. The park and gardens of Perriam Place became as a desert to her weary eyes. She paced the Italian terrace day after day, and looking down at the peaceful graveyard below the marble balustrade, envied those Periums who no longer knew life's weariness. The few county families with whom Sir Aubrey condescended to maintain a tepid acquaintance paid their formal visits to the new mistress of the place, and were not a little surprised at the graceful ease of manner with which Lady Perium received them. She was in no wise abashed by these magnates of the land. But others came as well as the county people. Mrs. Toynbee and her 2 overdressed daughters were among the earliest of Sylvia's visitors. The manufacturer's wife came with the intention of patronizing Lady Perium, but was not slow to discover from Sylvia's icy reception that patronage was not exactly the tone to take here. "We always said you would marry well, my dear," said Mrs. Toynbee, almost taking credit to herself for Sylvia's elevation. "You had an air so far above your station." "My father was a gentleman before he was a parish schoolmaster," answered Lady Perium coolly. "I never pretended to a higher station than that of a gentleman's daughter." "Of course not, my love. But you know there are lines of demarcation. Everyone could see how superior you and Mr. Carew were, yet the gentry couldn't associate with you quite on equal terms, however much they might wish it. I'm sure I, for one, would have been charmed to have you at my parties, quite an ornament to them. But one's friends make such remarks if one steps ever so little way over the boundary line." "Yes, Mrs. Toynbee, no doubt persons of your position must be punctilious. The trading classes are full of narrow-minded prejudices, but with people of Sir Aubrey's rank it is quite different. Their position is not dependent on any one's approval or opinion. My carriage has been waiting for the last half hour, Mrs. Toynbee," added Lady Perium, ringing the bell. "Will you permit me to wish you good morning?" And the magnificent Mrs. Toynbee, the richest woman in Hedingham parish, found herself bowed out by the village schoolmaster's daughter. "Did you ever see such insolence?" cried this outraged female as she spread out her silken flounces in the amplitude of their splendour, and settled herself in her luxurious landau, new from the coach builders, and with all the latest improvements in landaus. "Of course not, Ma, but you might have saved us such a humiliation if you'd taken my advice," retorted Juliana Toynbee acrimoniously. "Nasty thing!" exclaimed Edith, the second sister, meaning Lady Perium. "To treat us like that, when I was going to be a friend to her, out of right down charity," continued Mrs. Toynbee. "What can she know about giving dinner parties, or any of the things that become her station? What she wants is a clever and experienced friend at her elbow, to put her in the way of doing things in the right style. My dinners have been talked of from one end of the county to the other, and I shouldn't have minded any trouble to put her in the right way, if she had shown herself commonly grateful." "It isn't in her to be grateful," returned Juliana. "And as to visiting at Perium, I wouldn't darken her doors if she was to send us a formal invitation once a week. Besides, every one knows Sir Aubrey is as close as he well can be, and I don't suppose she'll ever have the chance of giving parties." And thus these ladies drove home, talking of Sylvia all the way, very warm as to their tempers, and very flushed as to their faces, and it was solemnly voted in the Toynbee household that Sylvia, Lady Perium, was to be counted among the dead. The day came when Sylvia was to see Edmund Standen for the first time since that sorrowful parting by the tomb of the de Bosseneys. She heard of his return soon after it happened; heard of it from the lips of Mr. Bayne, who announced the fact carelessly enough, yet contrived to watch the effect of that announcement upon Sylvia. One bright hectic spot flamed in the delicate cheek, but faded before Sir Aubrey had time to notice it. "Mr. Stanton has gone into the bank," said the steward, not unwilling to prolong the discussion. "The Western Union, as they call it, since it's been made a joint stock bank. It has set people talking a little. Nobody thought young Stanton would have gone into business. He has plenty to live upon, or will have after his mother's death, though I believe at present he is quite dependent on the old lady." "I feel no interest in Mr. Stanton or his affairs," remarked the baronet with dignity; so Mr. Bayne said no more. For several Sundays after their arrival at the place, Sylvia and her husband attended the little church in the dell, where a mild incumbent performed 2 services every Sunday, for the enlightenment of a sparse congregation drawn from adjacent hamlets. Then came a fine sunny Sabbath at the beginning of December, and Sir Aubrey proposed that they should go to church at Hedingham. "I like Vancourt's sermons better than Smallman's," said the baronet.
We may as well drive over to Headingham."
Sylvia felt a kind of catch in her throat, which prevented her saying yes or no to this proposition. She should see him again, then, that Edmund Stanton whom she had once sworn to love eternally. She dreaded seeing him, yet desired to see him, to look on the unforgotten face, were it but for a moment. The church looked bright and gay on that wintry morning, bright with the cheerful December sunshine. Sir Aubrey owned a large square pew in the chancel, which was the most aristocratic part of the edifice; a pew placed as near the altar rails as it could be placed, in a manner, within the sanctuary; a pew that was sumptuously provided with crimson cushions, luxurious footstools, prayer books of largest type, bound in faded crimson Russia, and emblazoned with the Perriam coat of arms; prayer books in which good King George and a string of princes and princesses whose names are history were prayed for assiduously. These chancel pews were on a slightly higher level than the body of the church, and from Sir Aubrey's pew Sylvia commanded a full view of the Dean House party, who occupied a front pew in the central aisle. There they all were: Mrs. Stanton, the delicate-looking widow from Demerara, with a little girl of 6 years old at her side; Esther and Edmund, all in mourning, a very sombre-looking party. Not once during the service did Edmund's eyes wander in Sylvia's direction, yet she felt that he was aware of her presence. Those dark eyes of his were for the most part bent rigidly upon his book. Sylvia remembered his old manner, which, though devout, was scarcely so attentive to the mere letter of the service. Sir Aubrey and his wife left the church by a little side door. It was one of the privileges of the chancel people to use this door; but in the churchyard Sir Aubrey was buttonholed by a brother landowner, and while they were standing in the narrow path, close by that too well remembered monument of the de Bosseys, Edmund and Esther Rochdale passed them. For one moment only the young man looked at Sylvia. Such a look! Contempt so scathing is not often expressed in one brief flash from disdainful eyes, one curve of a scornful lip. Deadly pale, yet with a look of unshaken firmness, her jilted lover passed her by, and the sharpest pain her heart had power to feel, Sylvia felt at that moment. "I hope I may never see him again," she thought, as the yellow chariot bore her back to Perriam. "Never, unless I were free to win back his love. I know I could win it, though he may despise me now, if I were only free to try." And she looked at Sir Aubrey, and began to speculate how long a man of that age might live. 5 years? 10? 15? 20, perhaps? Who could tell for what length of years an existence so placid and temperate as Sir Aubrey's might flow smoothly on? Did she wish him dead? Did a thought so dark as to be in itself a crime ever enter her heart? It had come but too near that with Lady Perriam. She had never shaped an actual wish, but she had calculated the measure of her husband's days, and had pictured to herself what might happen when he should take his rest with those other Perriams in the churchyard in that green hollow, where hartstongue fern pushed its curved leaves between the crumbling stones of the old grey wall. What a marvellous change that one event of Sir Aubrey's death would make in her existence! She would have 5,000 a year, her very own, to squander as she pleased, instead of a pittance of 200 a year doled out to her quarterly. And she would be free to recover Edmund Stanton's love, were it possible for him to forgive her. "I don't believe he could be angry with me very long," she thought, "or that he could shut his heart against me. He would remember those happy summer evenings; all the past would come back to him in a breath, and all his love with it." There was one fear which tortured Sylvia whenever her thoughts drifted that way. What if Edmund should marry Esther Rochdale? She felt sure that Esther was fond of him. She had made up her mind about that long ago; and it was an understood thing in Headingham, where people knew, or affected to know, the most secret desires of their neighbours, that Mrs. Stanton wished to see those two married. What more likely, then, that she would now try to patch up an engagement between them? "His sister will help her, no doubt," thought Sylvia, "and between them they will worry him into marrying that dark little thing." She remembered Esther's winning gentleness, her soft dark eyes with their pensive pleading look; not a girl against whom a man could steel his heart forever, one might think. The idea of this possibility added a new sting to Lady Perriam's keen regret. It made even the dullness of her life more bitter. She was glad to keep Mary Peter in her dressing room for an hour's chat now and then, when that young person brought her home some new garment, and to hear her gossip about the Hedingham people, and sometimes a little about the occupants of Dean House. Sir Aubrey happened to interrupt this friendly gossip one day, and after Mary Peter had retired, frozen by the baronet's urbanity, he expressed himself somewhat strongly upon the subject of his wife's familiarity with a village mantua-maker. "I was not familiar with her," pleaded Sylvia. "I let her talk. That was all."
"My love, to let a person of that kind tattle is to be familiar with her. It presupposes an interest in her conversation which it ought to be impossible for you to feel."
"She talks about people I used to see before I was married," said Sylvia.
"But with whom you have nothing more to do, and in whom your interest ought to have ceased with your marriage. Pray never let me see that young woman again."
"She makes my dresses," remonstrated Sylvia. "I don't see how I can get on without her."
"Are you so childish as to suppose that there is only one dressmaker at your service? You can have your gowns made by Mrs. Bowker of Monkhampton, a very proper person."
Sylvia sighed and submitted. So Mary Peter, who could talk of Edmund, recalling memories that were at once sweet and sad, was banished from Perriam Place. Little as Sylvia had cared for this humble friend, she felt life more lonely without her occasional society. Her father was away still, rejoicing in the sunshine of a warmer sky on the shores of the Mediterranean, just contriving to exist at a third-rate boarding-house on his scanty income. He liked the shores of the Mediterranean, even under the disadvantage of a limited income, much better than the village of Hedingham, and had no intention of returning to English rusticity yet awhile. He wrote to his daughter occasionally, not forgetting to hint that any addition to his pittance which she might be inclined to make would be welcome. Sir Aubrey had given one state dinner to those county people who had called upon his wife, a dinner distinguished by a solemn splendor, but almost as gloomy as that sepulchral banquet which the Roman tyrant Domitian gave to his friends, where the walls were hung with black, and the paraphernalia of death so closely represented, that many of the amiable Caesar's guests swooned away and died in real earnest, slain by the mere horror of this ghastly jest. After this state dinner there were no more gaieties at Perriam, but Sir Aubrey took his lovely wife to 3 or 4 feasts of the same kind which his friends gave in her honour. This constituted Sylvia's brief experience of the polite world. For now came an event which was to exclude Sir Aubrey Perriam from society for ever. 34. So fair a form lodged not a mind so ill. Sylvia had been married 6 months. February, the weariest month in a cheerless winter, was dragging slowly to its dismal end. A northeast wind shook the casements of Perriam Place. The leafless elms in the avenue tossed their ragged branches as in the writhings of despair, as if they ejaculated hopelessly, "When is warmer weather coming? When are we going to bud?" Even the monkey trees swayed and creaked before the blast. Only the cedars stood up, grimly stern, and defied the nor'easter. Very dreary had been that long winter to Lady Perriam. After the half-dozen dinner parties given in her honour at the manor houses, granges, and towers within 15 miles of Perriam Place, there had been no further gaiety of any kind. Even her solitary airings in the yellow chariot had been curtailed by the inclemency of the weather. There had been nothing for her to do but walk about the spacious old house with its vast, empty, useless rooms, and speculate what it might have been under a different master. "If fortune had given Edmund and me such a house, with Sir Aubrey's wealth, how delightful we would have made it! We could have filled these dismal corridors with pleasant people, and made that vault-like dining room brilliant with light and fire, and bright eyes, and jewels, and splendid dresses. Every day would have brought some new pleasure." This was the drift of Sylvia's fancies very often as she paced the long music room, which knew not the sound of music, on wet afternoons when there was not one gleam of brightness in the leaden sky, hardly a glimmer of hope in her own life. She had thought to taste all the pleasures of the world as Sir Aubrey's wife. With the baronet newly subjugated and at her feet, it had seemed such an easy thing to rule him. She had hoped for a slave, and she had found a master. A stricter master than her father, for beneath Mr. Carew's sway she had been able to do pretty much as she pleased, so long as she administered to all his wants and gave him a well-cooked dinner. With Sir Aubrey for her master, she had her own way in hardly anything. He was not unkind to her, and that made her bondage seem all the worse. She had no ground for complaint. Against that smooth tyranny, rebellion was almost impossible. He forbade this, he advised that, but he was always suavity itself. He narrowed her life into so small a circle that a squirrel in a cage might have known as much of liberty. Friends or acquaintance she had none, for the county people who had been willing to take her by the hand had all fallen away, receiving no encouragement to be civil. That severe winter tried Sir Aubrey's somewhat feeble constitution. He had a good deal of illness, and the stately gentleman who had seemed such a model of old-fashioned gallantry that warm summer afternoon in Mr. Hopling's orchard, was restless, fretful, and peevish when afflicted with influenza or a mild attack of bronchitis. At these times Sir Aubrey preferred the ministrations of Jean Chapelain to those of his young wife, yet expected that Sylvia should spend a good deal of her time in the sick room, and liked her to read the political articles and foreign correspondence in the Times for his edification. She performed all her duties with a tolerable grace, but weariness was in her heart nevertheless. But if Sir Aubrey's society was at times a burden almost too heavy for impatient youth to bear, Mordred Perriam's dullness was still harder to be endured. He was a more fatiguing companion than his brother, inasmuch as he talked a great deal more. He was fond of talking, and the chief deprivation of his life hitherto had been the lack of listeners. He found Sylvia courteously attentive to his discourse. She did not want to be rude to her husband's brother. So he at once seized upon her as the long-desired listener. He had just sense enough to perceive her intelligence, and he told himself that his dry-as-dust discourse would expand and improve her mind. "You are not like ordinary young women, my dear," he said, when Sylvia confessed her desire to learn Latin, and to know something of the classic writers. "You can take an interest in great subjects." Day after day, evening after evening, he twaddled on in the same dull, dry way, shedding no ray of light from his own intellect upon the pages he pored over, and whose contents it was his delight to recapitulate. He was always finding little bits in his daily studies which he thought would interest Sylvia, and the little bits were usually the dullest passages in the prosings of some third-rate philosopher, the tritest axioms of morality, inflated into importance by grandiloquent language. When the baronet was confined to his room, which happened often during that doleful winter, Mordred and Sylvia took their meals tête-à-tête in the gloomy dining-room. The mild old bookworm would even desert his beloved kitchen garden to take his constitutional in Sylvia's company, shambling up and down the terrace, never ceasing from that even flow of prosiness. There were moments when Lady Perriam was wicked enough to wish him a sharer in that tranquil silence which ruled among the rest of his race in that hallowed ground in the dell. Mordred's health was very little better than his brother's, but being a person of secondary importance, the household took less notice of his ailments. He grumbled a little about himself from time to time, complained of pains here and twitches there, now pointed to his chest, and now to his head, but he received little more attention from anyone than if he had been some piece of household machinery slightly out of order. "I know I shall die suddenly when my time comes," he said one day to Lady Perriam. "It may be many years hence." "I daresay it will," returned Sylvia, with an involuntary sigh. "Or it may be much sooner than any one expects. But I feel a conviction that I shall go off without a moment's warning. There are a great many cases on record of men who had a prevision as to the manner of their death. I have my prevision. So many twitches and spasms as I suffer must have some significance. It may be that my heart is wrong, or the seat of disease may be in the brain. When you consider the delicate functions which the spinal marrow has to perform in relation to the cerebral matter, you can hardly wonder that the brain is apt to get out of order. When you look at the heart as a complicated pumping apparatus which is never permitted to rest, and not subject to repair, you cannot wonder that the machinery is liable to collapse. I have received warning from both directions, and I am prepared for the worst." "Mere fancy, I daresay, Mr. Perriam," said Sylvia, with the serenity that springs from indifference. "No, my dear, it is not fancy. But I am prepared for the worst. I have made my will." "Indeed?" murmured Sylvia, with a shade more interest. She thought it just possible that Mordred intended to reward her endurance of his dullness by the bequest of his worldly substance. "Yes, I bequeath my library, nearly 5,000 volumes of solid and instructive literature, to the Mechanics' Institute in Monkhampton. I also bequeath my estate, now yielding 200 per annum, but likely to improve with the lapse of years, to trustees, for the benefit of the same institution. They will build a wing for the reception of the books. They will, from time to time, as funds accrue, collect other books always of a like character. They will furthermore employ a librarian for the care of the aforesaid books and any further collection, as heretofore mentioned, at a salary of £50 per annum." Mordred was quoting verbatim from the will, a document which he kept in his own possession and perused frequently with enjoyment. "I have sometimes thought," he added graciously, "that such a situation would suit a man of studious habits, like your father." Christmas had been in no wise different from other seasons at Perriam. There was some customary dole given to the poor, but this was done unobtrusively through the hands of the housekeeper, so that the blessings of the recipients assailed not Sir Aubrey's ears. Christmas Day seemed an extra Sunday in the week, and that was all. It was now 2 months after Christmas, and Sir Aubrey had been more or less ailing all the time. The Monkhampton surgeon who attended him declared there was no cause for alarm. The severe weather had been trying. Sir Aubrey was a little out of sorts, and so on. But with the coming of spring he would doubtless be himself again. Lady Perriam must not feel uneasy. This Mr. Stimpson, the surgeon, an elderly man who enjoyed high repute in Monkhampton, said to Lady Perriam herself, in a cheery confidential tone. "There is no danger, then?" asked Lady Perriam thoughtfully. "None whatever. A temporary derangement of the system, nothing more." "I am glad to hear that. I have sometimes thought that Sir Aubrey must be seriously ill. His memory seems to fail him a little now and then. He repeats things 2 or 3 times, and does not seem to know that he has said them before." Mr. Stimpson looked a little grave at this, but speedily recovered himself. It is a doctor's duty to be cheerful. He brings to bear an amiable gaiety, by way of contrast of the gloom of sick beds and incurable diseases. Sylvia sat alone, absorbed in deepest thought for some time after the doctor had left her. Sometimes, out of this illness of Sir Aubrey's, piercing the doleful shadows of the sick room, there had arisen, pale with distance, the star of an unholy hope. What if the end were nearer than she had ever deemed possible? What if her husband were doomed to die ere very long, and leave her free to marry Edmund Stanton? In her young life death had been as yet a stranger. She could not think of that dreadful presence as calmly as some to whom the fatal visitant has grown a familiar guest. She thought with a shudder of the dark gulf, the mysterious impenetrable grave, which lay between her and liberty. Sir Aubrey had been a tyrant, but at the worst an unconscious despot. He had never been intentionally unkind. He had tried to shape the young, bright life to fit his own placid existence, had stifled all the natural aspirations of joy-loving youth, had made Sylvia's days a burden to her, yet after his own fashion he had been kind. It seemed almost impossible that she should wish for his death. "I do not wish him dead," she said to herself, when that possible release presented itself like a hope. "But if he dies, I shall win my love back again, my first and only love. I will make him forgive me, though I have sinned against him so deeply. I will make him trust me again, although I have been so false. I know that I have power to win him back." End of chapters 33 and 34. Chapters 35 and 36 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 35. Stricken down. In the early part of March Sir Aubrey left his room. He was now pronounced well enough to spend a few hours in the saloon daily, and even to take a short drive in the yellow chariot on a sunny day, when the wind was in a genial quarter. He was very glad to avail himself of these privileges, and made haste to abandon his invalid habits, dressed himself as carefully as ever, and reappeared with that gracious and patrician aspect which made him look like one of Van Dyck's portraits in modern costume. He thanked Sylvia courteously for her attention to him during his illness, and was kinder than usual to her, forbearing to criticize her conduct in trifles and to lecture. "My dear," he said, "I have given you no present since I put my mother's diamond keeper upon your finger. It belonged to her mother's mother, you know, and has a higher value from association than from the worth of the stones, which are of the purest water, but small." Sylvia gave a little regretful sigh. She had once supposed that diamond hoop to be the forerunner of a shower of gifts, plenteous as that golden rain which descended on Danae. "I have not given you jewels, Sylvia, partly because I do not care to see a woman bedizened with precious stones, but more because I do not wish to be associated in your mind with rich gifts. When I am dead and gone you will be rich enough to be a prize for some adventurer, should you be so foolish as to marry again." Hereupon Sir Aubrey opened an oval morocco case, in which reposed on black velvet a necklace of single diamonds, each as large as a prize pea. The silver setting was so light as to be hardly visible. The necklace seemed a circlet of liquid light. Sylvia's eyes sparkled. She gave a gasp of mingled surprise and delight. "How lovely!" she exclaimed. "It is yours, my love," answered the baronet in his placid way. "I bought the necklace for a duke's daughter, but death stole my promised bride. I give it now to my true and kind wife." Lady Perriam, not easily melted, burst into tears. "God keep me true to you, in thought and in deed," she cried passionately, "but I am not worthy of your kindness." "You have been my patient nurse, my faithful companion," answered Sir Aubrey gently. "Dry your tears, my dear. A diamond necklace is not a thing to cry about." "I am very proud of your gift. It is more splendid than anything I ever dreamed of. But it is your kindness that touches me," said Sylvia. She had remembered how mean she had thought him because he had doled her out a small allowance of pocket money; how she had ascribed the dreariness of her life to his desire to save expenditure, and behold, he threw a gift worth thousands into her lap as carelessly as if it had been a handful of summer blossoms. "When shall I wear these diamonds?" she asked herself, or rather inquired of Destiny, as she clasped the necklace around her throat before the glass in her dressing room. "Perhaps, if Sir Aubrey is inclined to be indulgent, he will take me to London this year and let me be presented and see the world. It is hard to have wealth and jewels and a title and youth and good looks, and yet to be buried alive at Perriam Place." The next day was the brightest of the new year, but Sir Aubrey protested against the yellow chariot when Mr. Stimpson, who was still in attendance, recommended a quiet drive. "I detest being shut up in a coach," he said. "I'd rather take a little walk in the garden with Lady Perriam." "So be it, then," replied the doctor, who wished to make his regimen agreeable to so profitable a patient. "I don't know that a walk mightn't be better than a drive, only be sure you don't fatigue yourself. Just a gentle stroll up and down the terrace in the sunshine, with Lady Perriam's arm for a support." It was about 3:00 in the afternoon when Sir Aubrey and his wife went out for this promenade. A bright, tranquil, spring-like afternoon, only the gentle west wind faintly stirring the evergreens, a calm blue sky with fleecy clouds, and a gentle sunshine upon the landscape. There had been much rain lately, and the pastures looked emerald bright against the dark arable lands, while here and there the first tinge of green showed faintly on the southward fronting hedgerows. "A beautiful world, my dear," said Sir Aubrey as he surveyed the varied prospect. "I have seen a good deal of it, but I have found nothing so good as Perriam." "Perriam is very nice," replied Sylvia meekly. "But you will show me a little more of the world some day, won't you, Sir Aubrey?" "Yes, my love. We will travel a little more by and by, when I am stronger. I wish your life to be happy. I fear you have had a rather dull winter. But then happily you are not used to society." "No," answered Sylvia. "Perhaps that's why I long for it more than other people." "True, the unknown is ever delightful. You remember what Pope says, 'Man never is, but always to be blessed.'" "I hate Pope," replied Sylvia impatiently, upon which Sir Aubrey gave her a brief lecture on the folly of hating a poet whose philosophy is as correct as his versification. The effort appeared to exhaust him, for he drooped a little on his second perambulation of the terrace.
"I am not so strong as I fancied myself this morning," he said. "I feel a little shaky in spite of the support of your arm. I'll go back to the house after this turn."
They lingered a little for Sir Aubrey to rest on the spot where they had stood when he asked Sylvia to be his wife. Sir Aubrey looked down at the little green churchyard with a dreamy gaze. The very spirit of tranquillity pervaded the scene. The grey old church tower, with its quaint corbels and waterspouts and varied tints of moss and lichen, stood out clearly defined against the clear cold sky. Death wore its softest aspect in that placid valley. Mild as the atmosphere was, the invalid shivered.
"I'll go indoors, my love," he said. "I am not strong enough for walking yet."
They went back to the house, Sir Aubrey leaning a little on Sylvia's arm, and sighing once or twice during the journey, as if it were rather a troublesome business. The invalid returned to his easy chair by the fire in the saloon, where Sylvia gave him his book, a volume of the Spectator, whose leaves he turned listlessly now and then, reading a page here and there, and smiling faintly at the familiar passages, or murmuring a quotation at the head of an essay. She arranged the little table by his chair, on which he kept a book or two, the day's newspapers, and a glass of weak sherry and water, and then prepared to take her place on the opposite side of the hearth, where it was her wont to beguile the slow hours with fancy work. Novels, and indeed modern light literature of all kinds, Sir Aubrey set his face against. Thus woman's favourite amusement was, in a manner, forbidden to Lady Perriam. But the baronet begged his wife to enjoy the afternoon sunshine.
"Finish your walk, my dear," he said graciously. "You can come back to me when you are tired of the terrace. I am always glad to have you near me, but you have been too long a prisoner."
Sylvia obeyed. She was very tired of that spacious saloon with its unchanging splendour, chairs and tables always in the same positions, no variety, no look of life or movement. She was glad to be alone with her own thoughts, which of late had taken shapes that disturbed and perplexed her. Sir Aubrey's unsettled health gave rise to agitating conjectures. She knew very well that there was guilt in many of these meditations. But she had never acquired the habit of ruling her own thoughts. She let them drift as they would, and the image which oftenest filled her mind was the image of one whom it was the first duty of her life to forget. She walked to and fro for about an hour, and was beginning to think of returning to her post by the fireside and her duties of nurse and comforter, when she heard a distant step on the gravel walk, firm, light, and quick, a step that reminded her of Edmund Standon's. She knew that the step could hardly be his. Mr. Standon's presence in that place scarcely came within the limits of the possible. Yet the sound set her heart beating vehemently, so weak was that undisciplined heart. She walked towards the other end of the terrace, and saw the well-known figure of Mr. Bayne, the lawyer. He had been away from Monkhampton for nearly a month in the south of France with his ailing wife, whom the doctors had ordered to the shores of the Mediterranean as her sole chance of surviving the severe winter. Difficult as it was for Shadrach Bayne to leave business, he had performed his duty as a husband, escorted his wife to Cannes, and stayed with her until her health had been in some measure re-established. Monkhampton had been loud in its praises for this domestic loyalty, though some among his clients had grumbled a little at the loss of their astute adviser. It had been no small relief to Sylvia to escape the searching gaze of those keen eyes. From the very beginning of her acquaintance with Shadrach Bayne, Sylvia had felt that here was a man who was in the habit of looking deeper than the surface of things, and that she had need to guard her secret thoughts against his watchfulness. He had always been courteous to her, nay, had evinced the most profound respect by his every word and action. Yet, knowing no more of him than that he was a good man of business, and a trusted agent of Sir Aubrey's, she felt an undefinable fear of his influence. Or, in a word, she fancied that he knew her. He approached her with his usual grave politeness, not ceremonious, but gravely respectful. "Good afternoon, Lady Perriam. I have just been with Sir Aubrey. He has been kind enough to ask me to stay to dinner, and as the dew is falling, he suggested that I should request you to come indoors." "There is no dew yet awhile," answered Sylvia somewhat impatiently. Sir Aubrey had a tiresome way of ordering her about through the medium of Mr. Bayne. "I shall walk a little longer." "May I be your companion during that time?" asked Mr. Bayne. "I have no objection, replied Sylvia coldly. She would have given a great deal to keep Mr. Bain forever outside the gates of Perium. Yet, subservient as he appeared, she felt that he was just the kind of man to make her pay dearly for incivility. "Your permission sounds almost like an interdict," said the agent, "yet I will venture to remain. Sir Aubrey must have been very ill while I was in France." "Not worse than he has been several times this winter." "Indeed! Yet I see so marked a change in him. I don't know how to describe it, but it struck me at the first glance, and I was pained to perceive it." "Do you think he is dangerously ill?" asked Sylvia, turning upon him with a quick bright light in her eyes. "No, Lady Perium. I do not think there is much danger of your being left a widow yet awhile," answered Mr. Bain with inscrutable gravity. "You really frightened me with your talk about a change in Sir Aubrey. I can see no change myself. And Mr. Stimpson says he is improving daily, that there is nothing wanted but the warm weather to make him quite well and strong again." "I am glad Mr. Stimpson is so hopeful. The change which struck me so painfully was perhaps more in Sir Aubrey's manner than his appearance. There was an altered tone, a feebler manner, an indecision about everything he said. I was talking to him nearly an hour about business, and I had plenty of time to observe him. In a word, he is not the man I left less than a month ago." Sylvia was silent. She remembered her own discovery of Sir Aubrey's uncertain memory, that almost childish habit of repeating his speeches. Did death begin his insidious work thus in the slow decline of the faculties? Sir Aubrey was by no means an old man. It was not time for memory to grow dim, for sight to fail, for hearing to grow faint. "Let us go back to the house," said Lady Perium. "If once Sir Aubrey gets the idea of do into his head, he will fidget himself till I am indoors." "You have reason to be proud of such thoughtfulness on his part," remarked Mr. Bain. "Yes, it's very kind, but rather tiresome," returned Sylvia, who was more candid with Mr. Bain in trifles than with other people, having that inward conviction that he could see through small artifices. She went back to the saloon before going upstairs to dress for dinner, went back dutifully, to see if her husband had any further need of her attendance. Though there had been still a soft grey light in the garden, here in the saloon reigned deepest dusk, so much of the waning day was excluded by the draperies of those 7 tall windows. The 7 windows looked white and wan in the twilight, like 7 tall ghosts. The fire had burned low, and only shed a ruddy glow upon the hearth. Lady Perium stood by the door looking in, Mr. Bain standing just behind her. Sir Aubrey sat with his arm hanging loosely across the arm of the chair, his head lying back against the cushions, an open book at his feet. He had fallen asleep, no doubt. "I won't disturb him," said Sylvia. "Mr. Stimpson said rest was of great importance." "I think I'd better replenish the fire," suggested Mr. Bain. "It will go out directly if it isn't attended to." He went softly towards the hearth, Sylvia still waiting near the door, to see if that replenishing of the fire would awaken Sir Aubrey. Mr. Bain knelt down, and put a couple of dry logs gently on the ashes. The dry wood began to sputter and crackle immediately. An ornamental brass screen, wide and tall, guarded the invalid from those flying sparks of burning wood. The recumbent figure never stirred. Mr. Bain, still on his knees, looked round at his employer. The dry logs burst into a sudden blaze which lighted all the room, and shone full upon Sir Aubrey's face. One quick, startled look at that face, and the agent sprang to his feet and pulled the bell rope till a loud peal sounded through the house. Then he bent over that motionless figure, loosened the neckcloth, raised the head, all quietly enough, Lady Perium looking on all the while with terror in her colourless face. She had rushed to the hearth when Mr. Bain rang the bell. "Do you think he is dead?" she asked in an awful whisper. "No. I can feel the beating of his heart. Send a messenger to Mr. Stimpson on the fastest horse in the stables," continued Mr. Bain to the servant who appeared in answer to his loud summons. "If Mr. Stimpson is out when he gets to Monkhampton, let him fetch Dr. Cardross, and if he's out, let him go on to Mr. Byfield. He must ride for his life, mind, and not lose a minute in getting off. And let another messenger, John Bates, he is a sharp fellow, go to Dr. Topsall of Headingham. Sir Aubrey has had an attack. I fear paralysis. Tell someone to fetch Chapelain." Chapelain, the valet, had heard that shrill peal of the bell, and was by his master's side before the other servant had left the room. There was no time lost. Mr. Bayne and the valet laid Sir Aubrey on a sofa, in the most comfortable position they could place him in, and this done, there was little more to do than wait the coming of medical aid. Perriam Place stood midway between Monkhampton and Hedingham. Either way the messenger would have 3 miles to ride, the doctor 3 miles to come. "There's no hope of anything being here under an hour," said Mr. Bayne, who had been wonderfully self-possessed throughout. Lady Perriam sat like a statue, hardly less white than a sculptor's marble. Her eyes alone moved, and they kept wandering restlessly from the prostrate form upon the sofa to the anxious faces of agent and valet. "Is there any danger?" she asked, always referring to that one last awful hazard of death. She had wished her husband dead, but the wish had been but a vague thought. She shrank appalled from the realization of that half-formed desire. There is something peculiarly awful in a wicked wish being gratified almost as soon as it is formed. It is like the direct interposition of Satan. "A first attack is rarely fatal," answered Mr. Bayne, as calmly as if he had been a physician of long practice. "There is every reason to hope that Sir Aubrey may be quite restored in a few days. But it is rather alarming while it lasts." "Alarming!" echoed Lady Perriam. "It is horrible. Is he quite insensible, do you think?" "I am not sure. He seems half asleep. I am afraid this arm is paralyzed. It hangs so helplessly." "And is so cold," said the valet, who was on his knees by the sofa, chafing the lifeless hand. The dreary hour of waiting wore on, Sylvia sitting silent and unobtrusive, Mr. Bayne and the valet doing what little they could, yet afraid to do much lest they should do the wrong thing. The ticking of the clock on the chimney-piece, the wood ashes falling lightly on the hearth, and Sir Aubrey's troubled breathing were the only sounds that broke the mournful silence. By and by, after half an hour's waiting which had seemed half a day to the watchers, they were startled by feeble, half-articulate sounds. They came from the pale lips of Sir Aubrey, who was striving painfully for speech. When he did speak, after that laborious effort, his voice was dull and hollow. So might Lazarus have spoken when he came out of the cavern at his master's bidding. To Sylvia, those strange tones sounded like the voice of the re-arisen dead. "Have I been asleep?" asked Sir Aubrey in imperfectly formed syllables, as if in awful mockery of a child's first efforts to shape the words he hears from others. "Yes, Sir Aubrey." "Very long?" "For some time." The dim grey eyes looked wonderingly about. "Why, is it dark already? Why don't they light the lamps?" "We thought this subdued light was better for you, Sir Aubrey." "Better for me? I'm not an invalid. I don't mean to be an invalid any more," mumbled the baronet, always with the same effort, the same uncertain articulation. They did their best to prevent his talking much or exciting himself. But, in trying to raise himself presently, he discovered that one side of his body was immovable, the left leg as well as the left arm appearing powerless. "What is this?" he asked more distinctly than he had spoken before, as if terror gave force to his accents. "I can't move. I've lost the use of one side. What does it mean?" Neither the agent nor the valet answered this anxious question. They looked at each other doubtfully. The valet murmured some soothing speech in his own tongue. "I know what it means," said Sir Aubrey. "It is paralysis. The one disease I have dreaded ever since I saw my grandfather wheeled about Perriam in a bath chair, with his head hanging on one side, when I was a little boy. And yet I hardly thought it would seize me. I thought Mordred might be stricken. He has always been a weak, ailing creature. I never thought I should be the one." 36. Lady Perriam engages a sick nurse. Mr. Stimson came in a little less than an hour from the time when the messenger started in quest of him. The man had found him at home, and the old surgeon had driven over to Perriam as fast as a good horse and a light gig would take him. He made his examination, ordered the invalid to be taken up to his bedroom, and suggested an immediate telegram to a famous London physician. "We must have Crow down to morrow. he said confidentially to Mr. Bayne, when he had assisted at Sir Aubrey's removal, and seen him made comfortable in the vast four-post bed, which had the grandeur and funereal gloom of a catafalque. "The case is serious, and we must have a good nurse," he added in a louder tone. Lady Perriam, Mr. Bayne, and the doctor were all in the dressing-room adjoining Sir Aubrey's bedchamber. "Cannot I nurse my husband?" asked Sylvia. "He likes me to be with him." "As his companion, no doubt. But to attempt anything more in his present state would be to impair your own health. We must get some reliable person to be in constant attendance upon Sir Aubrey. His valet, of course, will be able to do a good deal, but a woman will be wanted as well. I know what ordinary servants are. They soon get tired of sick rooms." A curious look flashed into Lady Perriam's face. It had been cold and expressionless till this moment. "I think I know of a person in London who would do," she said quickly. "Has she any experience as a sick nurse?" "Oh, yes. She has had experience. Shall I write to engage her?" "It would be better to telegraph," answered Mr. Stimpson. "I can take the message, if you'll be so good as to write it." "No, I'd rather write to her. She'll want money for travelling expenses. I can enclose a bank note in my letter." "Would it not be wiser to get some one from Monkhampton?" suggested Mr. Bayne. "I do not know any one in Monkhampton, and I do know this person in London," said Lady Perriam, looking at the doctor and not at Mr. Bayne. "If my husband is to have a nurse, I should like her to be a nurse of my choice, rather than any one else's." This was her first defiance of Mr. Bayne, and trivial as the occasion seemed, Sylvia felt that it was not without its significance. She had an inward conviction that Shadrach Bayne wanted to be master in that house, aspired in his presumption to rule her even. Sir Aubrey's helplessness laid the household in a manner at the agent's feet. Now, therefore, was the time for her to assert her supremacy. "I'll write to this person, Mr. Stimpson," she added, without looking once at Mr. Bayne, yet feeling that those cold grey eyes were watching her. "You may consider that matter settled." "Very well, Lady Perriam. We must contrive to get on till she comes down. You are sure she is experienced?" "Quite sure. Do you suppose I would engage her if it were otherwise?" "Certainly not, Lady Perriam. Only your own experience of illness has been happily so slight. What is this woman's name, by the way?" Carter," replied Lady Perriam. Mr. Bayne observed the hesitation, and a bright red spot that kindled in the cheek of the speaker, and slowly faded. The feeble steps of shuffling, slipshod feet sounded without, the door opened, and Mordred Perriam came into the room, carrying an old-fashioned silver candlestick, with a guttering candle that had burned almost to the socket. It was one of the absent-minded bookworm's habits to let his candles burn down to the socket, and to let his fire go out half a dozen times a day. Custom had made him independent of servants, and he relighted his own fire, and had a stock of candles at hand to fill the empty candlesticks. No one ever gave less trouble in a household than harmless Mr. Perriam. As he came into the dimly lighted room with the yellow glare of that flaming candle on his face, the same thought entered the minds of Sylvia and Mr. Bayne. They were both alike impressed by the awful resemblance which Sir Aubrey's countenance, changed as it was by the paralytic stroke, bore to the face of his younger brother. That painful change which had aged the elder man by 10 years made the brothers as much alike as if they had been twins. Mordred stared at the 3 occupants of the room in a helpless, agitated way for a minute or so before he spoke. "Is there anything wrong?" he asked at last. "Has anything happened? It's 8 o'clock, and the dinner bell hasn't rung." "You had better dine in your own room to-night, Mr. Perriam," answered Shadrach Bayne. "Your brother is very ill." "Is he worse than he was this morning?" "Much worse," said Mr. Stimpson, and then he told Mordred about the seizure. "Why wasn't I sent for?" asked Mordred piteously. "You would have done no good," replied Mr. Bayne with his practical air. "Don't agitate yourself, Mr. Perriam. Sir Aubrey will be all right in a day or 2, I daresay." "Is he in there?" inquired Mordred, pointing to the open door of the bedroom. "Yes, but you'd better not disturb him," said the doctor. "Chapelain is with him, and he has fallen into a doze. Quiet is a grand point, supreme quiet.
No one must go in and out but Lady Perriam." "Very well. I will do whatever is best, though I should like to see him," said Mr. Perriam with resignation, yet dolorously. "But please don't keep me away from him longer than is necessary. I am very fond of my brother. Indeed, I have reason to be so, for he is the only friend I have." Mr. Stimpson said something reassuring. "Would there be any objection to my sitting here for an hour or two?" inquired Mr. Perriam. "I shall not make any noise. I won't speak a word, so I don't think I can disturb my poor brother. I should like to feel that I was near him." "I see no objection," said Mr. Stimpson, "unless Lady Perriam," he added vaguely, appealing to Sylvia. "I have no objection to Mr. Perriam staying here," she said carelessly. She considered Mordred Perriam of little more importance than a piece of animated furniture, wearisome on occasions, but hardly worthy of consideration at any time. It could matter very little whether he were in one room or another. Mordred stayed, therefore, seated in a warm chair by the hearth, rubbing his withered old hands and shivering a little now and then, or occasionally breathing troubled sighs. Mr. Stimpson departed after promising to telegraph to a London physician directly he got back to Monkhampton, promising also to be at Perriam Place by 8 o'clock next morning. Mr. Bayne went downstairs with the doctor, but declared his intention of remaining at Perriam till a late hour. "I have no patients waiting for me," he said, "so I'll stay as long as I can and see how Sir Aubrey goes on. You might call at my door as you go by, and tell my daughters what has happened, Stimpson. They might be alarmed if I were later than they expected." Mr. Stimpson promised to do his neighbour this kindness. Mr. Bayne went into the dining room, where all was laid ready for Sir Aubrey's small family. There were the 3 covers set forth with accustomed pomp, far apart on the great Sahara of tablecloth. Mr. Bayne rang the bell with an air of being quite at home. "Bring me some dinner," he said to the butler, "and you'd better send a tray up to Lady Perriam's dressing room. She won't come downstairs any more this evening, I daresay." Lady Perriam was in no humour for refreshment of a substantial character. She told the servant to bring her some tea and take the dinner tray away. She was writing a letter when the maid went in with the tea things. Sir Aubrey's dressing room opened out of the bedroom on one side, and on the other communicated with that narrow passage which led to Mordred's apartments. Lady Perriam's dressing room was a small oaked panelled chamber on the other side of the bedroom, a chamber that in days gone by had been used as an oratory by a certain Lady Perriam of Roman Catholic faith and Jacobite leanings. It was a narrow slip of an apartment, with a small fireplace in one of the angles, like those one sees in some of the closets at Hampton Court. 3 dark blue oriental jars adorned the high narrow chimney-piece. A fine carving of the Perriam coat of arms stood boldly out upon the time-darkened panel above them. Sombre green damask curtains shrouded the one narrow window and its deep cushioned window-seat. The washstand and dressing-table of darkest mahogany were small and inconvenient. A Chippendale Pembroke table with the famous claw and ball feet filled the centre of the room. A tall narrow wardrobe occupied the end wall, and, with a secrétaire and 2 roomy old armchairs, completed the furniture of the apartment. Seen by the light of 2 tall candles, Lady Perriam's dressing room had a somewhat gloomy air. One might fancy one of the state prisons of the Tower. That room, for instance, where Sir Thomas Overbury was done to death, about as lively of aspect. Sylvia was deeply absorbed in that letter, so deeply that she seemed hardly aware of the servant's entrance with a dainty little silver tray, though the maid, perhaps out of kindly concern for her mistress, possibly out of curiosity, lingered a few minutes to stir the fire and to draw those heavy curtains a little closer. The letter ran thus: Perriam Place, near Monkhampton, March 9th. Dear Mrs. Carford, I find it in my power to provide at least a temporary home for you, if you are able to fulfill the duties which will be required of you in the position I can offer. In your struggles to obtain a living you may have sometimes been employed as a sick nurse. If that is the case, and you feel yourself able to nurse and wait upon an elderly gentleman who has just been rendered helpless by a paralytic stroke, I can engage you as an attendant upon my husband, Sir Aubrey Perriam. But it must be understood if you come here, that you will say nothing about your past life to any member of this household, and that you will keep the strictest silence upon anything you may happen to know about my father.
I offer you this opportunity out of compassion for your sad state, and hope you will give me no reason to repent my confidence. I enclose a £10 note to enable you to provide yourself with decent clothes and to pay your travelling expenses. Please to buy a ready-made outfit, and come by the first train that will bring you conveniently after your receipt of this letter. If questioned as to your qualification as a sick nurse, you must reply that you have had ample experience, but you need give no details. When you arrive here you will inquire for Lady Perriam, and you will call yourself Mrs. Carter, as I imagine you would hardly like to be known by the name that belonged to you in better days. Yours truly, Sylvia Perriam, late Carew. This letter addressed and sealed, Lady Perriam looked at her watch. There was just time for a groom to catch the Monkhampton post, which did not go out till 9:30. It now wanted 9:15. She rang and gave the maid the letter, with strict orders that it should be taken to Monkhampton without a moment's delay. The maid promised obedience. This business dispatched, Sylvia drew her chair to the fireside, and sat looking at the ruddy logs on the low hearth, and meditating on the step she had just taken. "Have I done wisely, I wonder?" she asked herself. "Surely a woman who has suffered what this poor creature has gone through must have learned to keep her own counsel. It is an act of charity to give her a good home, and the day may come when I shall have need of a friend." Sylvia had hardly thought of her sick husband while engaged in writing this letter. She rose presently, opened the door between the two rooms, and looked into the baronet's bedchamber. Sir Aubrey lay in a doze, the fitful firelight now shining on his pale, altered face, now sinking into shadow. Chapelain sat in a comfortable chair by the bed, reading the newspaper by the light of a shaded lamp which was screened from the invalid by the heavy bed curtain. On the hearth-rug crouched the figure of Mordred Perriam. He had crept in from Sir Aubrey's dressing-room, noiselessly as a dog, and had been permitted to remain, unnoticed and unreproved. End of chapters 35 and 36. Chapters 37 and 38 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 37. Dr. Crow's opinion. Dr. Crow, the London physician, appeared at Perriam in the dusk of the following afternoon. He was the great man for all patrician ailments, having as it were a divine right to cure the aristocracy, landed and commercial, the episcopacy and the bench, or, if incurable, to usher them decorously across life's mystic threshold to the unseen land beyond it. He was a square-built, genial-looking gentleman with an ample brow, a large massively moulded face, and dark eyes, whose lustre years of closest study and hardest work had not extinguished. He had come more than 200 miles to see Sir Aubrey, but a quarter of an hour in the sick-room and 10 minutes in consultation with Mr. Stimpson comprised all the time that he devoted to the consideration of the case. What he said in those 10 minutes no one knew but Mr. Stimpson. But as he retired from the dressing-room where that brief conference had been held, Lady Perriam emerged from the shadowy darkness of the corridor to intercept the great physician. Dr. Crow gave a little surprised look at sight of so fair a creature in that gloomy old house, whose unbroken quiet had struck him as almost sepulchral. "Is there any hope?" Sylvia asked eagerly. The doctor replied dubiously, in those smooth, placid tones which tell so little to the anxious ear. "My dear young lady, I am not without hope that your father's life—" "Husbands," murmured Mr. Stimpson in the physician's ear. Dr. Crow gave another surprised look, but went on unfalteringly. "That your husband's life may be prolonged perhaps for many years." "But will he get well again?" "Nay, my dear madam, there is no reason that his bodily health should not improve with careful nursing," replied Mr. Crow. "Will he recover his mind?" asked Sylvia with increasing anxiety. "Will he be what he was at the beginning of the winter, what he was yesterday morning even?" "Alas, madam, I fear never," answered Dr. Crow with tones of profoundest regret. Long habit had taught him to speak of his patients as if each new sufferer had been his boyhood's playfellow, the bosom friend of his youth, the companion of his manhood, or a beloved and cherished brother. The tone was soothing though conventional. Disconsolate widows sobbed upon Dr. Crow's shoulder, and forgot that he had not been the familiar friend of their departed ones. Hapless mothers pressed his kindly hand; and if the doctor was somewhat exaggerated in his expressions of regret, he had at least a tender heart and compassion for all sufferers. "What!" cried Sylvia, "will he live on for years, to be a very old man, perhaps, and remain always as he is now, without memory, saying the same words over and over again, unconscious of the repetition, at times hardly recognizing the most familiar faces? Will he always be like that?"
"Always is a long word, dear Lady Perriam," answered the doctor. "There may be some slight improvement. We will hope so. The medicines I have prescribed may have a better effect on the clouded brain than even I venture to hope. We are in the hands of Providence. But I will not conceal from you that Sir Arthur—" "Aubrey," whispered Mr. Stimpson. "I cannot deny that Sir Aubrey's mind has received a severe shock, and I entertain little hope of his permanent recovery. The mind may in some measure regain its tone; but there will be, I apprehend, always a cloudiness, even a childishness of intellect for which, dear Lady Perriam, we must prepare ourselves. I have promised Mr. Stimpson to come down again in about a month's time, when I may be able to speak with greater certainty. In the meantime we are quite agreed as to the treatment. And whatever regret you may naturally feel at seeing your husband's impaired intellect, dear madam, you may yet console yourself with the thought that you have him still with you. He might have been taken away altogether, and think how much worse that would have been."
Sylvia was silent. Dr. Crow pressed her hand gently and withdrew, escorted by the respectful Stimpson.
"What a lovely young woman!" said the physician as they went, with hushed footsteps, down the broad carpetless oak stairs. "And how young! Hardly 20, I should think." "Not 20, I believe," answered Mr. Stimpson. "She appears quite devoted to the poor old gentleman." "She ought to be devoted to him," replied Mr. Stimpson, who with the county generally disapproved of Sir Aubrey's marriage. "She was only a parish schoolmaster's daughter. However," he added, remembering his duty to his patron, "I believe she's a very amiable person, and, as you say, devoted to Sir Aubrey." "Quite a pleasing thing to see," said Dr. Crow. "Thanks, my dear sir. You are very good," he added graciously, in acknowledgment of the neatly folded bank note which Mr. Stimpson gently insinuated into his hand. The yellow chariot had been sent to meet Dr. Crow at the Hedingham station, and now waited to take him back there. That stately equipage had scarcely driven away with its distinguished occupant when a humbler vehicle, a shabby looking fly, drove round the broad gravel sweep before Perriam Place. Mr. Stimpson had lingered at the door to watch the great physician's departure. He now waited to see the newcomer. "The nurse, I suppose," he said to himself. The surgeon was right. A slender, pale-faced woman alighted from the fly, and looked wistfully about, as if in quest of someone to whom to address herself. She saw Mr. Stimpson, and hesitated, doubtful whether he were a servant or a gentleman, and whether in the latter case she might venture to speak to him. She was decently but suitably clad in an iron gray linsey gown, a black shawl, and bonnet; but simple as these things were, they were worn with a neatness that was almost grace, and the stranger looked like a lady. "A superior looking person," thought Mr. Stimpson, noting every detail with his observant eye. He went forward as the flyman lifted down the stranger's poor little trunk, and relieved her from her evident embarrassment. "You're the nurse Lady Perriam has sent for, I conclude?" he said. "Yes, sir. Can I see Lady Perriam, if you please?" "You shall see her presently. But I should like to have a few words with you first about the treatment and so on. I am the family doctor." "I am quite at your service, sir." "Oh, you'd better get some refreshment first, and rest yourself a little. I can wait half an hour." "No, sir. I won't trouble you to wait. I am quite ready to receive your instructions." "So be it. I shan't be sorry to get home to dinner. Just step in here for a minute." Mr. Stimpson led the way into the dining room, where the butler and his subordinate had just finished laying the table for two only to-night. Sir Aubrey's accustomed place was a blank. Here candles were lighted and a bright fire burning, and in this light the surgeon made a closer survey of the nurse's countenance. Where had he seen a face which this recalled to him? He could not tell. Yet there was something in this careworn visage curiously familiar. I hope you have had plenty of experience," said Mr. Stimpson.
"I have had much experience of sickness, sir."
"Have you ever been a hospital nurse?"
"No, sir."
"Have you any certificates?"
"No, sir."
"That's a pity. You come here, as it were, without a character, and the place you are to fill is an important one."
"Lady Perriam knows me, sir. I should have thought that would have been sufficient. I am here as Lady Perriam's servant."
"It is sufficient as to moral character. But Lady Perriam's approval is hardly a certificate of capacity. She is too inexperienced herself to know whether you are capable of discharging the required duties."
"If you find me incapable, you can dismiss me, sir," answered the woman, with a tone in which meekness was curiously mingled with a quiet firmness. A woman who might be equal to either fortune, able to face ruin calmly.
"Of course," returned Mr. Stimpson. "But I don't want to expose my patient to the hazard of an incompetent nurse. Have you ever attended upon a paralytic patient?"
"Yes, sir. I nursed an old gentleman so afflicted for nearly 6 months." This was the truth. Even adversity's bitter school had failed to make Mrs. Carford a liar.
"You could refer me to the friends of that patient, I suppose?"
"If Lady Perriam should require such a reference, sir, I am able to give it," answered the woman with dignity.
"Very well," said Mr. Stimpson. "Then we can but try you. I like your appearance. You seem to have seen better days." The nurse let this suggestion pass unanswered. She put in no claim to bygone gentility. "What is your name, by the way?"
"Carter, sir. Mrs. Carter."
"Good. I am Mr. Stimpson of Monkhampton, Sir Aubrey's medical adviser for the last 20 years. Now for your instructions."
Mr. Stimpson gave his orders plainly and briefly, and was pleased with Mrs. Carter's intelligent manner of receiving these directions.
"Upon my word, I think you'll do," he said kindly. "And now I'm going home, and you'd better go and get something to eat."
"I'd rather see Lady Perriam first, if you please, Mr. Stimpson."
"Was there ever such a woman? Do you never eat? Well, you shall see your patroness. James, send Lady Perriam's maid to ask if her mistress will see Mrs. Carter." Sylvia had risen to a height wherein she was not approachable without a certain amount of ceremony. Mr. Stimpson drove away in his old-fashioned gig, a relic of that departed age in which it was the mark of respectability to keep a gig. Mrs. Carter waited in the hall till the servant should return with Lady Perriam's commands. A plainly dressed maidservant came down, at once upper maid and body servant to Lady Perriam, who had not been allowed the luxury of a handmaiden for her exclusive service. "My lady will see you," she said, and Mrs. Carter followed her up the dark old staircase, along a wide gallery that led to Lady Perriam's dressing room. Here the wood fire and lighted candles made the darkly panelled room almost bright. Lady Perriam sat before the fire in her glossy grey silk dress, the sunny brown hair making a coronet above the pale brow, the hazel eyes dark with thought. It was a picture that sent a thrill to Mrs. Carter's heart. The room seemed splendid to eyes that had for many years looked only on poor and sordid surroundings. Sylvia received the stranger as it behoved Lady Perriam to receive a dependent and inferior. She did not rise from her armchair to offer the traveller welcome, but looked at her with a deliberate scrutiny, anxious to see whether her protégée's appearance were likely to bring discredit on herself. "I am glad you have come here without loss of time, Mrs. Carter," she said with a distant graciousness which did not invite familiarity, "and I hope you may be able to make yourself comfortable here." "There is no fear of that, Lady Perriam," answered Mrs. Carter in tones that faltered a little, though she tried to make them calm. "It is quite sufficient happiness for me to be near you. Apart from that source of happiness, which can count for very little, I should think, between people who are so strange to each other as you and I are, you will have, I trust, a comfortable home." Mrs. Carter was still standing. No word, no gesture of Lady Perriam's had invited her to be seated. "The comforts of such a house as this are very new to me, madam. I shall know how to appreciate them," she answered quietly. She had schooled herself to command her tones by this time, but tears glittered in the faded eyes, tears which she quietly brushed aside, and of which Lady Perriam appeared unconscious.
And you will know how to keep your own secrets, I hope, and those of other people. You will be dumb about any facts in my father's life, which, in your former acquaintance with him, may have come to your knowledge." "I am not likely to speak of your father, Lady Perriam." "I shall consider that a sacred promise on your part." "Let it be a promise. I shall not be tempted to break it." "Very well. I will trust to your honour. And now tell me if I did wrong in sending for you, in believing that you must have some experience of sickness?" "You guessed rightly. In my struggles for a livelihood I have acted as sick nurse. Amongst other patients I had one afflicted with paralysis." "That is fortunate. Then I shall not feel I am doing wrong in trusting you to attend upon my husband. Bear in mind that you will have to please our doctor, Mr. Stimpson, as well as me." "I shall do my duty to the utmost of my power, Lady Perriam." "You will occupy a room on this floor near Sir Aubrey's. It has been got ready for you, I believe. You will take all your meals there, alone, and will have no occasion to associate with the servants. Your duties will not oblige you to sit up at night unless Sir Aubrey should become worse than he is now, but you will hold yourself ready to attend him at any hour of the night should his valet call you." "I understand, madam. I am not afraid of work or late hours. I can be satisfied with very little sleep." "I am glad to find you have one of the qualities of a good nurse. Now you had better go to your own room. Stay, I'll order some refreshment for you," added Lady Perriam, with her hand upon the bell. "One moment, madam," said Mrs. Carter, stopping her. "I want to thank you for your goodness in remembering one so fallen, so wretched, in providing a home for the desolate. I had no opportunity to acknowledge the gifts you sent me, for I feared lest any letter from me might compromise you; but I felt your goodness not the less, and that in your exalted station, in a change of fortune wonderful enough to turn an older head than yours, you should remember my misery, pierces me to the heart. Ah, Lady Perriam, you can never know how deeply—" Sylvia's eyes, those eyes so little given to weeping, were dimmed by the time the woman had done speaking. The lashes drooped on her cheek, and she lowered her eyelids, as if to hide those tears. "You owe me no thanks," she said after a pause. "I am very glad to be of some service to you. I regret that the circumstances of my life prevent me serving you in any other way than that which opportunity offers. In spite of what you call my exalted position, I am by no means my own mistress." "I can fully understand that, madam. It is only waifs and strays that are altogether free agents," said Mrs. Carter bitterly. For her freedom had meant solitude and semi-starvation. "I am glad to serve you," repeated Sylvia, "and I venture to hope that if I ever should need help of any kind, you will be my friend." "Yes, to the death," answered the other with intensity. "That means an unscrupulous friend, does it not?" asked Sylvia musingly, looking down at the fire. "A friend who would not stick at trifles if an unpleasant service were required?" "It means devotion. You would not be likely to ask anything that involved wrong-doing." "You had better not think too well of me. I make no claim to be considered faultless." "No one is faultless, Lady Perriam, on this earth. But I hope and believe that you are as good and pure as humanity can be." Sylvia sighed, and was silent for a little while before replying to this last speech of Mrs. Carter's. "I am the creature of circumstances," she said at last. "Women are too weak to rise above their destiny. I am something of a fatalist, Mrs. Carter." "A dangerous doctrine, Lady Perriam." "Is it? I am sorry for that. But come, you have had nothing to eat or drink since your journey, have you?" "No. I was more anxious to see and thank you than to eat." Sylvia rang the bell, and the maid appeared. "See that Mrs. Carter, Sir Aubrey's nurse, has dinner or tea, or whatever she likes best, in her own room," said Lady Perriam. "You remember the instructions I gave you this morning?" "Yes, my lady. The room is ready, and I have taken in the tea things and a dish of cold meat for Mrs. Carter." "You will give Mrs. Carter wine or anything she pleases." "Thank you, Lady Perriam, but I take neither wine nor beer." "You are a teetotaler, perhaps?" "I have taken no pledge, but a nurse cannot keep her head too clear. I shall take nothing but tea and coffee while I am in your service." "That must be as you please. Good night." "Good night, madam." "You will begin your duties as soon as you have dined." "Yes, madam. Mr. Stimpson has told me all I have to do." Lady Perriam bent her head courteously as the new nurse retired. Martha led the way to another door in the same gallery, and ushered Mrs. Carter into a comfortably furnished bedroom. A fire burned cheerily in the wide basket-shaped grate, and a round table with a tea-tray and plates and dishes on spotless damask had been drawn near the hearth. Such comfort, plain and unadorned as it was, struck Mrs. Carter deeply. When the servant had left her, she sat for a little while looking about her with wondering eyes. Such comfort seemed like a dream. "Am I really to occupy such a house as this?" she thought, hardly able to believe in her exalted fortune, to live with my own daughter, and to see her every day, and yet never dare to open my arms and clasp her to my longing heart, to feel the words trembling on my lips, yet never dare to say, "Child, I am your mother." 38. The Heir of Perriam. Weeks and months passed on, and Sir Aubrey Perriam's condition underwent little change either for better or worse. He had been struck down in the prime of life. He was now a helpless and, in all semblance, an aged man. His intellect, keen enough within its somewhat narrow range a few months ago, had now dwindled to the obscure and clouded mind of dotage. He was not mad. He had no wild delusions, no strange imaginings. The clouds that darkened his mind never opened to show him visions of the unreal. He held no mysterious converse with invisible interlocutors. He evoked no company of shadows out of the world of fancy. He was only a foolish old man, with a weak memory and no interest in life, save in the most trifling details of his monotonous existence. He who had been formerly remarkable for the polish of his placid manners was now captious and irritable, selfish and exacting. Unconscious how much he was demanding, he would have kept his young wife a perpetual prisoner to the sick room, and deprived her of all contact with the outer world, saving during the hours when she walked slowly to and fro beside his invalid chair, upon the terrace above that peaceful hollow where the family vault awaited his coming. Only by some exercise of diplomacy could Lady Perriam taste the joys of occasional liberty. But as time wore on she learnt how to manage her invalid husband, how to seem to comply without complying, how to avoid all hazard of irritating him, and yet have her own way. Mrs. Carter was of the utmost service to her in this matter, always able to smooth away difficulties, to appease the baronet's wrath when he was inclined to be angry, altogether an invaluable servant to Lady Perriam. The nurse kept her solitary place apart from the household, rarely left her own or the invalid's room, save to take the air in attendance upon Sir Aubrey, held no converse with the other servants, scrupulously avoided all familiarity, yet was never uncivil. The result of this uniform and blameless conduct may be easily imagined. Not one of the Perriam Place servants liked Mrs. Carter. She was pronounced proud, artful, secret, a person who under the smoothest outward semblance concealed the deepest and most dangerous designs. It was seen by the servants that Lady Perriam took more notice of Mrs. Carter than of any other dependent, and this weighed heavily against the nurse. Sylvia could hardly be said to be familiar even with Mrs. Carter, but she was kinder and more gracious to her than to anyone else in the household, and the servants talked of favoritism. "I've served in this house as girl and woman for nigh upon 40 years," said Mrs. Spicer, the housekeeper, "and I've never yet set up for being a favourite. I make my curtsy to Sir Aubrey to-day if I meets him anywheres, as humble as I made my curtsy to him when I first come as a scullery maid, a mere slip of a girl. But here is this Mrs. Carter living upstairs in her own room, and having her meals served up to her at her own table, and being waited on by them as is good enough to sit down with her any day in the week, I should hope." "I think she's seen better days, though, Mrs. Spicer," said Mary Dawson, the upper maid. "She has it in her looks and in her ways, somehow. Her hands are as white as curd soap, and as small as any lady's, and she has such a soft way of speaking. And I've seen her handwriting, too, quite like a young lady at boarding school." "I suppose she's come over you with her quiet ways," answered the housekeeper. "No, she's no favourite of mine, she's so silent. And she must be proud, or she'd scarcely keep every one at a distance as she does. But she's always polite." "Too polite," muttered Mrs. Spicer. "She's like Lady Perriam herself. There's no getting at the bottom of her. Do you know,"
said Mary Dawson. "I've sometimes thought that she's rather like Lady Perriam in the face, allowing for age and all that." "Allowing for a precious lot, I should think," exclaimed Mrs. Spicer. "There's not much likeness between that poor faded thing and Lady Perriam." Mary Dawson's suggestion was negatived by general consent. No one could see any likeness between the nurse and her mistress. Sir Aubrey had been in his helpless melancholy condition about 4 months, and it was warm summer once more, and the corn yellowing in the fertile fields between Headingham and Perriam Place, when an event occurred which added considerably to Sylvia's importance, and made the future at once bright and smooth for her ambition. The baronet's proudest hope was realized when he had lost all power to taste the sweetness of that once longed for joy. His young wife bore him a son. Merrily rang the chimes of Headingham and Monkhampton, the one monotonous bell of Perriam Church clanging in amidst those sweeter peals on the evening of the baby's birth. A glorious July evening, all the rich landscape and the distant ocean steeped in soft yellow light. Edmund Stanton heard those joy bells as he smoked his after-dinner cigar, strolling about the garden with Esther and his mother, heard and wondered at the unaccustomed sound. "What can they all be ringing for?" said Esther. "It isn't the ringers' practicing night. There go the Monkhampton bells as well as ours. Are the English fighting anywhere, and winning battles, Edmund? You know how little I read the newspapers." "No, Essie. England is honorably neutral just at present. Those joy peals do not proclaim the triumph of our arms. Some victim at the hymeneal altar, I suppose." "They'd have rung this morning if it had been for a wedding," replied Esther, who couldn't quite get over her wonder at those unusual joy bells. The old gardener, syringing an adjacent rose tree, touched his hat and ventured to address the young lady of the house. "Begging your pardon, miss, I met Jim Baker, the under gardener, at the place, as I was coming back from tea, and he told me as Lady Perriam has got a son, born this afternoon. Mebbe it war for that the bells was ringing?" "No doubt, Giles," answered Esther, with a nervous look at Edmund. His cheek browned healthily by many a ride to and fro between Dean House and the Bank, and by many a run with the hounds last winter, paled at the mention of that too well remembered name. Her son! And one of his brightest, sweetest daydreams in his brief summer time of love and hope had been a vision of the day when Sylvia's first child should be laid in his unaccustomed arms, Sylvia's child and his. "Poor Sir Aubrey," said Mrs. Stanton, almost as if she read her son's thoughts on his clouded brow. "He will have little pleasure in the birth of his son." The joy bells rang on, and every note was bitterness to Edmund's heart. He left the 3 ladies to stroll up and down among the flower beds, and went for one of those long solitary rambles with which it was his wont to solace himself when the pangs of memory were too sharp to be endured with a smiling countenance and that cheery easy manner which made him so dear to the household. He had borne his grief wonderfully, the women who loved him told one another with thankful spirits. He shared all their small pleasures, was the best of sons, the most indulgent of uncles, the most devoted of brothers. He only who wore the shoe knew how it galled and pinched. Edmund Stanton wore his shoe with so good a grace that his womankind fondly believed in his cure. The struggle had been sharp and short, they thought, and with one wrench he had plucked Sylvia Carew out of his heart. Were Sir Aubrey's death to set her free to-morrow, she would hardly win Edmund back again. He knew her too well to be again her victim. Grief, like jealousy, is apt to make the meat it feeds on. Feeling the birth of Sir Aubrey's heir a source of supreme bitterness, Edmund Stanton must needs bend his steps towards Perriam Place, as if anxious to drain that bitter draught to the dregs. He went across the well-known fields in the summer gloaming, bean fields where the perfumed blossoms seemed fittest abodes for elves and fairies, clover fields that looked darkly purple in the fading light, by wide stretches of feathery oats, by a bit of woodland where the thick fern filled the hollows, trembling like green water with every breeze, and so, as if summoned by that one monotonous bell, to the churchyard in the hollow with its ivy-mantled stone wall of mellowest greys and browns, with hart's-tongue ferns pushing their slender fronds out of every crevice. The bell lapsed into silence as Edmund entered the little lane leading to the churchyard gate, a narrow lane with the wall on one side and a tall hedge on the other,
a deep gully between a green meadow and the rustic burial ground. People who live in the country are fond of churchyards, and God's Acre seems a natural lounging place, a trysting spot for lovers, a playground for children, a tranquil scene where age may meditate upon life's brevity and the wide hopes beyond it. Edmund went into the churchyard, climbed the low wall, and seated himself on the top of it. From this position he could survey the Italian garden and the south front of Periam Place, whose lighted windows showed dimly in the summer dusk. He lighted his cigar. Let the smoker's disappointment be ever so bitter, he mechanically seeks consolation from tobacco. He sat smoking, and looking dreamily at those faintly shining windows. "Is she happy, I wonder?" he mused. "She has a new source of happiness, the mother's joy which should be very deep. A new life begins for her from to-day. A new life in which self must needs be put secondary in all her thoughts. She will taste her child's innocent joys, suffer his baby sorrows, forget her own desires in his. And thus she will be further away from me than ever. Until to-day there may have been some faint regret for me still lingering in her heart. After to-day I shall be the most insignificant atom in creation in comparison with that new-born child. Happy privilege to succeed to a new inheritance of hope, new capacities for joy." He thought, and with deepest compassion, of the afflicted husband and father, the clouded brain which this new light of home could hardly brighten. The particulars of Sir Aubrey's sad condition were tolerably well known in the neighbourhood. Mr. Stimpson, the surgeon, affected to be reserved upon this point, but by nods and frowns, and shrugs, and confidential admissions to particular friends, had made the state of the case known far and wide. The servants also had tongues, and knew how to use them. While Edmund Standen sat looking at the windows, and smoking, a man who also had a cigar in his mouth, came with a brisk step along the terrace, and leaned with folded arms upon the stone balustrade, a few paces from the spot where Edmund was seated. In this newcomer Mr. Standen recognized Mr. Bayne the solicitor, with whom he had frequent dealings in his professional capacity. Mr. Bayne would as certainly recognize him. It was best therefore to accost the agent, Edmund thought, lest there should appear anything surreptitious in his occupation of that particular spot. "A nice evening for a country ramble, Mr. Bayne," he said cheerfully. "Bless me, it is you, Mr. Standen!" exclaimed the agent. "I shouldn't have expected to see you so far from Dean House after dinner." "That's because you don't know my habits. There's nothing I like better than an evening ramble with no company except my cigar. Isn't that a rather misanthropical turn of mind for so young a man as you are, Mr. Standen?" "I don't know about misanthropy, but I know it's pleasant to be able to think one's own thoughts now and then, instead of making conversation." "And you've chosen such a nice spot for your evening's meditations," replied Mr. Bayne. "Now I suppose that old churchyard, lying under the shadow of this terrace, with its balustrade and antique vases and statues and so forth, is a scene which poets and that sort of people would call romantic. I think one need hardly be a poet or a painter to admire this old churchyard." "Really now?" asked Mr. Bayne with an incredulous air. "You see, it's out of my way as a man of business. If I were owner of yonder house, I should object to a burial ground so near my water supply. I should fancy everything I ate and drank was flavoured with the ashes of my ancestors. Have you heard the bells ringing?" "It would be rather difficult to avoid hearing them," answered Edmund with well-assumed carelessness. "This is a great day for Periam," said Mr. Bayne between two puffs of his cigar. "You consider the birth of an heir a great advantage?" "Yes, in this case, certainly. Sir Aubrey is only tenant for life, and the estate would go to a far distant cousin if he were to die childless. I know how anxiously he desired an heir." "Is he pleased at the accomplishment of his desire?" "As pleased as he can be at anything, poor man." "His capacity for joy of any kind is limited, I imagine, from your tone." Mr. Bayne sighed, and shook his head with a melancholy air. "That's a subject I don't much care about discussing," he replied after a brief silence. "Fortunately," he added, with a keen glance at the young man's face, just visible to him in the twilight, "whatever decay there may be in Sir Aubrey's mental state, his bodily health is remarkably good. Indeed, I shouldn't wonder if he were to live as long as you or I."
"Starting with a considerable disadvantage," said Edmund. "Yes, but we live fast, wear our brains and fatigue our bodies to the utmost. He lives like a baby, neither thinks nor labours, sleeps as placidly as an infant in its cradle, and as he has very little memory, lives almost without care. I see no reason why he should not live to be 90. Not once did Edmund Stanton inquire about Lady Perriam. He knew not how near she might have been to the gates of death, knew not if her peril were ended. Was she not dead to him already? Could death remove her farther from him, or divide them more completely than her falsehood had divided them? Yet he would have given much in that hour to know how she fared. It was only his fear of compromising her that prevented his questioning Mr. Bayne as to her welfare. He spoke a little of indifferent matters, finished his cigar, and wished the agent good night. Shadrach Bayne, leaning with folded arms upon the broad stone balustrade, watched the departing figure till it vanished in the narrow lane. "This rather confirms my notion," he said to himself. "I thought there'd been something more than a passing flirtation between those two. Mr. Stanton was deeply hit, at any rate, though he contrives to carry it off pretty well. But she doesn't take matters quite so easily. The lightest mention of his name brings the blood into her cheek, and leaves it ashy pale a minute after. You'd better make haste and cure yourself of that fancy, Lady Perriam; for if ever you become a widow, I don't think you'll find it to your advantage to marry Edmund Stanton." End of chapters 37 and 38. Chapters 39 and 40 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 39. Mr. Bayne makes himself useful. Sylvia's babe grew and flourished, and for the rest of that glorious summer time it seemed to her as if life had a new zest. The infant was such a novel plaything, and its existence gave her so much additional importance. The servants were more reverential than before. The mother of Perriam's future lord was a much grander person than Sir Aubrey's young wife. Sir Aubrey being in a measure civilly dead, the household worshipped at the shrine of the heir, as if that unconscious infant were already master and ruler. A motherly countrywoman, the childless widow of a small tenant farmer who had failed and gone to the dogs untimely, had been engaged as nurse. Mr. Bayne, who knew everybody, had found this person and brought her to Lady Perriam, with a recommendation so strong as to be almost a command. Sylvia would have rejected the woman solely to resist an interference which she resented as a species of tyranny, but Sir Aubrey, who was present at the discussion, and who always sided with Shadrach Bayne, insisted that Mrs. Stringfold should be engaged. Mrs. Stringfold was accordingly introduced into the household a few weeks before the birth of the heir. Sir Aubrey forgot all about the business within an hour of the argument, but his influence had enabled Mr. Bayne to have his own way, which Sylvia considered no small hardship. "Why do you always take Mr. Bayne's part against me?" she asked when the steward had left. "Very sensible man is Bayne, my love," answered Sir Aubrey in his senile way. "Can't do better than take Bayne's advice. If Bayne recommends the nurse must be good." "I'd rather have chosen for myself," said Sylvia, pouting. "What can you know about servants, my dear? You're too young to decide properly. Very good servant is Bayne. Faithful servant." "Faithful to his own interests, I dare say," muttered Sylvia. Sylvia did not know that it was through Mr. Bayne's influence her future income had been made 5,000 instead of 2,000 a year; but perhaps even had she been aware of this important fact, it would hardly have reconciled her to that ever watchful influence which she considered a kind of tyranny. There was no one in that house, the mother not excepted, to whom that infant stranger seemed to give such heartfelt pleasure as to the sick nurse, Mrs. Carter. She deemed it her sweetest privilege to nurse him for an odd half hour, when Master Perriam's own special attendant, Mrs. Stringfold, was in an amiable humour, and disposed to permit such a liberty with her nursling. She hung over his cradle with a fondness which, if assumed, was the perfection of acting. The servants declared this show of affection was assumed, and condemned Mrs. Carter as a time-server and a sycophant. "She's always been able to get the blind side of my lady," said Mrs. Spicer, the housekeeper, "and she thinks she'll get more of a favourite than ever if she makes believe to worship that blessed child."
Although this was the uncharitable opinion of the servants' hall, nothing could be more quiet and unobtrusive than Mrs. Carter's love for that infant. It was when she was left alone beside the cradle, or with the baby in her arms, that her soul overflowed and she shed tears, the sacred tears of the repentant sinner, over that unconscious little one, or breathed the heartfelt prayer that his path might be far from the sin and misery that had beset her footsteps. The time came but too soon when the charm of novelty wore off this last blessing, as it had worn off the splendor of her stately home, and Sylvia began to lose her first delight in the baby. He was a troublesome plaything at best, and if his mother allowed herself to take the sole charge of him for half an hour, she was apt to find that half hour the longest in the day. She was glad to hand him over to Mrs. Stringfold or Mrs. Carter, and to admire his infantine graces at a distance. Sir Aubrey liked to have the babe paraded up and down his room now and then, seemed proud of him, and caressed him with a senile fondness occasionally; but at other times forgot his existence, and sometimes even moaned and bewailed his want of an heir. At first Mrs. Carter would bring him the child, and show him the folly of these complainings, when Providence had already blessed him with so fair a son. But after a little while she discovered how vain this was, and allowed him to utter his useless lamentations as often as he pleased, without endeavouring to demonstrate their foolishness. As time wore on and the babe became advanced in months, Lady Perriam found him more and more troublesome. With every tooth he cut there was the same fuss and anxiety. He had innumerable small ailments, and peevish fits, and squalling fits, which Mrs. Stringfold put down to his teeth, until it seemed to Sylvia that he could scarcely have been worse if he had been afflicted with teeth sprouting out all over him like the almonds on a tipsy cake. "I shall be fonder of him when he is a little older, I dare say," the mother thought self-excusingly when she found the heir of Perriam more than usually troublesome. So, little by little, as the months wore on, the child ceased to be the new delight and amusement of her life, and the burden of her monotonous existence weighed upon her as heavily as of old. She was in some measure more free to do as she liked since Sir Aubrey's illness. He who had been so completely her master was now little more than a cipher in the house. Dead in life, he occupied a place upon this earth, yet was no more than a blank in the sum of its inhabitants. Weary as Sylvia felt her attendance upon Sir Aubrey, she contrived to be tolerably kind to him, schooled herself to a passive amiability which was the very reverse of her vivid nature. She read to him, and sang to him, and answered the same questions again and again with a patience which seemed almost sublime. But she restricted the performance of these duties to about 2 hours a day, an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening. More, she declared, would have killed her. For the rest of his time Sir Aubrey was dependent upon Mordred Perriam, Mrs. Carter, and Jean Chapelain for society, cheered only by the doctor's daily visit or by Mr. Bayne, who came about twice a week, and went over the business of the estate with his employer as seriously as if the baronet had been in the fullest possession of his faculties. Lady Perriam had now almost unlimited command of money. Sir Aubrey still kept his cheque-book and signed all cheques for the maintenance of his household. He was quite conscious of each amount which he so dispensed at the moment, and invariably bewailed the largeness of the sum demanded from him. But his brain had lost the power to remember or multiply the figures of previous cheques, and he might have been induced to sign 3 or 4 for the same purpose and amount in one day, had his land steward asked him to do so. All cheques were written at the instigation of Shadrach Bayne. He could alone obtain money from Sir Aubrey, and thus all sums required by Lady Perriam passed in a manner through the agent's hands. Sylvia felt humiliated by Mr. Bayne's mediation, but was fain to submit, for if she ventured to ask Sir Aubrey for money he always replied in the same manner. What could she want with so many cheques? She had plenty of gowns to wear. He was always seeing her in some new finery. She had a house to live in and a carriage to ride in. What more could she require? Sylvia would suggest that there were bills to be paid, and that someone must pay them. "Let Bayne bring me the bills, and I will write the cheques," was Sir Aubrey's invariable answer. "Bayne knows what I ought to pay. He is a sharp man of business, and won't see me imposed upon. You'd ruin me, Sylvia, if I allowed you to manage matters." Lady Perriam submitted, therefore, and received all cheques from the hands of Shadrach Bayne. He gave her ample funds to gratify her own caprices as well as to pay household bills. Sir Aubrey signed a cheque for sundries about once a fortnight, and sundries meant pocket money for Sylvia. She was now able to gratify her taste for fashionable dresses, rich laces, delicate hued ribbons at Mr. Gansline's. She bought new books and new music without stint, and crowded her dressing table with the latest inventions in perfumery. She was able to send her father a bank note now and then, and to add an occasional bonus to Mrs. Carter's liberal wages. If the possession of money could have made Sylvia Perriam happy, she might now have tasted the fullness of joy. But however pleasant it was to buy fine dresses, it seemed a hardship not to be able to wear them before admiring eyes. She might be pleased with the reflection of her beauty when she stood before her cheval glass, dressed in the style which Mr. Gansline assured her was the last Parisian fashion as worn by the Empress Eugenie. But she turned away from the glass with a dismal sigh, remembering that hardly anyone but her sick husband and Mr. Bayne would be likely to behold her splendor. Thus, after a brief period of extravagance, she grew tired of buying fine dresses. She might have gone to Headingham Church every Sunday, and shown off her finery among people who had known her in her poverty, but this she did not care to do. That one scornful look from Edmund Stanton had been almost more than she could bear. She could not hazard its recurrence. Better never to see his face again than to see it with that expression. Yet, when she dreamed of the dim, unknown future, and all her dreams were of the future, she did not despair of winning her forsaken lover once again, were she but free to attempt the winning. There was one person in Perriam Place in whom Sir Aubrey's altered state had worked a change almost as melancholy as the change in Sir Aubrey himself. This was Mordred Perriam, who had taken his brother's affliction deeply to heart; so deeply, that it seemed as if the very mainspring of his life were broken, and the vigor of the man so wasted and decayed that in the dismal journey to the grave the younger brother was likely to go before the elder. Mordred made no formal complaint of illness, though to any ear that would hearken he did occasionally bewail those sharp, shooting pangs which afflicted his internal being; now striking the heart, now assailing the head. He shuffled about very much as usual, and shambled up and down his accustomed walks in the kitchen garden; but all his joy in life seemed gone. He had never stirred out of his own room since his brother's attack, save to go to Aubrey's room, or for his constitutional walk in the kitchen garden. He couldn't bear the sight of the dining room without Aubrey, he said; so at his request, all his meals were taken to him in his own littered chamber, and he sat among his dingy brown-backed folios and quartos and octavos, and mumbled his solitary meal, indifferent, or hardly conscious what he ate. He bought no more books, corresponded no more with second-hand booksellers, studied no more catalogues of book sales; and this in him meant the relinquishment in his share in life. Not Charles V, when he shut himself up in the monastery of St. Just, could have made a more complete finish of his career than Mr. Perriam did when he closed his catalogue and said, "I will buy no more. What's the use of my getting any more bargains?" he said, when Lady Perriam remarked on this change in her brother-in-law's habits. "There's no one to sympathize with me. You don't care for old books. You like new novels. Poor ephemeral things, which become waste paper 6 months after their publication. How can you appreciate an Aldine Cicero in 20-folio volumes? Or a Decameron, almost as rare as that famous edition which sold the other day for something like £2,000? Aubrey would sympathize with me. Aubrey understood when I talked to him." Sylvia had in some measure merited the reproach implied in this speech, for without being absolutely uncivil to her brother-in-law, she had let him see her almost contemptuous indifference to his pursuits. She had yawned when he showed her some treasured volume, and she had gone so far as to show that she considered book-binding an ignoble pursuit for a cadet of the house of Perriam. From the first day of his brother's affliction, Mordred Perriam seemed to shrink away from Sylvia. He recoiled from that lovely butterfly-like creature, as if the very fact of her beauty were an offence against her husband. Sir Aubrey's room was Mordred's favourite habitation. To sit by the fireplace in winter and summer with his chair close to the hearth, even when the capacious grate was empty of fuel, formed Mordred's chief pleasure. He brought a pile of books with him every day, and would read aloud to Sir Aubrey when the invalid cared for that recreation, Nothing discouraged, though his brother made the same imbecile remarks day after day, and gave utterance to feeble criticisms that went often wide of the text. He would make approving remarks on the piety of Voltaire, mistake Jeremy Taylor for Gibbon, confound Paradise Lost with Dante's Inferno, and in various ways betray the weakness of his decaying brain. But Mordred was happy if he would but appear to listen, and talk a little now and then, and seem content with his company. Thus, day after day the two men sat together, both old before their time, both with the looks and the manners of men who had, as it were, outlived life itself, and now dwelt apart in a kind of Hades, between the life past and the life to come. Almost the only interest these two evinced in the actual world was their interest in the heir of Perium. Of him each seemed equally proud. The infant's presence always brought a smile to Sir Aubrey's wan face, a smile which seemed reflected in the countenance of his brother. "Providence has been very good to you, Aubrey," Mordred said very often in exactly the same complacent tone. "It's a great blessing to see that fine little fellow, and to know that the Perium estate need not go out of the direct line." 40. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth. As summer changed to autumn, and autumn darkened into winter again, a gloomy shadow fell upon Mr. Bayne's orderly home in High Street, Monkhampton, the forewarning shadow of death. Mrs. Bayne, the gentle, thoughtful, managing house mother, had surrendered the keys of store cupboards and china closets, wine cellar and cellaret; and there were those in the household who felt that she had relinquished them for the last time. Never more would she reign with unobtrusive sway in the narrow kingdom of home. She had returned from Cannes at the end of April, wonderfully benefited by the milder climate of southern France. Her friends were loud in their congratulations. She had found a means of cure, or at least of permanent alleviation of her complaints. Asthma or bronchitis need trouble her no more. She had only to pack her trunks and depart like the swallows, save for that encumbrance of luggage at the approach of winter. The doctor, Mr. Stimpson, agreed to this, with some faint reservation. It is not for a family doctor to damp his patient's spirits. There is your family doctor, sympathetic and pensive, who gazes at you with deploring eyes and appears to think you on the verge of the grave; and there is also the cheerful and jocose family doctor, who talks loud even in sick rooms, and affects to believe there is hardly anything the matter with you. Mr. Stimpson was a cheerful doctor, and a great favourite in Monkhampton. Unhappily, this particular winter came upon the world with hardly a note of warning, tripping up the heels of autumn, as it were; and while people were congratulating one another on the fine bracing autumnal weather, the frost fiend suddenly tweaked them by the nose, and fogs, which, had they known their place, would have held themselves in reserve for the dark days before Christmas, enveloped the close of October with a chilly gloom. Mrs. Bayne was taken ill with her chronic asthma before October was ended, and Mr. Stimpson declared decisively that the intended immigration to Cannes was out of the question for some time to come. "She couldn't bear the journey in her present state," he said to Shadrach Bayne, who seemed full of anxiety, though he said little about his fears. "And by the time we get her round again, it may be too late in the year for her to travel." So, instead of departing to the pleasant shores of the Mediterranean, Mrs. Bayne was confined to her own chamber, a large and comfortable apartment overlooking the High Street, from whose windows, when she was well enough to sit up, the invalid could see all that constituted life in Monkhampton. "It's better than going abroad to be away from you all," Mrs. Bayne said to her daughters, "and we are all in the Lord's hands all the same here as in a better climate. If it is His pleasure I shall get through the winter, Monkhampton won't kill me; and if it's His pleasure to take me, I shall be content to go. I feel a burden to your father, my dears. A sick wife is nothing but a burden." "You oughtn't to say such things, mother," remonstrated Matilda Jane tearfully. "I'm sure father does nothing but fret about you since you've been so ill. If you could see him as he sits at table, so full of thought and trouble, you'd know how he takes your illness to heart." "I do know that, my dear," replied Mrs. Bayne, to whom her husband was chief among men, always just, always to be honoured; "and that's why I feel it will be a blessing for you all when it pleases God to remove me. Your father will know that he has done his duty to me, and been the best of husbands, and he'll soon leave off fretting. People easily make up their minds to a loss when the thing has happened. It's beforehand they feel the most pain, while there's a little bit of hope mixed with their fears. No trouble that God ever calls upon us to suffer is half so bad to bear as we think it is beforehand." And then, with many pious maxims and quotations from Holy Writ, words which came from the heart as well as from the lips, Mrs. Bayne strove to console her daughters in advance for the loss which she felt very sure must ere long befall them. She was a woman of deep religious feeling, so thoroughly sincere and earnest that the formal phrases of Methodism had no sound of cant when she uttered them. It had been her greatest pride and her sweetest joy to bring up her children in the love and fear of the Lord. That sublime phrase was written on her heart, "In the love and fear of the Lord." And from no thought or action of her life was the influence of religion ever absent. Her simple, thrifty, unselfish life had been ruled on what she herself called gospel principles. She had been a bounteous friend to the poor of Monkhampton, a Dorcas in simplicity of living and attire, never choosing the best for herself, taking no more heed for her raiment than the lilies, and content with a homelier garb than that wherewith God decks the flowers of the field. The only pang she had ever felt on her husband's account was the fear that he was somewhat given to worldliness; that in spite of his regular attendance at the chapel in Water Lane, twice every Sabbath, and on 2 evenings in the week, the things of this world had too firm a hold upon his spirit; that his bank book occupied almost as important a place in his thoughts as his Bible, willing though he seemed to read the morning and evening chapter. "I could bear poverty better than the thought that your father cared too much for the things of this world," Mrs. Bayne said to one of her daughters plaintively. The girl defended her father warmly. "I think that is going a little too far, mother," she answered. "It's people's duty to get on in life, especially when they have families to provide for. I sometimes wish father was a little more worldly minded, and would let us ride on horseback, as the Miss Horshaws do, and even follow the hounds." Mrs. Bayne sighed, and murmured something about the incongruity of horsemanship and biblical Christianity. She always came back to the Bible for strength in every argument, and in the Bible chariots and horses were generally associated with wickedness, and Egyptians and Philistines. She had done her utmost to teach her children how transitory were the joys of this life; and here was her Matilda Jane, her first-born, hankering for horsemanship, and even eager to hunt some innocent animal to death. No man could have been a better or kinder husband than Mr. Bayne in this mournful winter, when the shadow of approaching death forbade all Christmas joys, and made the season doubly sad, because it had been wont to be enlivened by some mild domestic festivity, extra good dinners, a family gathering of all the Dawkers and Baynes, and those other families with which the Dawkers and Baynes had intermingled in the solemn bonds of matrimony. Every one in Monkhampton lauded Shadrach Bayne's devotion to his sick wife. It was the habit of those simple townsfolk to survey and remark upon the actions of their neighbours, as if all the houses had been verily of glass; and all Monkhampton agreed that in his character of husband Shadrach was a model for his fellow townsmen. The Baptists said it was because Mr. Bayne was a Baptist; the Church of Englanders declared that Bayne was a good fellow in spite of his methodistical nonsense. It was known that he had been ready to take his wife to Cannes when her fatal illness came upon her. It was known that he spent his leisure evenings in her sick room. It was known that he had summoned Dr. Pollinctory from Rougemont, the county town, to hold a consultation with Mr. Stimpson not once but 3 times since Mrs. Bayne had kept her room. What could domestic affection do more than this? The 20 years which had gone by since his father's death had done much to strengthen Mr. Bayne's standing in Monkhampton. A man cannot go on living in a substantial square-built house, paying his way, subscribing liberally to local charities, and bringing up sons and daughters, without winning the respect of his fellow townsmen. It was known that every year which came to an end beheld an increase in Mr. Bayne's worldly goods. The addition to his possessions might be much or little, but it was a well-known fact that Shadrach Bayne saved money. He bought little odd bits of land here and there in obscure corners of the town; here half an acre, and there a quarter, and here a dilapidated old house, only fit to be pulled down; until he had in a manner coiled himself in and out of the town like a serpent, so that no new street could have been planned in Monkhampton that would not cut through Shadrach Bayne's property. Go to the right or turn to the left, you must come upon some spot of earth that was the freehold of Shadrach Bane. He had bought 2 or 3 speculative properties within the last year, perhaps hardly amounting altogether to £3,000. Yet it was an understood thing that he was getting rich, and that where in former years he had crept, he now began to stride. A very dismal house was the habitation of the Bane family that winter. They all loved the mother, and to miss her quiet presence was to lose the keystone of the domestic arch. Father, too, was beyond measure dull and self-absorbed. He rarely spoke to his daughters. He seemed unconscious of the existence of his sons, save in their capacity as his clerks, in which, to use their own unlicensed language, he was down upon them to an awful extent. He worked in his office in all kinds of unlawful hours, and only entered the family dining room to eat his unsocial and hurried meal, and to leave directly he had eaten. The Perriam estate occupied him more closely than ever this winter, and 2 days in every week were spent at Perriam Place, or on the Perriam lands, riding the baronet's once cherished Splinter, which was kept in condition by Mr. Bane's occasional use. On these days he always took his luncheon at the Place, and sometimes shared that midday meal with the reluctant Lady Perriam. She felt that he was of use to her, that but for him her position would be a great deal worse than it was, and she schooled herself to be civil, friendly even in her manner to him. Yet, lurking in her heart, there was always the same undefined fear of him, the same deep-rooted conviction that he knew her better than anyone else in the world. One day, when they were seated at luncheon, far apart at the long dining table, but alone and unattended, Mr. Bane spoke of Edmund Stanton. "A very fine young fellow that," he said, "and a first-rate man of business, which one would hardly have expected of a lad brought up at his mother's apron-string. Edmund Stanton would have come to the front if he had started in life without a sixpence." How deeply that phrase hit Sylvia, remembering as she did her own cowardly fears, her own weak shrinking from the mere possibility of misfortune. "Stanton is to be manager at the bank next year, I'm told, and Sanderson goes to Rougemont in the place of Mr. Curlew, who retires. He'll get 600 or 700 a year, no doubt, as manager. A nice thing, considering his mother's money, which must all come to him by and by. I suppose he'll marry that little girl he is so sweet upon." "Do you mean Miss Rochdale?" asked Sylvia, very pale, not knowing what he might tell her next. "Yes, that's the name. The pretty little dark-eyed girl who lives with his mother." "They have been brought up together like brother and sister," said Sylvia. "They could hardly think of marrying, I should fancy." "Should you? It's the common talk that they're engaged. I used to meet them strolling in the lanes round Hedingham in the summer evenings. But perhaps it was only in brotherly and sisterly companionship." Sylvia answered not a word. What should she say? She had no desire to question Shadrach Bane. If this thing were true, the knowledge of it must reach her soon enough, too soon, let it come when it would. She shrank from receiving her death blow through Mr. Bane. "I could bear anything but that," she thought, meaning Edmund's marriage with any one except herself. "I could endure lifelong separation from him, but not to know that he was happy with another." She could now venture to send for Mary Peter, the Hedingham dressmaker, without fear of reproof from Sir Aubrey, who need know nothing of that young person's coming. She summoned Mary on the day after this conversation with Mr. Bane, and received her in the morning room on the ground floor, that chilly apartment which the last Lady Perriam had adorned with a collection of shells and seaweeds in 2 ebony cabinets, and a neat bookcase containing about 24 of the dullest imaginable books. Here, remote from Sir Aubrey's ken, Sylvia could detain Miss Peter as long as she pleased. "I want you to make a dress for me, Mary," she said, with that lofty yet gracious air which became her as well as if she had been born in the purple. "Sir Aubrey insisted upon my employing Mrs. Boker of Monkhampton, and I always defer to him even in small matters. But I like your style best, and I mean to employ you occasionally." "I'm sure you're very kind, my lady," answered Mary, to whom the days when she and Sylvia had been companions seemed very far off, so vast was the distance between them now. Then came a discussion about the fashion of the dress, and the usual question, asked with a languid air, as if the inquiry were made rather out of civility to Miss Peter than from any interest Lady Perriam felt in the subject. "Any news at Hedingham, Mary?" "Well, not much, my lady. You know there never is no news to speak of in our dreadful dull place. Mrs. Toynbee and the young ladies have been to Baden, and only came back in November, with all the Parisian fashions, and very hideous the Parisian fashions must be, judging from Miss Toynbee's bonnet, with not so much as an apology for a curtain, and flowers sprouting out where you'd least expect to see them. It would be worth your while coming over to church just to look at Mrs. Toynbee's bonnet, and one can see that she thinks a deal of it too. But you never come to our church now, my lady." "It's so far," said Sylvia. "I don't care about having the horses out on Sunday." "That's very good of you," answered Mary, wonderingly. "I think if I had horses I should never have 'em in the stables, I should so enjoy riding about." "Is Mrs. Toynbee's bonnet the only event that has happened in Hedingham since the summer?" Sylvia asked languidly. "Well, there isn't much else. There was a young gent from Oxford that stayed at the vicarage, and was thought to be courting the youngest Miss Fancourt, but he went away and nothing came of all the talk. Hedingham is such a place for talk. They do say Mr. Stanton is going to marry Miss Rochdale." "I dare say that's true," said Sylvia, steeling herself against the pain that went along with every thought of that bitter possibility. "Well, I don't know, I'm sure," replied Mary meditatively. "It does seem rather likely, though, as you say. Considering that he must have been so downhearted at losing you, he couldn't better console himself than by marrying a nice young lady like Miss Rochdale, so kind as she's been to his sister's children, too, like a second mother to them. Teaching the little girls and everything, just as if she was no better than a nursery governess instead of an independent young lady with a nice income of her own." "Oh, no doubt she is a model of all virtues," replied Sylvia, stung even by Mary Peters' praises of her rival. "A young woman who knows how to wind herself into people's affections with her meek winning ways and pretended unselfishness, yet seeking her own ends all the time. Just the kind of girl to succeed in any object she set her heart upon." Mary Peter felt the bitterness in this speech and prudently refrained from any reply. She asked some convenient question about the sleeve of the new dress and then retired. Sylvia would gladly have detained her, to question her more closely about what rumours said of Edmund and Esther, but she felt that she had said too much already, perhaps almost betrayed herself to this vulgar dressmaker. "I do believe she still cares for him," Mary Peter said to herself as she went home with Sylvia's roll of silk under her arm. "She'd hardly have flown out like that about Miss Rochdale if she didn't." End of chapters 39 and 40. Chapters 41 and 42 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 41. Sylvia asks a question. That feeble lamp of life which burned in the sick chamber in High Street, Monkhampton, survived the gloom of deepest winter, now sinking almost to extinction, now flickering faintly back to life, now brightening so visibly that the anxious children began to hope for their mother's recovery. They might have her with them for a few more years even yet, they thought. Early in February Mrs. Bayne had improved so much as to come downstairs once more and occupy her accustomed place by the household hearth. But she was not strong enough for the resumption of the domestic keys, or the economical housewife's duties. All she could do was to instill principles of thrift into Matilda Jane, to impart valuable secrets of good management, wise saws that had been handed down to her by her mother, look over the butcher's book now and then, and sigh plaintively as she noted how the weekly totals had risen since her illness. "I told cook what you said, mother," answered Matilda Jane, "and she said it was the gravy beef for your beef tea. My dear, the bills could hardly have been heavier if she'd boiled down a bullock. I'm very much afraid the servants have been eating meat suppers." Delighted with this obvious improvement in his patient, and sincerely anxious to preserve the cherished wife for the anxious husband, whose devotion was a fact patent to all Monkhampton, Mr. Stimpson told Shadrach Bayne that now was the time for his wife's removal to a milder climate. "If you can get her out of the way of our east winds, we may have her strong again by summer," said Mr. Stimpson cheerily. There was just a shade of uneasiness in Shadrach Bayne's expression as he reflected on the doctor's suggestion. "I thought our climate was pretty nearly as good as one you could have," he said.
I didn't see much difference between Monkhampton and Cannes." "Perhaps not, my dear sir. In robust health like yours one is hardly conscious of change in temperature. Had you consulted the thermometer you would have found that Cannes is 6 or 7 degrees higher than Monkhampton." "Very likely. If you think Mrs. Bayne ought to go, she shall go, though it could hardly be more inconvenient than it is just now for me to take her. But she has been a good wife to me, and I wish to do my duty." "Everybody knows that," replied the doctor with feeling. He had attended Shadrach Bayne's family from the very beginning, had ushered the children upon the stage of life, and conducted them safely through all their infantile ailments, and was sincerely attached to the household. "If she goes to Cannes, and improves, as you think she will, is there any hope of her being spared for some years to come?" asked the anxious husband, with a watchful eye upon the practitioner's countenance. "I should like to know the truth. Patching a person up is one thing, and curing them is another. Have you any hope of a cure in this case?" The doctor shook his head regretfully. Mrs. Bayne had been one of his best patients, a small annuity to him for the last 5 years. Would that she could have lasted for ever, and been handed down in reversion to his sons. "My dear Mr. Bayne," he said, overflowing with sympathy, "your dear good lady's malady has long been chronic. There can be no such thing as cure, but by escaping our cold spring we may carry her safely into the summer. To lose her when winter comes again? A poor hope at best. We are in the hands of Providence. We can but do our uttermost. There is but one thing to be done, removal to a more congenial climate." "And that you consider essential?" "Most decidedly." "Then it shall be done," said Mr. Bayne. "However inconvenient, I'll take her over to Cannes myself. No one in Monkhampton shall be able to say I did less than my duty." "Bravely spoken, my dear sir. We all honour you for your devotion to your most estimable lady, a devotion equally creditable to you and its object," said Mr. Stimpson, as if he had been making an after-dinner speech. Mr. Bayne, who held, like Macbeth, that whatever was well done when done should be done quickly, announced his intention of starting with the invalid on the next day but one. The girls made haste to pack their mother's trunks, tearfully, yet not without hope. Cannes, to their minds, meant restoration to health. Matilda Jane was to stay at home and keep house, and rule the boys, a hardy race of grammar school students with unappeasable appetites. Clara Louisa was to accompany her mother as nurse and companion. "After all," thought Mr. Bayne, "I don't see that anything can go wrong in my absence. Sir Aubrey is likely to hold out in his present condition for some time to come, and if there were any appearance of a change Chapelain would write me word of it." Chapelain, the valet, had a profound respect for the land steward, whom he regarded as actual master of Perriam Place. Sir Aubrey, since his illness, was but the shadow or eidolon of his former self. Lady Perriam had but little power, and what little she possessed she seemed to hold at the pleasure of Mr. Bayne. The valet told himself, therefore, that Shadrach Bayne was the idol before which he must bow down, if he desired his service to be a profitable one. Chapelain had reason to accord Mr. Bayne even more subservience than is usually given by a time-serving domestic to the powers that be, for he was conscious of failings which, if once discovered by the steward, might lead to his swift doom and downfall. It may have been the joyless monotony of Perriam Place, or it may have been some inherent weakness in the man himself, but whatever the cause, it is certain that since Sir Aubrey's illness Jean Chapelain had acquired the habit of taking more alcohol than was good for himself, or for the household in which he served. He had always liked his comfortable glass, but had kept the propensity tolerably well in check so long as he feared Sir Aubrey's scrutiny. But of late, since his master's eyes had grown dull and unseeing, Jean Chapelain had given the reins to his favourite vice, and had allowed that fatal charger to carry him very near the verge of ruin. The Perriam cellars were too well guarded by the faithful white-headed old butler who had held the keys for the last 20 years, for Mr. Chapelain to indulge his dangerous propensity at his master's cost. He had a certain allowance of beer and wine, and a liberal one, for servants, however faithful, are not apt to stint one another. They take a large view of servants' hall rations. But anything for which Mr. Chapelain craved beyond this ample allowance he had to provide for himself.
and he did provide himself with some of the vilest brandy ever extracted from potatoes, brandy which was guiltless of grape juice, but which addled the valet's brain with a somewhat agreeable obfuscation, and took possession of his feet and legs, where it tortured him under the name of gout. Little by little, tortured by the gout, and solaced by the brandy which produced the gout, Jean Chapelain fell away from his duties in Sir Aubrey's rooms. The baronet, though apt to be peevish, and at times exacting, was not a very troublesome invalid, and there were few services he required which Mrs. Carter could not perform to his liking. He had taken a wonderful fancy to the sick nurse. Her quiet, unobtrusive manner, her soft voice pleased him. Even the subdued colour of her garments and her pale refined face were agreeable to him. Sometimes, when his mind was a little weaker than usual, he would mistake her for his wife, address her as Sylvia, and remain unconscious of his error till Lady Perriam entered the room, when he would look wonderingly from one to the other. Thus it happened, the sick nurse being always on duty, that no one complained of Jean Chapelain's inattention. He dressed his master in the morning, but was very often out of the way when Sir Aubrey went to bed at night. On these occasions the gout furnished him with an ever ready excuse. "My legs have martyrized me the evening," he would say to Mrs. Carter in his curious English, "and I could not descend. I hope the old did not ask me." The old was Mr. Chapelain's name for Sir Aubrey. Mr. Bayne left Monkhampton with his wife and daughter about the middle of February, nearly a year after Sir Aubrey's paralytic seizure, and about 7 months after the birth of that baby heir, who had been baptized without pomp or splendour of any kind at the little church in the dell. At the baronet's expressed desire, repeated many times, without variation, his infant son had been christened Sir John Aubrey, the more surely to perpetuate that friendship which had been obtained between Sir Aubrey's ancestor and the brilliant statesman. The child had grown and flourished in the dull old house, a vigorous sapling. The servants were never tired of praising him. He had Sir Aubrey's blue eyes, or such eyes as Sir Aubrey's had been when they too looked joyously and ignorantly on life's glad morning. He had not inherited those wondrous hazel orbs of his mother's, and indeed bore no resemblance to Sylvia, either in feature or expression. That interview with Mary Peter had told Lady Perriam very little about her lost lover, but when Miss Peter brought home the dress that had been entrusted to her for manufacture, the talk between the dressmaker and her patroness again fell upon Mr. Standon's affairs. "I think it's a settled thing now, my lady," Miss Peter remarked, as she tried on the dress, and settled a fold here and pinched a trimming into place there. "What is a settled thing?" asked Sylvia. "Between Mr. Standon and Miss Rochdale. I met them out walking in Hedingham yesterday, quite like sweethearts." "How do you mean, like sweethearts?" "Well, I don't know. He had such an attentive way with him, and was carrying her waterproof. Besides, it's in everybody's mouth at Hedingham. Alice Cook got it from her father, and her father had it from Mr. Vancourt himself, and he'd be likely to know." Sylvia said nothing, but suffered the business of trying on as quietly as if she had been a statue. "They say it's to be in the spring, as soon as Mrs. Sargent leaves off crape. She'll have worn it more than a year and a half by that time." "Unfasten the dress," said Sylvia imperatively. "You've almost strangled me." Her breath came thick and fast, as if the dress had indeed been tight enough to throttle her. "Yet it isn't a bit tight about the throat," said Miss Peter as she unfastened the body. 12 inches, your old measure." After that day there came a restlessness upon Lady Perriam which she strove in vain to conquer. Were these two going to be married? That was the question which tormented her, the question which was perpetually repeating itself in her distracted mind. There were times when her own release seemed so near, when she believed that Sir Aubrey's sand ran low in the glass of time. Yet what avail widowhood and liberty, if he whose love she counted upon regaining were to wed another before the day of her freedom? She could not sit quietly at home to consider this question, but ordered her carriage, and told the man to drive to Cropley Common, a drive which must take her past Dean House and through Hedingham. Nurse Stringfold and the baby went with her, the customary companions of her drives. But to-day she took even less notice than usual of the infantile St. John's endearing ways. She wrapped herself in her own thoughts, and sat looking out of the window with a gloomy brow. They passed Dean House, but the untenanted windows looked blankly down at her, telling nothing of the interior. They drove through Headingham without meeting a creature whom Sylvia knew, and thus on to Cropley Common, a wide waste of broken ground, clothed with furze and heather, commanding the distant sea, and far to the left the little sandy bay and white-walled town of Didmouth. Here, even in winter, it was pleasant to walk on the close-cropped turf, though not on the loose ragged gravel road up which the horses struggled with their load. Half-way up the hill the coachman stopped at a bend of the road where there was a bit of level which served as a landing stage for vehicles, and here Lady Perriam and the nurse alighted for a walk on the common. To-day Sylvia, never fond of the nurse's company, was particularly indisposed to be social. She walked on rapidly with her light footstep, winding in and out among the hillocks and furze bushes, and leaving Nurse Stringfold in the distance, trying to pacify the complaining baby, who was afflicted by an obstinate bottom tooth. How bare and desolate the landscape looked in the bleak winter. The day, which had been bright enough when they came, was now darkened by black watery clouds. Distant Didmouth gleamed whitely against a storm-charged sky. But Lady Perriam was singularly indifferent to that ominous darkening of the heavens. She had walked about half a mile away from Nurse Stringfold and the carriage when she was awakened from her reverie by big drops of rain. She had neither cloak nor umbrella, nor was there any nearer shelter than the carriage, not even a gypsy encampment or a hawker's cart within view. Sylvia looked round her helplessly, not very much minding the rain, but with a sense of desolation at being thus alone and unprotected. The sky had darkened almost to night. They had started for their drive directly after luncheon, yet it seemed evening already. While she was thus looking round, a dark figure came between her and the sombre sky, a figure armed with that indispensable companion for a west country pedestrian, a large umbrella. "Let me take you back to your carriage, Lady Perriam," said the pedestrian. He was that one man whose voice Sir Aubrey's wife most feared, most longed to hear. The sound of that voice coming suddenly upon her took her breath away. That Edmund Standen should speak to her at all seemed wonderful. To her mind, remembering that bitter look in the churchyard, it would have appeared more natural that he should pass her by and leave her to battle with the elements alone. "You are very kind, Mr. Standen," Lady Perriam answered with well-assumed indifference. "Yes, I shall be very grateful for the shelter of your umbrella. This kind of downpour is rather overwhelming." Edmund Standen held his umbrella over her head, but did not offer her his arm. He had not desired such a meeting, nay, would gladly have avoided it, but he could hardly leave his sometime love to be half drowned on Cropley Common. There was nothing romantic in their encounter. Indeed, that umbrella shared between them savoured of the ridiculous. "Where did you leave your carriage, Lady Perriam?" asked Mr. Standen. He seemed to find a pleasure in giving her the benefit of her title. "At the bend of the road, half-way up the hill. I can hardly see my way back to it." "You may trust yourself to my guidance. I know Cropley Common very well indeed. I often come here for a lonely ramble." After this he could hardly avoid offering Sylvia his arm. The ground was rugged and slippery with the rain. Her feet stumbled now and then. She felt that the time was short. If she wanted to resolve her doubts, she must speak quickly, no matter how abrupt her questioning might seem. "I wonder you have any time for lonely rambles," she said. "I hear you are very much occupied." "With the business of the bank? Yes, I work rather hard there sometimes. Fortunately for me, I like to work." "But I heard that you had another and pleasanter occupation for your time, in the society of a young lady to whom you are engaged to be married." "Pray, who is that young lady?" Edmund asked coolly. "Miss Rochdale." "And from whom did you hear the report?" "From common rumour." "Common rumour is a common liar. I am not engaged to Miss Rochdale." "Nor likely to be?" "I will not say as much as that. There is no knowing when a man who has missed his first chance of happiness may seek a milder form of joy in a second venture. There is only one summer in a man's life, but autumn is sometimes a warm and genial season. There is that serene and beautiful autumn which is called an Indian summer. I may have my Indian summer yet." "With Miss Rochdale, I suppose?" said Sylvia. "Why not with Miss Rochdale? She is a girl who might make any man's happiness, one would think. Pretty, amiable, refined, intellectual, unselfish.
What more can a man ask for in the wife of his choice?"
"I see rumour has not been false, Mr. Stanton."
"Why do you trouble yourself about my fate now, Lady Perriam? It gave you very little concern a year and a half ago when you married Sir Aubrey. As you did not think about my happiness then, you need hardly consider it now. I live, you see. That is something. Here we are at your carriage." The footman opened the carriage door. Edmund saw the baby, splendid in purple and fine linen, fast asleep just now, and therefore a picture of infantine serenity. He touched the round soft cheek gently with his finger, unseen by the mother, whose eyes, gloomy and despairing, were averted from him. Lady Perriam hardly thanked Mr. Stanton for the shelter of his umbrella, hardly replied to his courteous good evening, and was driven away through rain and darkness with a gnawing pain at her heart. 42. Startling news for Mr. Bayne. Before leaving Monkhampton, Mr. Bayne had taken pains to impress upon his eldest son, a lad of 16, who had been exalted from a desk at the grammar school to a stool in his father's office, the necessity of keeping the absent head of the firm well acquainted with anything and everything that might happen at Perriam likely to affect his interests, were it ever so slightly. "I don't see that anything can happen," said Mr. Bayne, after dwelling upon these instructions. "Everything has gone on like clockwork at the place ever since Sir Aubrey's illness, and nothing less than his death could throw things out of gear. But there's no such thing as certainty in life, and one can't be too much on one's guard. You must call twice a week at the place while I'm away, see Lady Perriam, and hear how things are going on from her own lips." The youth shrank shyly from the idea of such temerity. He had seen Lady Perriam's yellow chariot before shop doors in the High Street, had beheld the lady herself come forth, beauteous and in splendid raiment, a being who scarcely seemed to tread the ground across which her graceful form passed. There was something appalling in the thought of making an uninvited morning call upon a divinity. "Suppose Lady Perriam refuses to see me?" suggested the youth. "She'll not refuse you if you say that it is my wish you should see her." "I suppose she thinks a great deal of you, father," said Dawker. The eldest son had been christened Dawker in compliment to his mother's family. "I believe I have some influence with her," replied Mr. Bayne, with reserve. "She's jolly handsome, isn't she?" exclaimed Dawker, betrayed by his enthusiasm. "Jolly is not an adjective to be heard in a respectable household, Dawker," Mr. Bayne remarked sternly. "If I had said such a word in my father's presence he'd have caned me." This was a favourite form of reproof with Shadrach Bayne. His children had been brought up in a wholesome awe of those punishments which they had just escaped by a generation. Having given his son detailed instructions as to what he was to do, Mr. Bayne left Monkhampton almost easy in his mind. If what Dawker had to tell were unimportant, he was to communicate with his parent by letter, but if the news were vital, he was to telegraph. For 3 weeks Mr. Bayne remained quietly at Cannes, watching Louisa's lamp of life faintly reviving, till it burned dimly, yet with daily increasing steadiness, or so it seemed to the husband. "She will last another summer," he said to himself, meditating upon this apparent return of strength. "Strange how many false alarms we have had since her health first began to fail. How long the attenuated thread holds out." Dawker wrote to his father twice a week, like a dutiful son, and the head clerk wrote every other day, forwarding all important documents, or copies thereof, for his principal's perusal. Dawker's letters were as empty of intelligence as it was possible for letters to be. He told of his calls at Perriam Place, and how Lady Perriam had condescended to see him on every occasion, and had told him that Sir Aubrey's health was pretty much as usual. Dawker varied the wording occasionally, but the gist of his letter was always the same. 3 weeks at Cannes had more than exhausted the pleasures of that tranquil retreat. Perfect though Mr. Bayne was in his capacity of husband, the monotony and seclusion of his wife's apartment wearied him, and now that Mrs. Bayne was obviously better, he began to meditate immediate flight. His business was not one to be left long with impunity, he told the gentle Louisa. "You'll have Clara Louisa to keep you company when I am gone," said Shadrach; and Mrs. Bayne submitted with all meekness to the loss of her husband's society as a melancholy necessity. Mr. Bayne, anxious as he had seemed to leave Cannes,
did not go back to Monkhampton without loss of time, by the way. He had heard a great deal about the delights of Paris, from fellow townsmen more given to pleasure than himself, men who deemed a week's holiday in the gay French capital the crowning reward of a year's drudging amidst the dulness of a country town. Heretofore Mr. Bayne had caught only flying glimpses of the wonderful city; but he was now determined to waste 4 or 5 days in tasting those enjoyments in the way of dinners, cafés chantants, circuses, and so on, which his Monkhampton acquaintances had dilated upon so rapturously. He wanted to see if to dine at a noted restaurant was really to rise to the level of the gods. He wanted to hear the Thérèse or Lolotte of the day; to see circuses which recalled the glories of imperial Rome; to be able, in a word, to say, "I, too, have lived." He was a man who cared very little for pleasure, but he did not like being quite behind his neighbours in the knowledge of life. So, without saying a word of his intention to Mrs. Bayne, lest he should grieve that gentle soul by the idea that he could prefer the novel dissipations of the capital to her society, Shadrach left Cannes for Paris, meaning to put up at a hotel recommended to him by Tom Westrop, the auctioneer, one of the wildest spirits in Monkhampton. As he had said nothing of this Parisian holiday at Cannes, he meant to be equally reticent at Monkhampton; or, if he alluded at all to his stay in Paris, he would put it down to the ever convenient score, business. It was very easy to name some imaginary client as the person who had detained him. Mr. Bayne put up at the hotel so urgently recommended by Mr. Westrop. It turned out to be rather a dingy abode, not quite realizing the glowing picture presented by the auctioneer, who had, perhaps unconsciously, embellished the discourse of private life with the eloquence of the rostrum. The bedchamber allotted to Mr. Bayne was on the ground floor, abutting on a darksome courtyard. The coffee room where Mr. Bayne took his solitary breakfast of beefsteak and fried potatoes was not a lively apartment. Altogether Mr. Bayne thought that he had seen many an English inn more attractive of aspect than this famous hostelry. He took his fill of Parisian pleasures, saw all the horsemanship to be seen in the Champs Elysées, heard Thérèse and Lolotte, dined to his heart's content, and made himself bilious with new sauces and unaccustomed wines, and in 4 days had had as much of Parisian life as he cared about. He went home yearning for Monkhampton, his office, his iron safe, his letter book. After the bustle of that strange garish city, his native town seemed to him the one delectable spot on earth. His clerk's letters had been wholly satisfactory, so he went home without any feeling of uneasiness. He had sent no intimation of return to his household, so that there was no dog-cart to meet him at the station when he arrived at Monkhampton, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, having been travelling since 7 o'clock on the previous evening. He left his bag and portmanteau to be sent after him, and walked quietly home, opened the door, and went in. The house had its accustomed orderly look, not a chair out of its place. Nothing could have gone wrong here, he thought. It was tea-time, always a comfortable hour in homely middle-class houses, an hour of rest and respite from the care and toil of the day. Mr. Bayne went into the dining-room, which was cheerfully lighted with gas and a blazing fire. The healthy tribe of junior Baynes was assembled round the capacious table, Matilda Jane ministering to their numerous wants. A substantial quarter loaf was succumbing beneath the slashing cuts of Humphrey, the second boy, while Maria, the third girl, was doling out a plain cake, a cake of such unpretending nature that but for a few currants and a sprinkling of caraway seeds, it might have passed for bread. Docker, a boy of luxurious habits, was kneeling before the fire, toasting muffins, bought with his own pocket money, muffins being luxuries which Mrs. Bayne considered at once bilious and sinful. Altogether there was an air of enjoyment in the party, which reminded Mr. Bayne of a vulgar proverb about cats and mice, and he had a slightly offended feeling at seeing how comfortable his children could be without him. There was more noise than there was wont to be in his presence, the gas was flaming higher, the fire burned like a furnace. At the sight of the head of the household all mirth ceased. Every father of a family is more or less awful when he bursts upon the home circle without any note of warning. "Good gracious, Pa!" shrieked Matilda Jane, conscious of the open volume of a novel lurking beside the tea-tray. "What a start you did give me!" "We've been expecting you every minute for the last 4 days," said Docker, laying down his toasting fork in the fender, and abandoning his muffin to its fate. "Didn't you get my telegram?" "What telegram?" inquired Mr. Bayne, uneasily. "The one I sent to Cannes last Thursday. I made sure you'd come back as fast as the trains and boat would carry you." Last Thursday? Nearly a week ago. This was Wednesday. "What did you telegraph about, boy?" "To tell you of Sir Aubrey's death." "Sir Aubrey's death?" echoed Shadrach Bayne, aghast. "Is Sir Aubrey Perriam dead?" "Yes, father. He died suddenly on Wednesday night. We didn't hear of it till Thursday evening, only just in time to telegraph. The clerk said the telegram might not reach Cannes till Friday morning." Mr. Bayne had left Cannes for Paris by the night mail on Thursday evening. "We got a letter from Clara Louisa on Monday to say that you'd left, and would be at home before her letter. So when you didn't come home we didn't know what to think had become of you." "You seem to have made yourself pretty comfortable under the circumstances," said Mr. Bayne, grimly. "Sir Aubrey dead! I can hardly bring myself to believe it. Dead, and I out of the way when he died. I wouldn't have had it happen for a great deal. Dead. Buried, I suppose?" "Yes, father. The funeral was this morning, a very quiet funeral. I went over to have a look, though I wasn't asked. There were only Lady Perriam, Mr. Stimpson, and the servants for mourners." "Mordred Perriam followed his brother to the grave, I suppose?" "No, father. Mr. Perriam has kept his room ever since you've been away. He's been getting queerer and queerer for a long time, people say, and now he's altogether gone. Non compos." "People say? What people?" "Well, the servants at the place. I was up there yesterday afternoon, and had a longish talk with the housekeeper. I wanted to see Lady Perriam, you know, as it was your wish I should call upon her twice a week, but she hasn't seen anyone except Mr. Stimpson and the clergyman since Sir Aubrey's death. But I saw Mrs. Spicer, and the old lady was uncommonly sociable, and told me a lot about Mr. Perriam and his queer ways. His brother's death has quite done for him, she says, and he won't look at anybody. Mrs. Carter, the nurse, has to wait upon him hand and foot, pretty much the same as she did upon Sir Aubrey." "Humph!" muttered the steward. "That's easily seen through. Mrs. Carter knows when she has a good place and doesn't want to lose it. Now Sir Aubrey's gone she'll pretend her services are wanted by his brother. Has the will been read yet?" "No, father. Lady Perriam said it was to be kept for you to read when you came back." "Very considerate of Lady Perriam," replied Mr. Bayne. "And now, Matilda Jane, if there's no cold meat in the house you'd better get me a chop, or a steak. I've had nothing since I breakfasted at a coffee house near the London Bridge terminus." Matilda Jane flew to obey her father's behest. A sober quiet had descended upon the family circle. The more tender of the olive branches crammed their young mouths with plain cake, and stared open-eyed at the author of their being. Docker, who, being in the transition period between boy and manhood, had an exaggerated sense of his own importance, sipped his tea with affected ease, and tried to look as if he was not afraid of his father. Startling as was the news of Sir Aubrey Perriam's sudden death, Shadrach Bayne seemed to take it with admirable coolness. He took off his coat and wraps, settled himself in his armchair by the fire, and sat in meditative contemplation of the glowing coals, but with no shade of uneasiness upon his thoughtful brow. Sir Aubrey's death in no manner disarranged the plans which the land steward had made for his future life. On the contrary, it fitted in with them. It was one of the events in his programme, calculated upon ever so long ago. It had only come some years, say about 10 years, before he expected it. One of the obstacles upon that broad high road along which Mr. Bayne designed to travel to the winning post had been removed. About his late employer's will Mr. Bayne felt no uneasiness. He had drawn up the document himself a few months after Sir Aubrey's marriage, and he had no fear of the baronet having made any subsequent will. He knew that he had to the last enjoyed Sir Aubrey's fullest confidence, and that in the decay of thought and memory the invalid had leaned upon him as upon a crutch. Thus there was nothing uncomfortable in Shadrach Bayne's meditations as he sat by his warm hearth, while the disordered tea-table was restored to order, and cruet frame and pickle-stand, beer-jug and decanter of sherry were set forth on a spotless tablecloth neatly laid across that end of the table nearest to Mr. Bayne's armchair. Some natural sorrow he may have felt for the death of the man who had been in some wise the author of his fortunes; but in Mr. Bayne's practical mind all undue lamenting for departed friends appeared at once foolish and morbid, a diseased indulgence, an irrational sensibility. He would have a band put upon his hat to morrow, and by that outward mark of woe reduce his regret to a symbol. That done, he would feel he had done his duty to the dead. Had the Perriam estate been about to pass to Horace Perriam, the unknown heir at law, Mr. Bayne would have felt considerable uneasiness and uncertainty. The heir at law might have cherished particular views of his own about the property, and might have dismissed Mr. Bayne from his stewardship; but Providence, ever kind to the Bayne family, had been pleased to bless Sylvia Perriam with offspring, and the existence of that baby boy, still struggling with the advance guard of his teeth, made things very smooth for the land steward. Well did he remember the making of Sir Aubrey's will, how just at the last he had ventured to suggest that there should be some trustee named, to protect the estate of the expected heir, or the portion of the heiress, should fate refuse to grant Sir Aubrey a son, in the event of the baronet's death before the child came of age. Mr. Bayne recalled Sir Aubrey's offended look as he said, "I hope you don't consider me such a very old man that I cannot possibly live to see my children grow up." "No, indeed, Sir Aubrey. I am only anxious to provide for a remote contingency," the steward had answered. "You men of business are so tiresome. Very well, if I must appoint a trustee, put it in your own name. It will do as well as any other." This happened to dovetail into a corner of Mr. Bayne's phantasmal edifice, that airy erection, built with profoundest calculation, which symbolized his future. He put his own name into the will as trustee and joint executor with Lady Perriam. Beyond this honourable distinction Sir Aubrey left him the sum of £1,000 sterling in acknowledgment of his faithful services during a prolonged period. It was no large reward for service so untiring, so profitable to the employer; but Sir Aubrey did not make the bequest without a mental wrench. He did not like dividing his money after death; it seemed almost as bad as parting with it during his life. Mr. Bayne ate a well-cooked steak and a couple of pickled walnuts with as good an appetite as if there had been nothing on his mind. He liked this plain English fare, this solid beef and bread, washed down with amber-hued bitter beer, better than the familiar kickshaws of the Maison Dorée or Philippe's. He liked the sober comfort of his home, the deferential companionship of his children, who worshipped him as a superior being, and trembled at the creaking of his boots. He liked the snug retirement of his office, where he spent the rest of that evening looking through the record of work that had been done in his absence, and wasting some little time in thinking how Lady Perriam would be affected by her widowhood. "Will she try to lure Edmund Standen back to her?" he asked himself. And this time his brow was darkly clouded, as if his thoughts were full of gloom. End of chapters 41 and 42. Chapters 43 and 44 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 43. Oh, very gloomy is the house of woe. Perriam Place without Sir Aubrey looked exactly the same as it had looked beneath his quiet rule. Strange that in the many forms which our grief for the lost assume, there is none harder to bear than this changelessness in inanimate things, this immutable aspect of rooms and corridors, which are just the same as when that missing footstep trod them. At Perriam there were few to lament deeply for the departed master. Unless it were in that closed and guarded chamber where Mordred Perriam languished under the care of the sick nurse, there was no such thing as passionate grief for the dead. The servants mourned him decently, shed occasional tears by way of tribute to his memory, sat late over their supper table, talking of his odd ways and his small economies, against which they felt no resentment, while he had been liberal in the maintenance of kitchen and servants' hall, falling without question into the routine of his forefathers, and consented to pay for as many kilderkins of beer and as much butcher's meat as his ancestors had paid before him. The servants lamented their lord with decent conventional grief, but were a good deal occupied with their own mourning, which was of the best and furnished to them liberally. "Lady Perriam has shown herself quite the lady in providing our black," the housekeeper remarked to her subordinates. Mr. Gansline had been given an open order to supply all things necessary, and his assistants came backwards and forwards with bombazine, and Coburg, and crape, and Parramatta, and there was a pleasant bustle of preparation in the housekeeper's room and still room, where the maids sat by the fire running seams and stitching bodies, in an atmosphere odorous with glazed lining. How did Lady Perriam take this awful change? That was a question which happily no one at the place could answer. She spent all her time in seclusion, shutting her door against sympathy. The death chamber, and her old dressing room, and indeed that end of the house where Sir Aubrey's rooms and Mr. Perriam's were situated, she avoided as if the dead had been stricken by some hideous pestilence, and even in his last icy sleep could disseminate poison. She had ordered all her belongings to be transferred to the Bolingbroke room, a handsome chamber with a bay window over one end of the saloon. A smaller apartment next to this, Lady Perriam transformed into a boudoir, and sent for a builder to cut a door of communication between the two rooms. On the other side of the bedchamber there was a door already provided, opening into a fair-sized dressing-room. These 3 rooms Lady Perriam brightened and embellished with not a few modern luxuries in the way of furniture ordered from the chief upholsterer of Monkhampton. An Ashwood writing cabinet adorned with china plaques on which a modern artist's facile brush had sketched graceful groups of children at play in a landscape which changed with the seasons. A pair of sofas, an easy chair or two, curtains of a pale apple green lined with the faintest lilac. White sheepskin rugs to lie here and there like patches of snow upon the sombre gloom of the carpets. A French clock which might have kept careless record of time's steady march for Sophie Arnaud or Marguerite Gautier. A stand for portfolios of engravings, a small bookcase filled with choice editions of Lady Perriam's favourite poets, bound in myrtle green morocco. The acquirement of these things had been the first use which Sylvia made of her liberty. A childish employment, perhaps, for the solemn days between her husband's death and burial; but the distraction served to keep dark thoughts at bay, and the Monkhampton upholsterer was the most discreet of men. The funeral had been entrusted to his care, and it was after arranging the details of that melancholy ceremonial that Lady Perriam gave Mr. Scruto the order for those little comforts which were needed to make the Bolingbroke suite habitable. Lady Perriam dwelt upon this point. She only wanted to make the rooms habitable. "There is so little actual comfort in old-fashioned furniture," she said. Mr. Scruto, with a natural prejudice against all furniture not supplied by himself, heartily assented to this proposition. He sent in the goods for Lady Perriam's rooms under cover of the winter dusk, as stealthily as if they had been coffins; and the transformation of the apartments was made so quietly that the always sitting Wilhelm Gericht in the servants' hall passed no vote of censure upon my lady's proceedings. Mr. Bayne looked round him with unmixed surprise when he was ushered into Lady Perriam's boudoir on the morning after his return. The change in her surroundings struck him curiously. It was as if some chrysalis of his acquaintance had suddenly developed into a butterfly. Those apple green curtains of lustrous silken damask, those snow white rugs, so deep and soft that he felt it a kind of sacrilege to tread upon them, the Ashwood bookcase and bureau on either side of the fireplace gave a new character to the room. The bureau was opened and littered with papers. 2 or 3 volumes of the poets in their green and gold bindings lay on the little rustic table by Lady Perriam's chair. The mistress of the luxurious chamber lolled in her low armchair, her beauty enhanced and set off by the blackness of her weeds. Shadrach Bayne halted in the middle of the room, almost dazzled by this unexpected picture. She had lost no time in gratifying her tastes, and had begun to live immediately upon her husband's death, thought the steward. Lady Perriam received him graciously, but with a certain distant manner which he felt was intended to keep him farther from friendliness or familiarity than he had been during Sir Aubrey's lifetime. She begged him to be seated, but the chair to which she pointed was remote from her own. Mr. Bayne expressed his regret for her loss, his sympathy with her grief. She listened gravely to his condolences, and thanked him for them, but she did not enter upon any exposition of her feelings. She allowed her sorrow to be taken for granted, symbolized by her widow's cap, as Mr. Bayne's grief was symbolized by his hatband. "I have not allowed the will to be read," she said presently. "I thought it only right that you should be the person to read it, as you were Sir Aubrey's agent and adviser."
"Sir Aubrey honoured me with his confidence," answered the steward. "I trust I may be also favoured with yours. Left so young in a position of no little responsibility, you will need a faithful adviser." He was thinking how lovely she looked in that sombre dress, with the ruddy light of the fire playing among the red gold of her hair, reflecting itself in the deep hazel eyes, so dark, so inscrutable when she turned them upon him with their steady gaze. She was not afraid to look him in the face, even if she feared him. Whatever the peril that threatened her, it was in her nature to meet it boldly. "I am not particularly fond of advice, Mr. Bayne," she said. "And young as I am, I feel quite capable of treading any path I may choose for myself, without leading strings. But so long as you serve the Perriam estate faithfully, you will find me ready to place the fullest confidence in you, as my son's land steward." Mr. Bayne fully understood the meaning of this speech. He was to be relegated to his proper position as collector of rents, and preparer of leases and agreements, overlooker of improvements, and so on. He was no longer to exercise an influence over the life of Lady Perriam herself. She felt no gratitude for the liberal supplies of money which he had obtained for her, no gratitude for the influence which had always been exerted on her behalf. She took the first opportunity to emancipate herself from the bondage of his interference. There was a brief interval of silence, during which Shadrach Bayne sat looking at the carpet with a clouded brow. For once in his life the land steward was taken thoroughly by surprise. He had not expected Lady Perriam to take this decisive tone, to assert her independence so boldly. He thought the restraints of her married life had schooled her into submission, and that finding herself suddenly standing alone in the world, on a height that should have made her giddy, she would have naturally turned to him for counsel and assistance. He had done his uttermost to prove himself her friend, yet she now treated him as if he had shown himself her enemy. "She is not a woman to be swayed by kindness," he thought. "She must be ruled with an iron hand. Easy enough to rule such a woman if one had but a hold upon her." "When do you propose to read the will, Mr. Bayne?" Lady Perriam asked, after that pause in the conversation. "Whenever it may be most convenient to yourself, Lady Perriam." "It cannot be too soon for me. I wish to know my exact position in this house." "I do not think there can be any doubt as to your position. Nor do you seem to have entertained any uncertainty upon the subject," said Mr. Bayne, with a glance round the room. "You allude to my additions to the furniture of this room," returned Sylvia, interpreting the look. "I can easily remove these things if I have no longer any right to inhabit Perriam." "There is no reason why I should affect a mystery upon the subject of Sir Aubrey's will, Lady Perriam. The only will that I know him to have made was drawn up by me. It leaves you sole mistress of Perriam during your son's minority. Had you been a childless widow, you would have had only 5,000 a year under your settlement, and 3 out of those 5,000 you would have owed to my influence. Sir Aubrey proposed to settle only 2,000. But he was more liberal to the mother of his child than he was inclined to be to his wife, and your marriage settlement gives you the right to occupy Perriam Place during your son's minority. There is also an allowance of 1,000 a year for your son's maintenance, provided for in the settlement. This, with the 5,000, which is yours unconditionally, will give you 6,000 per annum, an income which Sir Aubrey could not have given you had he not possessed large resources outside the Perriam estate proper. And I may venture to say, without presumption, that he owes much of that wealth to the careful management of my father and myself during a period of half a century." 6,000 a year! A handsome income for the schoolmaster's daughter, who had so often sighed vainly for half a crown to buy a pair of gloves, for whom the middle class comforts of genteel life at Headingham had seemed as far off as the joys of paradise. Sylvia's countenance, which had worn an inscrutable look during this interview with Mr. Bayne, changed ever so little at this announcement. The oval cheek grew paler than before, and a sudden light flashed into the hazel eyes. Transient was this indication of emotion. Nothing could be calmer than Lady Perriam's tone when she spoke. "Sir Aubrey has been only too good to me," she said. "Can you read the will to-morrow morning? I dare say there are legacies to some of the old servants, and they will be anxious to learn their fates." "To-morrow at 12 o'clock, if you please, Lady Perriam." "Will you go with me to Sir Aubrey's room to look for the will? I know where he kept it." Lady Perriam's cheek, so pale a few moments ago, grew ashy white now.
"I have a horror of that room," she said. "But if you like, I'll go with you," nerving herself for the ordeal, and rising from her luxurious nest by the fire. She took some keys from a drawer in the desk and left the room, followed at a respectful distance by Shadrach Payne. They went along the west corridor, across an open landing at the top of the grand staircase, and into the east corridor, which led to Sir Aubrey's apartments. Sir Aubrey's no longer. The door of the dressing room, which the baronet had used as his sitting room, was locked. There is something awful in those locked doors of deserted rooms which have lately been inhabited by the dead. Lady Perriam turned the key with a steady hand, and went in, followed by the steward. The room had been cleaned and aired since Sir Aubrey's death, and all traces of his existence thrust away. The chairs were ranged against the wall, everything in its place, the window wide open to the bleak March sky, as if in obedience to that Jewish tradition which counsels the opening of casements to assist the escape of the departed soul. The desk which Mr. Bayne had to examine was not in the dressing room. He opened the door of communication between the two rooms, but on the threshold of the bedchamber Sylvia drew back with a scared look. "Is it in there?" she asked, with a shuddering glance at the tall funeral bed, that bed which at its best had reminded her of a catafalque. The blinds were down, and the shadowy room made darker by the deep brown of the oak panelling. The wide and lofty fireplace looked like the entrance to a cavern. "Come in, Lady Perriam," said Mr. Bayne, looking back at her, wondering at this show of weakness in one who had seemed so firm. "I want you to be present when I open Sir Aubrey's desk." She followed him into the room, shivering in spite of herself, and drew near the table on which the desk stood. It was close beside that awful bed. "So, my lady," thought Shadrach, noting her look of horror, "I have found out your weak point, have I? This disinclination to be reminded of your husband's death looks like remorse for some wrong done to him during his life." He opened the desk with the key given him by Lady Perriam, found the will in a sealed envelope, endorsed, and bearing the date which Mr. Bayne remembered as the date of its execution. He looked through the papers carefully, and found no other will, not so much as a codicil. "And now, Lady Perriam," said the steward, turning to her as he locked the desk, "tell me a little about my kind employer's death. I have heard nothing yet beyond the one fact that we have lost him." "I can tell you little more, except that his death was sudden, awfully sudden. I went to his bedside and found him dead." "At what time?" "A little after midnight." "You were up late that night, then?" said the steward wonderingly. Midnight was an unholy hour in the sight of the respectable inhabitants of Monkhampton. "I am always late," answered Lady Perriam. "I am not a good sleeper, and sit up in my dressing room reading. I had been reading rather later than usual that night, and went into Sir Aubrey's room to see that he was quiet and comfortable, as I always did before I went to bed." "And you found him dead?" "Yes. Pray don't ask me to enter into details. The shock was too dreadful to be forgotten. The horror of that moment haunts me day and night." "Is that why you have changed your rooms?" asked Mr. Bayne. He was not afraid of questioning her now, not even of pressing home questions, now that he had found the weak spot in her armour. "Yes, the association was too painful." "Was no one with Sir Aubrey at the time of his death?" "No one. Mrs. Carter left him for the night about an hour before I went into the room." "Where was Chapelain?" "He was suffering from an attack of the gout, and was confined to his room." "Did anyone go for the doctor?" "Yes. We gave the alarm at once, and one of the grooms went for Mr. Stimpson, who came before morning. He said Sir Aubrey's heart must have been affected." "There was no coroner's inquest?" "No. Mr. Stimpson did not consider it a case for an inquest, though death came unexpectedly at last. Sir Aubrey had been so long ailing that it could hardly be considered a sudden death. Mr. Stimpson gave the proper notice to the registrar. He was very kind, and took all trouble off my hands." 44. I do believe you, and I know you true. The tidings of Sir Aubrey Perriam's death made a profound impression upon the people of Hedingham. They had been but rarely favoured with the sunshine of his countenance at the best of times, and for the last year he had never been seen beyond his own grounds, nay, his very existence had dwindled to a tradition. Yet now that he was really dead, it seemed to the people of Hedingham as if a light had gone out, as if there were one star the less in their sky, as if things never again could be quite what they had been in the past. Perriam Place abandoned to an infant, and a young widow of doubtful extraction. It seemed a disruption of social order. People speculated upon the life Lady Perriam would lead now that she was her own mistress. "I daresay she'll give dinner parties after the first year of her mourning," said Mrs. Toynbee, who had not forgotten Sylvia's ungracious reception of her only visit. "I should think she would go up to London and have her box at the opera and ride in Rotten Row," said Miss Toynbee. "That's what I should do if I were a rich young widow." "The question is whether she is rich," remarked Mrs. Toynbee with an oracular air. "We have heard nothing about Sir Aubrey's will yet." "I suppose we shall hear of it," said the daughter with natural curiosity. "I should think so. Mr. Vancourt is most likely to hear, and I daresay I shall be able to get it out of him. And it will be in the Illustrated News most likely after a week or two." Mr. Bayne read the will at noon on the day after his interview with Sylvia, in the presence of Lady Perriam, Mr. Stimpson, and all the servants, except the two nurses, Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Stringfold, who could not possibly be interested in a will made before their advent to Perriam, and Jean Chapelain, who had left Perriam the day before the funeral to seek relief from his chronic gout in his native southern France. The reading took place in the dining room, dreary at the best of times, but more than usually dreary to-day, when the nature of the ceremonial suggested sad and gloomy thoughts. The servants sat in a row against the wall, dressed in their new mourning, guiltless of the slenderest thread of white to relieve its dense blackness. Lady Perriam sat in an armchair by the heaped-up fire, which was the only cheerful thing in the room. Sir Aubrey's will showed some thoughtfulness for his dependants, though he had taken care not to impoverish his personal estate by too liberal legacies. He left small pensions to the older servants, and a rather large pension to Jean Chapelain, but pensions which they were only to enjoy when superannuated. To every servant who had been a member of his household for the period of 10 years he left £50. To those who had served him over 5 years he left £25, "in recognition of the merit of prolonged service," said the will. There was also a bequest of 25 guineas to Mr. Stimpson for the purchase of a mourning ring. To Mr. Shadrach Bayne he left the sum of £1,000, to mark his high estimation of services ably and conscientiously rendered during a period of many years. To his dear brother, Mordred Perriam, Sir Aubrey Perriam left his collection of gold and silver snuff boxes and £1,000, and he further desired that his widow or his children should continue to the said Mordred Perriam all advantages and privileges which he had hitherto enjoyed as an inmate of Perriam Place, that he should still occupy those rooms now tenanted by him, and reside at Perriam free of all charge for the natural term of his life. Finally, to his beloved wife Sylvia, Sir Aubrey left all his personal estate, which with the income she would enjoy under her settlement would amply provide for her maintenance. But in the event of his death happening before the majority of his eldest son, Sir Aubrey left his wife guardian of the infant, with the privilege of residing at Perriam during his minority. Sir Aubrey's personalty included money in the funds which would make a considerable addition to Sylvia's income. The additional lands, tenements, and hereditaments which had been acquired within the last 50 years, and constituted Sir Aubrey's independent estate, were to be equitably divided among his younger children after the death of Lady Perriam, her interest in the estate under the settlement being only a life interest. It will be seen, therefore, that the schoolmaster's daughter found herself handsomely provided for in her widowhood. Rumour was not slow to spread the contents of Sir Aubrey's will among the gossips of Monkhampton and Hedingham. Mr. Stimpson, who did not consider his devotion recompensed by the trumpery bequest of a mourning ring, took no pains to keep the particulars of the will secret. It was sure to be published in the newspapers by and by, and he might as well have the satisfaction of communicating the news to his patients. Thus it became known at Hedingham that the widowed Lady Perriam had inherited all Sir Aubrey's personal estate, which added about £1,000 a year to her income under the settlement. This, exaggerated by rumour, soon swelled to 10, 15, or 20,000, according to the fancy of the narrator. Those who remembered Sylvia less than 2 years ago as the village schoolmaster's daughter lifted up their hands and eyes and marvelled at this wondrous turn in fortune's wheel. At Dean House the news of Sir Aubrey's death was received almost in silence, Yet it was a shock to more than one member of Mrs. Stanton's household. To Mrs. Stanton herself the event was most unwelcome. Fortune could make no change in her dislike to and distrust of Sylvia. As Sir Aubrey Perriam's widow with a large income, she was just as obnoxious to Edmund Stanton's mother as she had been in the days of her obscurity. Nor was this all. Though nothing definite had ever been said by her son, Mrs. Stanton had of late been cheered by the hope that he would find a cure for his wounded heart in Esther's calm affection. He had breathed no lover's prayer in the girl's willing ear. He had made no promise to his mother. But he had seemed tranquil if not happy in Esther's society. And there had been something more distant and yet more tender in his tone and manner of late than the easy familiarity of an adopted brother. Esther and he had read the same books, and acquired 100 fancies and predilections in common. They sang dreamy German duets while Mrs. Stanton dozed in her easy-chair by the fire, or worked at a lace-bedizened pinafore for one of the small grandchildren. It could hardly be possible to imagine a fairer picture of home than the family sitting-room at Dean House of an evening after the 7 o'clock dinner. The routine of business life, which kept Edmund away at the bank all day, rendered evening's repose doubly enjoyable. When he was an idle man he had been apt to tire of these simple pleasures, and had found evening in the family circle a long business. Now that he worked hard at his desk all day, he was bright and sociable in the evening, and never found the hours too long. Was Sylvia's influence to spoil this tranquil gladness? To introduce discord once again between mother and son? Mrs. Stanton trembled, but was silent. Esther felt that the new hope which she had cherished of late must speedily perish. What chance had she against that siren, whom Edmund had loved so passionately a year and a half ago, and perchance had never ceased to love? Esther knew that he had his hours of despondency, and she knew that despondency with him meant the memory of Sylvia. However Sir Aubrey's death may have affected Edmund Stanton himself, he heard of the event in silence and with an unchanged countenance. He heard plenty of gossip about the event at the bank, gossip which for the most part took the form of speculation upon the value of Sir Aubrey's estate. But he said nothing. At home he was equally silent. Even when thoughtless Ellen Sargent broke out with some ill-advised remark about Lady Perriam in the middle of dinner. Esther had but one thought, a thought which was almost conviction. Edmund's unextinguished passion would flame out once more, and while Sylvia's widowhood was yet new he would claim the old broken promise. Her treachery would be forgotten, or at least forgiven. He would remember only that she was free and that he might win her. Esther was prepared to see the first sign of Edmund's return to the old allegiance in an altered manner to herself. He would be colder, more distant, unconsciously withdraw himself from that intimacy which had been so sweet to her, and had seemed so pleasant to him. To Miss Rochdale's surprise, however, there was no such alteration in Edmund's manner. If he changed at all after Sir Aubrey's death, it was to grow kinder, warmer even. They were more than ever united by their mutual love of literature and music. They read Schiller together, to the secret disgust of Mrs. Stanton and Ellen. As the evenings lengthened, Edmund pleaded for after-dinner rambles in the meadows, where primroses and violets heralded spring's carnival of field flowers. Mrs. Stanton never went out after dinner. Mrs. Sargent preferred the nursery to any spot upon earth at her little one's bedtime. So Edmund's natural companion was Esther Rochdale. She was too pure to affect prudishness. She accompanied him for his evening walks as readily and unquestioningly as if they had been brother students at Heidelberg. One calm April twilight, about 6 weeks after Sir Aubrey's death, Edmund and Esther had strayed as far as Cropley Common, that rugged heath upon which Mr. Stanton had met Sylvia in the rainstorm. The hillside, with its knolls and dells and furze-crowned peaks, wore a different aspect on this bright April evening. The western sky was still warm with the glow of sunset, and a waning moon shone dimly in the vault above. The distant sea line was purpled with the shadow of coming night, and one lonely white-sailed bark glimmered far away upon the darkening blue. Edmund and Esther had been walking in silence for some time, each wrapped in thought, when the young man stopped, and proposed a few minutes' rest before they struck into the homeward path. Esther, generally ready to obey on this occasion, demurred. "It's late already, Edmund, and Auntie will be waiting for her tea." The superintendence of the tea-table was one of Esther's evening duties,
Let her enjoy rather a longer nap than usual, Essie. The sleep won't do my mother any harm, and I want to have a little talk with you." Esther complied, and seated herself on the grassy knoll which Edmund suggested as the best resting place. The evening, April on the threshold of May, was as warm as many nights in June. "I don't see why we should sit here to talk, Edmund, since we have been talking more or less all the time we've been out, and are likely to go on talking all the way home." "Yes. I never find myself at a loss for something to talk about when I am with you, Essie. I suppose that means community of tastes, sympathy, and so on, eh?" "I suppose so." "Perhaps, after all, my real motive was a smoke. May I have a cigar?" "Of course you may. You know I am used to your smoking." "In that case I shall light up. These evening walks wouldn't be half so nice if you objected to the cigar, Essie." "I dare say not. I think you would rather do without me than the cigar." "I don't quite know about that," answered Edmund gravely. "I am very fond of the cigar, it is true, and if you forbade it I should feel the deprivation sorely. But I don't see my way to getting on without you. I never have been obliged to exist without you, you see, Essie. I can hardly judge what the flavor of life would be without Esther." Esther's lip, unused to express scorn, curled ever so slightly at this remark. "You did without me very well when you were in love with Sylvia Carew," she said. "I doubt if you were conscious of my existence in those days." "Ah, Esther, that was a brief madness, a passing fever. While it lasted I was, indeed, hardly conscious of anything except my folly. Never speak to me of that time, Essie. I want to forget it altogether. I want to put it out of my power to look back upon it. I want to blot it out of my book of life." "Lady Perriam is free now. You might win her after all," said Esther, lurking bitterness audible in her tones. "I would not have her, polluted by falsehood. I would not take her stained by the memory of her treason against me. No, Esther, I am not such a slave as you seem to think me. Lady Perriam's widowhood makes no difference to my feelings. Were she to usurp a man's right and sue for my love, I would not yield it to her. I have put the thought of her out of my life forever." "I am very glad to hear that, for your own sake, for I do not believe she was ever worthy of you." Edmund smoked for a minute or two before replying. "No, Essie, she was not worthy of me," he said at last, "unworthy as I may be in many respects, for I was true and she was false. But there is one woman I know who is more than worthy of me, who is worthy of the best and truest lover that ever lived. I wish I could think myself not unworthy of her." "Your new idol must be very exalted if you feel yourself so much below her in merit," said Esther, trying to speak lightly. "She is the gentlest and most simple-minded of women, yet I feel unworthy to ask for her heart, because I once suffered my fancy to be led astray by a worthless woman when I ought to have found my happiness close at hand. Nay, Essie darling, I won't speak in parables any longer. It is you I love, you, whose sweetness has healed my wounded heart. We have been very happy in our evening walks, Esther. Is there any reason, except my unworthiness, that we should not travel side by side to the end of life?" The girl looked up at him shyly, yet with a steady light in her soft dark eyes. "You are in no manner unworthy of me, Edmund," she replied, "but I will not accept less than your whole heart. I love you well enough to be your adopted sister all my life, yes, even to see you happy with another woman, and take comfort from the thought of your happiness. But if you offer me any other kind of love than a brother's I must have all or nothing. I will not have your heart if there is a corner of it that still belongs to Lady Perriam." "Why do you mention that odious name?" cried Edmund angrily. "Did not I tell you that I had put her out of my life? That for me there is no such person as Sylvia Perriam? Answer an honest man's honest question, Essie. Will you be my wife?" The question was very plainly put. There was no purple light of love here to glorify the ancient theme. Yet Edmund seemed thoroughly in earnest. His tones and looks were tender and truthful. She who listened to him loved him too well not to be deeply moved. "That is too serious a question to be answered hastily," replied Esther gravely. "We are very happy as we are, Edmund.
Let our peaceful life go on, and let your question remain unanswered a little longer, till you better know your own mind."
"I cannot know my own mind better than I do now. I want this question settled at once, Essie. I want to feel that I have a purpose in life, something to look forward to, something to hope for, something to dream about. I thought, while the pain of Sylvia's desertion was new, that I could never hope again, never weave the old dream of wife and home, without which a man's life is but a dreary business at best. Providence has been kinder to me than I deserved, Essie. I have learned to hope again, to love again, and you have been my gentle teacher."
"I never tried to set you such a lesson, at least as regards the last part of the business," answered Esther, blushingly. "Auntie and all of us were anxious to see you hopeful, but I don't think anyone thought—"
"You don't think anyone thought?" echoed Edmund, laughing at the girl's embarrassment. "I know that my mother never cherished a fonder hope than that you and I should be one. You wouldn't disappoint her, would you, Essie, you who love her so well?"
"I have no thought but of your happiness, Edmund. You mustn't marry me just to please Auntie. That would not be the way to make your own life happy."
"My life cannot be otherwise than happy in your companionship, Essie. Long ago you were my ideal woman. Yes, when you were only a girl of 16. Then came that fatal dream, and my love was lured away from you. I know now what a false flame that was which led me over marshes of difficulty, only to land me in the slough of despond. Come, Esther darling, you are too kind to refuse me forgiveness for a wrong that has cost me so dearly."
"I have nothing to forgive, Edmund. I cannot blame you for finding Sylvia Carew more attractive than myself."
"Then, if there is nothing to forgive, all is settled, and you will be my dear little wife." The cigar had been thrown away ere this, and Edmund's arm had drawn Esther's slender form to his side, just as in twilights gone by Sylvia had nestled against his shoulder. "You mean yes, Esther?" said Edmund, trying to see her downcast eyes.
"You haven't even asked me if I love you."
"Suppose I am daring enough to fancy you do, just a very little, homeopathically, and not allopathically."
"I love you with all my heart," she answered, with a little burst of feeling so long repressed that it gushed out in spite of her desire to be restrained, wise, thoughtful for her lover rather than for herself. "I have no wish but to make you happy."
"There is only one way of doing that, Essie. Be my wife. The sooner the better, sweet. I want to feel that I have an interest in life, that I have someone to work for. I hope you mean to be very extravagant, Essie, and spend all your money upon yourself, so that I may have to work hard for our children. Now, darling, it's getting dark and cold. I hope I haven't detained you here too long. But it was the business of a lifetime we had to settle, even at the risk of rheumatism or influenza. Come, love. Do you know that is the best cigar I ever smoked?" They went home together, happy, through the deepening night. How could Esther doubt her lover, when he had so little doubt of himself? End of chapters 43 and 44. Chapters 45 and 46 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 45. Mr. Bayne is puzzled. It had been the popular belief at Headingham and Monkhampton that Lady Perriam's first use of her liberty would be to take flight from the splendid seclusion of the place; but to the surprise and even disappointment of these false prophets, who would have liked to see their vaticinations realized, Lady Perriam still continued to occupy the gloomy old rooms, and to take her lonely walks in the Italian garden. She had youth, beauty, liberty, wealth. All the world invited her to share its pleasures while the bloom was still upon her life; yet she was constant to the dreary existence she had lived with her sick husband, and seemed proof against the temptations which allure youth. Even Mr. Bayne wondered, and was not slow to express his wonderment at her solitary and secluded existence. He saw her looking pale and even careworn, as if with sleepless nights, and urged the necessity of change of air and scene. "You ought to spend a few weeks at Weston-super-Mare or Malvern," said the land steward, during one of his periodical visits to the place.
visits which Sylvia did her best to discourage, but which Mr. Bayne continued as regularly as if he had received the warmest welcome. The Court of Chancery had made him guardian of the infant heir, according to the express wish of Sir Aubrey, as recorded in his will, Lady Perriam having no one she could put forward against him. He was thus, for all practical purposes, master of the house she lived in. He could come and go as he pleased, and she felt that his power had been increased instead of being diminished by her husband's death. She made her stand against him, however, and without actually defying him did her best to resist his growing power. "You are extremely kind, Mr. Bayne," she said, when the steward suggested change of air, "but when I want advice I will take it from Mr. Stimpson." "But you are looking ill, must be ill, I should think, and you don't call in Stimpson." "When I want him I shall send for him." "Very well, Lady Perriam. Of course I have no right to interfere beyond the warm interest I feel in all that concerns you." Sylvia drew herself up haughtily at this speech. "Be good enough to confine your interest to my son's affairs," she said. "The Court of Chancery did not appoint you my guardian." "I cannot be interested in the son without some anxiety about the mother. For St. John's sake you are bound to take care of your health. You are ruining your health, and even injuring your beauty by the dismal life you lead here." That expression, "injuring your beauty," struck home. Lady Perriam looked in her glass directly Mr. Bayne was gone to see if he had told her the truth. Yes, there was no doubt of it. She had a faded look already. Her eyes were hollow, and their brightness was not the liquid lustre of happy youth, but a feverish brilliancy. She had a look of Mrs. Carter. She tossed off the light widow's cap impatiently, pushed back the thick hair from her forehead, and looked at herself with a searching scrutiny. "Yes, there are wrinkles coming already," she said. "Already, and I am not 23. I think too much. I want rest of mind, change of scene. That man is right. His watchful eyes see everything. I wonder they don't read my inmost heart. He is right. I want change, fresher air to blow the faded look out of my face. But how can I ever leave this hateful house?" Mr. Bayne went home ruminating upon that brief conversation with Lady Perriam. He had perceived her startled look, fleeting as the expression was, when he spoke of her faded beauty. "She wants to preserve her good looks," he thought. "Is it for Edmund Standon's sake, I wonder?" A change had come upon the respectable dwelling in Monkhampton High Street, and this time the change was permanent. There was no further cause for the fluctuations of hope and fear. The mourning band which Mr. Bayne had put round his hat after Sir Aubrey Perriam's death had been replaced by a deeper band which covered the hat almost to the top. Shadrach Bayne was a widower. Mrs. Bayne had revived considerably in the milder climate of Cannes. Her health indeed had so much improved as to renew hope in Clara Louise's breast. But just when she gave most hopeful accounts of the invalid, there came a sharp and sudden attack which swept away this frail life. Long as their minds had been divided by hope and fear, this event was a terrible shock for all the sons and daughters. Ill health had become in a manner their mother's normal state. They had grown accustomed to think of her as an invalid, but they had never prepared themselves for her loss. Deepest sorrow and deepest gloom descended upon the comfortable orderly household. The jingle of the housekeeping keys, the pride of being mistress of her father's house, gave Matilda Jane no pleasure. The absence of the gentle house mother made too sad a blank in the home. Mr. Bayne took his loss very quietly. People said he felt it all the more. But if his grief was deep, it was not a vehement or passionate sorrow. His countenance, always serious and thoughtful, had a graver look now. He walked with downcast eyes, as if meditating upon the things of an unseen world. He became somewhat less regular in his attendance at the lengthy services in Water Lane Chapel; whereupon the Water Lane Chapelites, charitably disposed to a man of Mr. Bayne's standing, told one another that the poor dear man could not bear to sit in the family pew without his wife. In the cemetery just outside Monkhampton, a handsome stone memorial, of the square and solid order, an obelisk with a flame at the top, which looked rather more like a landmark for distant navigators than a tribute of affection to the dead, already testified Mr. Bayne's devotion to his departed spouse. There had been no delay; the order had been given to the mason the day after the funeral. the handsomest monument he could supply for £100. After a month or so the land steward's household returned to its normal state of methodical comfort. Matilda Jane had been too well drilled by the departed housewife to forget her teaching. Her eye was as keen as her mother's to scan the items in the butcher's book, and to detect a miscast of a column, or an error in the reckoning of ounces. Her hand was as steady as her mother's to weigh the grocery, and never made the servant's weekly half-pound of tea too light or too heavy. The two domestics allowed that Miss Bain was just, though if anything, closer than her mamma. Now that home had lost its chief charm in the removal of a fond and faithful wife, Mr. Bain might be forgiven if he spent less of his leisure by the domestic hearth than he had been wont to spend of old. He rode more, and devoted more time to the inspection of the Perriam property. Not a broken hurdle or a loosened drain-pipe escaped that piercing eye. He took a good deal of trouble about small improvements, especially on that part of the land in which Lady Perriam had a life interest. "If it were his own property," said the gossips, "Mr. Bain couldn't be more careful of it." Twice in every week he called at Perriam Place, saw Lady Perriam, inquired after the health of his ward, and if possible saw that small individual, who was apt to squall vindictively at the sight of the guardian to whom the High Court of Chancery had confided his infant years. "It's a pity," Nurse Stringfold said, "but Sir John doesn't take to Mr. Bain, and can't be made to take to him." Sylvia reluctantly endured the steward's visits, and though she always resisted his interference, she was nevertheless compelled to submit to it. He superintended all the details of the household, or, as the servant said, he had a finger in every pie. One day, soon after that evening walk upon the Cropley Common which had united Edmund and Esther with the sacred bond of betrothal, Mr. Bain took occasion to make some inquiries about Mrs. Carter. "Why do you keep that woman, Lady Perriam?" he asked. "She is a very costly servant. I was surprised to find what heavy wages you pay her, and she can hardly be of any use now." "She is a great deal of use," replied Sylvia, "and I have no intention of dismissing her." The agent shrugged his shoulders, and gave Lady Perriam that keen look she both feared and hated. Her cheek had paled at his question. Was it anger that sent the sensitive blood from that fair cheek? "Don't be angry, Lady Perriam. Of course I've no right to interfere, but—" "Some people are fond of interfering without right," returned Sylvia sharply. She was generally beaten in her battles with Mr. Bain, yet she never succumbed without a struggle. "But I take a natural interest in your affairs," continued the agent calmly, without any notice of the interruption, "and I don't like to see you do anything foolish, out of good nature. For my own part, I never keep more cats than can catch mice, and I really don't see what earthly use this Carter woman can be to you. Perhaps you will kindly remember that she began life as a lady, and call her Mrs. Carter instead of this Carter woman. I'll be as deferential as you like, Lady Perriam, but you haven't told me why you keep her." "She is useful to me in more ways than one. First and foremost, she nurses Mr. Perriam when he is out of sorts." "But if Mr. Perriam is ill enough to want a nurse, he ought surely to have the attendance of a medical man. Stimpson should take him in hand." "Mordred is not ill enough to require Mr. Stimpson. But his head is a little queer now and then. Mrs. Carter has more influence over him than any one, and can soothe him, as she used to soothe poor Sir Aubrey." "Yes, she is a clever woman. I always fancy those clever women with their soothing ways have a touch of the serpent in their composition." "I trust Mrs. Carter, and I like her, so you may suppose that she is not a serpent." "But you are so innocent, Lady Perriam. Any one might take you in. I'm sorry poor Mr. Mordred is so queer. He ought to come out of his hole oftener, get more fresh air, see the world a little, in short. It's enough to addle any man's brain to be shut up in 2 rooms from one week's end to the other." "Mr. Perriam has never cared to leave his rooms since his brother's death. Pray don't suggest that doctors should see him. They might urge us to put him into a lunatic asylum. He is only a harmless, half-imbecile old man. He is well off as he is." "Very well, Lady Perriam, I will not interfere. Nothing pleases me better than to obey your wishes, if you will only express them plainly." "Then I wish Mordred Perriam to be let alone, and not be troubled by Mr. Stimpson or any other doctor." "So be it, as long as his bodily health gives no cause for alarm. We must not let him die for want of medical care." "He is not likely to die yet awhile," said Lady Perriam with something like a regretful sigh, as if Mordred's existence was just a little burdensome. "He is well cared for by Mrs. Carter, and he is as happy as he can be, allowing for his natural grief for the loss of his brother." This settled the matter. For once the land steward was conquered. Indeed, his manner of late had been more deferential than usual. He seemed, as he declared himself, only anxious to please Lady Perriam in all things. He was not a little disturbed by the thought of this interview with Sylvia as he rode slowly homewards. He had never liked Mrs. Carter. Her placid countenance and her repose of manner worried him, for he fancied that beneath that smooth exterior she concealed an active intellect, and perchance a plotting brain, a brain that might counterplot his own secret plans. He would have given much to get her away from Perriam Place, powerless as she must be compared with himself. But he now perceived that it was vain to think of getting rid of her. She had some hidden influence, some firm hold upon Sylvia Perriam. "There is something," thought Shadrach Payne, "some secret between those two women. I could read as much in Lady Perriam's face to day, when it paled at the mention of Mrs. Carter's name. Is the link a secret of the remote past, before Sylvia was Sir Aubrey's wife? Or has it something to do with the time I was away, just before Sir Aubrey's death? There was a strangeness in Lady Perriam's manner when I first saw her after her husband's death, which I have never been able to explain to myself. I have not forgotten her look of horror when we went into Sir Aubrey's room. A woman's natural horror of death, perhaps. Yet she seems of too stern a metal for weak fears such as those. There is something, a secret, a mystery somewhere, and that woman Carter knows all about it. Why should I puzzle my brains to unravel it? Whatever it is, I'll make it work into the web of my own scheme, or I am something less than Shadrach Payne." 46. Sylvia writes a letter. Very sweet was that summer tide to Esther Rochdale. The old commonplace life went on at Dean House. Esther's mornings were still devoted to Ellen Sargent's children. She taught them, played with them, petted them, was in fact a second mother to them, while the languid widow, spoiled by the tropical luxuries and indolences of her 3 years' life in Demerara, lolled upon sofas, dawdled through the last new book from the library, and lamented her "dear George." Esther had her meed of praise and gratitude from mother and grandmother, but the duty itself was pleasant to her, and the love of those impulsive little ones was ample recompense for all her trouble. Esther's life was full of occupation. She had her music, which she cultivated assiduously for Edmund's sake. She had to read the books he recommended her, sometimes books which required all a feminine intellect to understand. She had her district, her sick and poor, by whom she was tenderly beloved, and whom she never neglected. But with evening, and Edmund's return from the bank, came Esther's holiday. Mrs. Sargent, after resting all day, was equal to the fatigue of sitting in the nursery while the children were being prepared for bed, and of even hearing them say their prayers, though this, she complained sometimes, made her head ache. Esther had Edmund all to herself of an evening; for Mrs. Standen, with a mother's unselfishness, was never happier than when these two were absorbed in each other, and forgetful of her. The dearest wish of her life had been gratified when she saw them united, for now, she told herself, Edmund must have forgotten that wicked Sylvia Carew. Nothing less than her son's engagement to Esther would have convinced Mrs. Standen upon this point. Years ago she had planned her son's marriage with her orphan ward. It had been in her scheme of the future when Esther still wore diaper pinafores, with lace frills round her neck and arms, and broad scarlet sashes and shoulder knots. She was a pretty child, and would grow up a pretty girl, and Edmund must inevitably fall in love with and want to marry her, thought the mother, forgetting that young men rarely wish to marry young ladies whom they see every day of their lives, or at least not until they have been led astray once or twice by less familiar charmers. But now all was well. Edmund had been foolish, and was cured of his folly. There is no better wisdom than that of a man who knows he has been fooled. There had been no talk yet awhile of wedding day or even of the trousseau. The lovers were happy, and in no haste to change these light bonds for the heavier fetters of matrimony. Whenever Edmund touched upon the question of when the marriage was to be, Esther put him off lightly, and could not be induced to prolong the discussion. "I want to be very sure of you before we are married, Edmund," she said, "and for you to be sure of yourself. I believe in long engagements." They had many a walk and ride together in the summer evenings, and the newsmongers of Hedingham were not slow to find out that this time it really was an engagement between Mr. Stanton and Miss Rochdale. "I had it from Mrs. Stanton herself, my lady," said Mary Peter, when she told Lady Perriam the news on a sultry morning late in August. It might be the heat which made Sylvia so deadly pale just at that moment, Miss Peter thought, or it was just possible that she did not quite like to hear of her first lover's intended marriage. "But she couldn't have cared for him very much, anyhow," reflected Mary Peter, "or she wouldn't have cast him off as cool as she did." "When is it to be?" asked Sylvia in a tone of indifference that imposed upon the artless mantua maker. "Not just yet, but it's quite settled. Miss Rochdale wants it to be a year's engagement, Mrs. Stanton says, if not longer, and I don't wonder at that. There's something so nice in courting. When people are once married they so soon settle down, and it's all over and done with, and after the first 6 months they might just as well have been married 10 years for any difference one can see in them. I know I should like a long engagement, if I was keeping company with anyone. I'm to have some of the dresses to make, Mrs. Stanton says, so I shall know a good bit before the wedding, and I can let you know all about it." "Let me know!" cried Lady Perriam. "Do you suppose I care whom Mr. Stanton marries, or when he marries?" "No, of course not, my lady," said Mary Peter, afraid she had offended. "I hope you don't think I've taken a liberty in mentioning such a thing, but I thought you might feel just a little interested in Mr. Stanton, after having been engaged to him yourself. I remember what pleasant walks we used to have of an evening, you and me and Alice Cook, and how we used to meet Mr. Stanton promiscuous, and how he always seemed to wish Alice and me away. To think of my making your wedding clothes, and believing it was for Mr. Stanton all the time, when you was going to marry Sir Aubrey, and be made a lady of title. What a wonderful life yours has been, Sylvia. I beg pardon, my lady." "A wonderful life," repeated Sylvia with a sigh. "Yes, it is a wonderful life. I wonder what will be the end of it." "And a happy life, too, I should think," said Mary. "In this beautiful house, and with these lovely rooms furnished according to your own fancy." Mary cast an admiring glance round the bright-looking boudoir which Lady Perriam had embellished. "And that dear boy in that lovely bassinet, with white lace skirtings over pink silk. Mrs. Tringfold was kind enough to let me have a peep at the pretty dear as I came past the nursery door. And quite your own mistress, too." "Quite my own mistress," echoed Sylvia. "Yes, there was never any one more free than I." She dismissed Mary Peter, and then began to pace the room with quick, impatient steps. The dark eyes glittered angrily, the full underlip was held in by the small white teeth. This was the end of it all, then. This was what came of her liberty. She had been a widow more than 5 months, and in all that time Edmund Stanton had made no sign. She had waited with a sickening heart for some token that the old love was not utterly dead, that to know her free was to love her once again. He had loved her so well of old. Was it possible that such love could die? In her heart it lived and burned still, a deathless flame. Why should he find it easy to forget, when memory had such power over her? He had seemed to love the best in those old days. He had been ready to sacrifice so much for her sake, to lead a life of poverty and toil even. Until this news of Mary Peters, she had still hoped. Building much upon her knowledge of Edmund's character, she had comforted herself with the idea that he was only waiting till a decent period of mourning should be past, and he could approach her with a good grace. This announcement of to-day was a death blow. All that day and all the next she spent in the solitude of her own rooms, shunning even the nursery and the garden, where her child, now a fine little fellow of more than 12 months' growth, beguiled the long summer's day with his baby sports. She looked so pale and was so silent that her maid thought she must be ill, and said as much to Mrs. Carter, who went to Lady Perriam's room soon afterwards full of solicitude. "I heard you were ill," she said, "and came to see if I could be of any use." Sylvia was in no humour for sympathy even from Mrs. Carter. "You can be of no use," she answered. "If I wanted you I should send for you." The nurse drew back with a pained look, "It's hardly kind to speak to me like that," she said. "I cannot study my manner of speaking to you. You should not come to me unless you are sent for," returned Sylvia impatiently. She was sitting in her easy chair by the open window in a listless attitude, gazing straight before her at the dark line of the avenue and the distant hills beyond that boundary. "Sylvia," said Mrs. Carter, bending over the weary looking figure, "you are unhappy, and I have a right to be near you. Not the right of motherhood alone, I may have forfeited that forever, but the right of having served you at the sacrifice of my own peace. God knows I have never known an hour's peace since I did you that fatal service." "What am I the better for it?" cried Lady Perriam, turning fretfully from the eyes that looked at her with such mournful tenderness. "I wish it had never been done. Would to God it could be undone." "That can never be till some of us are dead," answered Mrs. Carter in a tone of deepest despondency. "I told you at the time, Sylvia, when I tried to dissuade you, on my knees, that it was an act which once done was done forever. Remorseful tears, agony of mind can avail nothing now. The thing is done." "Will your preaching mend matters, do you think?" cried Sylvia angrily. "Why do you come here to torment me? I want comfort, not torture." "If I only knew how to comfort you," said the mother regretfully. "There is no such thing as comfort for a grief like mine. I have lost the only being I ever cared about. He is lost to me forever." "You mean Mr. Standen?" "Whom else should I mean? He is the only person I ever cared for, and now he is going to marry Esther Rochdale." "Are you quite sure of that?" "Quite sure. It is a settled thing. His mother has persuaded him into this engagement, I dare say, but the fact remains. He is engaged. I thought that when he heard of Sir Aubrey's death, and knew that I was free, his heart would turn towards me again. He cannot have forgotten me. My love for him is the same to day as it was 2 years ago." "But you can hardly expect him to believe that, or to forgive you for having broken faith with him. Perhaps, if he knew how you repented that falsehood, he would turn towards you again. But even if he did—" "Well, what then?" "You could hardly marry him," said Mrs. Carter in an awestruck whisper. She looked at her daughter with a curious expression, half horror, half pity, as if she wondered at having given birth to so relentless a being, yet clung to her with all a mother's love. "What other motive had I for wishing to be free?" asked Sylvia. Mrs. Carter covered her face with her hands to hide the tears she could not keep back, tears of shame and agony. She had felt the sting of shame for herself, drained the cup of self-abasement; but this shame which she felt for her only child seemed even more bitter. "You had better go back to your charge," said Sylvia coldly. "I am going," answered the mother. She tried to clasp Sylvia's hand, but was repulsed impatiently. "You always make me miserable," said Lady Perriam. "You are such a bundle of weakness. Had I anyone of strong mind and steady purpose to lean upon, I might leave this hateful house. But how could I trust to you to watch over my interests while I was away? It would be leaning upon a reed." "I am sorry you consider me so despicable," said Mrs. Carter with a touch of bitter in her quiet tone. "I have been faithful to you against my own conscience." "Go," said Sylvia. "And before you prate of conscience, try to remember that I took you out of the gutter." The shot went home. Mrs. Carter's face, always pale, grew deadly white at this savage taunt. She left the room without a word, and Sylvia Perriam was alone. She rose and paced the room in a fever of excitement. "He may not know that I am sorry," she said to herself, musing upon her mother's suggestion. "He may not know that I loved him even when I was false to him, loved him with all my heart when I deserted him. But he shall know it. He shall know this wretched heart before he marries Esther Rochdale. Having risked so much to win him, why should I shrink from one more hazard? He despises me already. If I fail in this last effort, he can but despise me a little more. He shall know that I am at his feet, and then let him abandon me if he can." She seated herself before the ashwood writing table with its Dresden china fittings, strangely different from the battered mahogany desk on which the schoolmaster's daughter had been wont to write her letters. She wrote a few hurried lines with a hand that was somewhat tremulous, though the characters looked firm enough upon the paper, wrote to Edmund Standen, for the first time since that fatal letter which was to dissolve their engagement. "Will he think this step wanting in womanly feeling, or will he be glad?" she wondered; and then with a bitter laugh she murmured, "Womanly feeling! I bade farewell to that when I jilted the man I loved, in order to marry Sir Aubrey Perriam." End of chapters 45 and 46. Chapters 47 and 48 of Taken at the Flood, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 47. The faults of love by love are justified. Was Edmund Standen happy? He tried to believe that his lot was life's consummate felicity. He was prosperous, successful as a man of business, appreciated by directors and shareholders, the master spirit of the Monkhampton branch of the Western Union Bank. His home was pleasant, his womankind worshipped him. He was betrothed to a woman he admired and respected, who loved him with devotion, and whose handsome income would do much to swell the sum of his own prosperity. He ought to have been happy. He had youth, health, independence, the knowledge that work need not for him be the monotonous toil of a lifetime, but only the congenial employment of his prime, to be given up at any hour should it prove wearisome to him. He knew that the bulk of his father's fortune was now securely his own, for his mother had shown him her last will, in which she left Ellen Sargent only the savings of her widowhood, and all the rest to her son. "I am not likely ever to alter this will, Edmund, or to threaten you with loss of fortune," said Mrs. Standen, who was enraptured with the present condition of affairs. She would fain have hurried on the marriage, but she found Esther averse from haste, and Edmund somewhat indifferent. "After all, mother," he said, "if Esther likes a long engagement, why should we worry her to give up her fancy? We are very happy as we are." "If you are happy, Edmund, that is all I care for; and I am not afraid that Esther will change her mind." Thus things went on, with every appearance of general satisfaction. "I ought to be completely happy," Edmund said to himself more often than a man who was really happy would have made the remark. Indeed, happiness has so subtle a flavor that we rarely recognize the taste of that wine of life while yet it lingers on our lips. It is afterwards we look back and say, "We were happy." Few among us talk of happiness in the present tense. Edmund found that his present content lacked the charm of that brief period of delight in which he had been Sylvia's lover. He tried to recall the old day dream of a happy home, only changing the central figure, the same bright picture of the domestic hearth, but with a difference in the wife who sat beside it. Vain endeavor. He found that the picture would not compose as well as of old. It had even lost the old glow and color. He shut his eyes upon the outer world, and tried to lose himself in the dreams of future happiness, but the dreams would not come. So Mr. Standen became more than ever devoted to business, worked longer hours at his desk, made himself hateful to his subordinates by his unflagging attention to every detail, and went home of an evening too tired sometimes for the twilight walks which were so sweet to Esther Rochdale; too tired even to take part in his favorite duets, glad to sit in the easy chair opposite his mother's while Esther sang or played to him. She did both with exquisite expression, and often brought the tears to her lover's eyes. But the tears he shed were not for her. They were weak, regretful tears, for one he knew to be unworthy of them. Vainly did he struggle against regrets which he felt to be both weak and wicked. This struggle was at its height when Lady Perriam's letter was handed to him one morning among his business letters at the bank. Sylvia had been too prudent to direct her epistle to Dean House. The letter was brief. Perriam Place, Wednesday. Dear Mr. Standen, I have a communication to make to you which I think you ought to hear. I dare not ask you to call upon me, lest you should compromise yourself and me by such a visit. Will you therefore meet me to-morrow evening at 9 o'clock in Perriam churchyard? Yours faithfully, Sylvia Perriam. This seemed cool and businesslike, the letter of a woman who had forgotten there had been so tender a tie between her and the man to whom she wrote. Edmund twisted the small sheet of perfumed paper between his fingers for a long time, pondering on that strange appeal. Should he grant this audacious request, knowing as he too well knew the weakness of his own heart? His first answer to that request was a forcible negative. He would not go. Then came afterthoughts, which are apt to be fatal. Would she have written to him thus if she had not had strong reasons for sending him such a letter? What communication could she make to him? There was but one secret he would care to hear from those lips, and to hear that now would be worse than futile. She would tell him, perhaps, that the infidelity which had gone very near to break his heart had been no willing act of hers; that influences stronger than he could imagine or believe had forced her to that unwomanly falsehood; that her father's greed and not her own ambition had made her the wife of Sir Aubrey Periam. She might tell him all this, but to what avail? Could she stand blameless in his sight, she would be no nearer to him than she was now, for he was the affianced husband of Esther Rochdale. It was just possible, however, that she did not seek this meeting in order to extenuate her sin against him. She might have some pressing need of his help. He knew that she was friendless. He was a man of business. He had once loved her. To whom would she be more likely to appeal than to him? "I should be a craven if I refused to grant her request," he said to himself, and wrote 2 or 3 lines in answer to Lady Periam's letter, promising to be in the churchyard at the hour she named. This reply was no sooner posted than Edmund Standen began to repent having written it. He thought how bad a look such a secret meeting would have in Esther's eye should some unlucky hazard bring it to her knowledge. And people who live in villages are set round with spies. Should he write another letter recalling his promise? He debated that point all the afternoon, but did not write any such letter. As the day grew later a guilty feeling crept over him, until he shrank from the idea of seeing Esther Rochdale and his mother before he had kept his appointment with Lady Periam. He ordered his dinner from a tavern, and stayed at the bank after office hours, looking into accounts, and writing business letters; stayed there till the Monkhampton clocks chimed the 8:15. From the bank to Periam was about an hour's walk. Mr. Standen gave himself a quarter of an hour's margin, but instead of walking at a leisurely pace and keeping himself cool, as he intended, he walked his fastest, walked himself almost into a fever, and entered the little lane leading to Periam Church at 8:30, having done the distance in 3/4 of an hour. He had nothing to do for the next half hour but smoke a cigar or two, stroll in and out among the moss-grown old gravestones, muse like the meditative Hervey on life's mutability, and regret his own foolishness in having allowed Lady Periam to entrap him into this evening rendezvous. Bitterly did he think of his false love as that long half hour wore on, and yet he yearned for her coming; and at the first sound of a light footfall on the terrace above him felt his heart beating, just as it used to beat in summer evenings gone by, when he had waited for his mistress under the chestnut tree; the same fervour, the same impatience, the same passion as of old, although he was Esther Rochdale's promised husband. The light step came along the terrace, and he saw a black-robed figure pause by a low iron gate, open it, and then descend a little flight of steps to a gate opening into the churchyard. The moon was at the full, and Sylvia's beauty had a phantasmal look in that soft silver light as she came slowly towards him, slender and shadowy in her flowing black dress, only the face shining out from that sombre drapery ivory pale. "This is very good of you," she said falteringly, holding out her little ungloved hand with a doubtful gesture. Hard to keep the leash upon passion. He had intended to be cold as ice, unimpressionable as a family lawyer. But he took the tremulous hand in his, and held it in as tender a clasp as when he had deemed this girl all innocence and truth. "Good of me," he said. "I suppose you knew you had only to beckon and I should come. But before you say one word to me, let me tell you what, as an honest man, I am bound to tell. I come here as Miss Rochdale's affianced husband." "I knew that when I wrote to you," answered Lady Periam, her eyes fixed upon his face, fever bright but steadfast. "I knew that you could only come here as Miss Rochdale's engaged lover, but before you married I thought it right you should know the truth about me." "I know quite enough, Lady Periam," answered Edmund, letting go the little hand, and putting on that armour of coldness which he had meant to wear from the first. "I know that you jilted me in order to marry my superior in wealth and position. Do I need to know any more?" "Yes, you need to know why I did it," answered Sylvia, in a voice that thrilled him. Its ringing tone sounded like truth. Passion has a truth of its own, the truth of the moment.
"A woman has 1,000 good reasons for every wrong she does," returned Edmund. "I am content to know that I was wronged without investigating causes. The effect was all sufficient."
"Do you think it was for my own sake I married Sir Aubrey?"
"Certainly, since you were the person to benefit by such an alliance."
"Can you imagine that I, who loved you so dearly, would have deserted you, unless I had been compelled to that act by an overpowering necessity?"
"What necessity should compel you, save your own ambition? You had shown me often enough your horror of poverty. You shrank from the future I offered you, which must have begun with a struggle for maintenance. It was not enough for you that I was hopeful. It was not enough that I promised to work for you. Sir Aubrey could give you wealth and splendour in the present, and you chose Sir Aubrey."
"I chose Sir Aubrey because my mother was starving in a garret in London, and to marry him was my only hope of maintaining her. You were brave. You were ready to begin life without a penny and to work for me. If I burdened you with myself, blighted your prospects, lost you your inheritance, could I also burden you with the support of my mother? Yet I must do that, or let her starve, if I married you. For my mother's sake I sacrificed my own happiness, and married Sir Aubrey Perriam."
Edmund gazed at her for some moments in sheer bewilderment. Her looks and tones were full of truthfulness. Earnestness so thrilling could hardly be false. He believed her in spite of himself. "How was it that I never heard of your mother, or heard of her only as one who had long been dead? You told me that you had never seen her face, that she died while you were an infant."
"So I believed until the night after the school feast," answered Sylvia, and then briefly, yet with a graphic force that conjured up the scene before his wondering eyes, she told him of that night visit, the penitent mother, depicted that mother's misery, but affected a deeper pity than she had ever felt for it, and touched the listener's compassionate heart. She described their parting, how the broken-hearted mother had kissed and blessed her, and how she had promised to help and befriend the penitent, were it at the cost of her own happiness. "Within a week of that parting Sir Aubrey asked me to marry him. I remembered my promise to my mother. I knew that if I married him it would be easy to keep my promise. If I married you, almost impossible. I thought how unfortunate our marriage would be for you, how great a sacrifice it was to cost you, and I prayed God for strength of mind to renounce you and marry the rich old man who could give me power to rescue my mother from a life of unmitigated wretchedness. Was I so utterly contemptible as you seem to have thought me, Edmund?"
"Contemptible?" cried Edmund. "No, Sylvia, not contemptible. But mistaken, fatally mistaken. I would have toiled for your mother as willingly as for you, worked for her ungrudgingly, and whether our home were rich or poor, she should have shared it."
"You do not know what you are saying, Edmund. My mother was not one you could have acknowledged without some touch of shame. She had been a sinner."
"And had repented. I would not have been ashamed of her penitence. She should have lived with us in peace and security, and none should have dared to question her past life."
"Oh!" exclaimed Sylvia with a cry of despair, "if I had but known you could be so generous!"
"You had no right to question my generosity, or my humanity. This was a case for common humanity rather than generosity. Do you think I would have let my wife's mother starve?"
"You might have found life so hard, Edmund."
"I would have fought the battle if it had been ever so hard. I would have kept sheep in Australia if I had failed to earn our bread in England." Sylvia was silent. That picture of Australian sheep farming, though noble enough in the abstract, had no fascination for her. Yet, as circumstances had shaped themselves, she would gladly have been an immigrant's hard-working helpmeet rather than the thing she was.
"I have told you all the truth, Edmund," she said, after a pause in which they had both seemed lost in thought, Edmund leaning upon the rusty railings of a tomb, his face hidden from Lady Perriam, as if he feared to let her see the workings of a countenance which might have revealed too much of the mind's fierce struggle. "I have told you all," she repeated. "Can you forgive me?"
"I have nothing to forgive. You did what you deemed was right. I can only regret that you had not greater confidence in my affection, and in my power to help those I love. I hope that you secured your own happiness by an act which nearly wrecked mine."
"My own happiness?" she echoed drearily. "Do you think it was for my happiness to forsake you? Do you think I was all falsehood when we parted that day in Hedingham churchyard?" No answer. He stands like a rock, looking straight before him with a cold, steady gaze, ordering his heart to be still, that heart whose passionate beating belies his outward calm. "Have you ever doubted my love for you, Edmund?" asked Sylvia, stung by this merciless calm. "No more than I doubted that the summer roses bloomed that year, and withered," he answers. "Your love died with them." "It never died. It filled my heart when I deserted you. Yes, when I stood before God's altar with Sir Aubrey Perriam, it was you I saw standing at my side, it was to you I uttered my vows, it was you I swore to love and honour and obey. The rest was all a bad dream." Still silence. A pause, during which Sylvia feels as if her heart were slowly congealing. Then came a question asked in low, level tones, as if it were the most commonplace inquiry. "Was this the communication you had to make, Lady Perriam?" "Yes. What else should I have to say to you? Yes, I sent for you to tell you this. You shall not give Esther Rochdale your heart without knowing the secret of mine. I never ceased to love you. I was never really false to you. I flung away my own peace for the sake of a desolate, despairing creature who had but one being in all the world from whom to hope for succour. And now I am free once more. Free and rich, and true to you. Will you forget all your old vows, the deathless love you have so often told me about? Will you forsake me to marry that prim pattern of provincial perfection, Miss Rochdale?" "Spare your sneers against my future wife, Lady Perriam. Yes, I am going to marry Miss Rochdale, and if I am not as happy with her as I once hoped to be with you, it will be my folly, and no missing grace or charm in my wife that will be to blame." "Which means that you do not care for her," cried Sylvia. "Oh, Edmund, I know how contemptible I must appear in your eyes to night, even more despicable than when I seemed to be false to you. I know what a hideous offence against conventionality I have committed, that I have almost shut myself out from the ranks of virtuous women by this self-sought meeting. Despise me as much as you please, Edmund. I know full well how deep a shame I have brought upon myself by this reckless act, but I can bear even that. Marry Esther Rochdale. Yes, you are right. She is worthy of you. She is good, pure, true, all things that I am not. Marry her and forget me. I am content now that you know the truth. Blot me from your memory, Edmund, forever, if you like. But if you do remember me, think, at least, that I was not utterly base. And now leave me, and go back to Miss Rochdale." She stretched out her arm with a gesture of dismissal. Till this moment, Edmund had stood by the ivy-wreathed railings of the Perriam tomb, fixed, immovable, sturdily battling with that demon of weak and foolish love which bade him cast truth, honour, loyalty to the winds, and clasp his false idol to his breast. But now, as she retreated from him, slowly in the moonlight, a phantom-like figure gliding out of his reach, the old folly mastered him. The passion he had never conquered once more enslaved him. He stretched out his arms, 3 eager steps brought him to her side, and once again she was held to his heart, held as if never more to be set free. "Leave you, forget you, go back to another woman? No, Sylvia, you know I cannot do that. You knew that when you lured me here to-night you would have me at your feet. I have come back to your net. You have called me back. You would have it so for good or evil. I am dishonoured, perjured, weakest and worst among men, but I am yours, and yours only." 48. Sylvia triumphs. After that meeting in the moonlit churchyard, Edmund Standen went home, humiliated, remorseful, and as completely miserable as he had ever been in his life. There was no sense of triumph in the thought that Sylvia was once more his own, but a sense of deepest shame. The joy of possession was extinguished in the agony of self-abasement. His jewel, the treasure of his life, the only object he had ever ardently desired, was restored to him, but at a price that made the gift worthless. Not long did he linger in Perriam churchyard after that fatal avowal of weakness. He kissed the pale forehead, the sweet red lips, as he had been wont to kiss them in days of old; looked into the depths of those luminous eyes, and tried to pierce the soul that gave them light, and then tore himself away with but a brief farewell. He would have seen Sylvia safe within her own door ere he left her, but this she forbade. Of the future neither spoke. She was more than content. Her heart swelled with secret triumph, for she had made her lover's marriage with Esther Rochdale an impossibility. After tonight's avowal he dare not fulfill his engagement to Miss Rochdale. Henceforward he belonged to her, Sylvia Perriam. She did not, therefore, murmur at a leave-taking which seemed sudden, constrained, and hurried. She knew he was sorry for what he had done. That late repentance mattered little. He had done it. Safe in the solitude of her room, she gave herself up to the full rapture of triumph. She laughed softly to herself as she brushed her long bright hair before the large oval mirror in the dressing-room which she had made a glistening temple of feminine luxury. What a victory she had won over her arch-enemy, Mrs. Standen! How changed her position since that stately dowager had paid her a visit of condescension and conciliation to the village schoolhouse. "Will she come here to pay me another visit, when she is told that Edmund is going to marry me after all?" wondered Sylvia. "I think not. She will hardly attempt to patronize Lady Perriam." Of Esther Rochdale's wounded or perhaps broken heart, Sylvia thought not at all. Other people's broken hearts had never been a source of anguish to her. Besides, she had always detested Miss Rochdale. She had hated her for being richer than herself. She had hated her still more for being better, purer, and truer than herself. She rang for her maid she had her own maid now, and told her to fetch Mrs. Carter. She was in a mood to confide in somebody, and there was no one else to whom she could unbosom herself. Mrs. Carter came promptly in answer to that unwonted summons. She closed the door behind her carefully, and drew near Sylvia's chair. "Are you better, darling?" she asked softly. "Better? I am well. Is your patient asleep?" "Yes, he has been asleep since 9 o'clock." "He sleeps well, doesn't he?" asked Sylvia. "Very well. Yes, thank heaven, his nights are all peace." "And his days?" said Sylvia, with a vexed look. "I should think they must be peaceful enough, too. You give him all he wants, all he can ever ask for." "I do my best to make him comfortable, and even humor his caprices as far as possible. But, in spite of that—" "Well, what?" asked Sylvia impatiently, as Mrs. Carter paused, playing nervously with the ribbon of her neat little black silk apron. She was peculiarly neat and precise in her dress at all times, a person never to be seen at a disadvantage. The quiet pauses of her monotonous life gave ample leisure for this scrupulous neatness. "In spite of all my care, he is sometimes very miserable," she said. Sylvia shrugged her shoulders, and turned away with an impatient movement. "I suppose it is in the nature of his malady to be miserable," she answered coldly. "I don't think it is altogether that." "What does he want, then?" "A little more liberty." Lady Perriam turned upon the speaker angrily. "I forbid you ever to speak of him again," she said. "Do your duty. You are paid for that, and paid lavishly. But don't come whining to me and talking of his being unhappy, as if my interests were the last thing you cared about." "Is that a fair thing to say, Sylvia, after what I have done for you?" "You undo it every time you speak of it. A favor is no favor when it is flung in one's face." "How often do you fling your bounties in my face?" retorted the mother bitterly. "Why did you send for me to-night, if it was only to be unkind?" "I didn't mean to be unkind, but you provoked me by speaking of a subject I hate." "Indeed, Sylvia, it was you who questioned me." "You should have some tact. I may have asked a simple question, but I did not invite reproaches or lamentations." Mrs. Carter looked at Lady Perriam with that half sorrowful, half wondering expression which often marked her countenance. She was thinking of the strange resemblance in character between father and daughter. In each the same absorbing self-love, in each the same indifference to the woes of others. Lady Perriam recovered her temper, and poured the story of her triumph into her mother's ear. It was not from any natural affection for that mother, whom she had, since her widowhood, condescended to acknowledge in the seclusion of her own rooms; though to the little world of Perriam Place, Sylvia's mother seemed no more than the hired sick nurse. It was from no impulse of filial love, but only from a desire to talk to someone, to have some sympathetic ear to listen to the triumph of woman's art over man's honour. "It was not till I pretended to give him up that I brought him to my feet," she said after telling her story. "Till then he was rock. I told him to go back to Esther Rochdale. He saw me melting from his sight, and in the next moment I was in his arms, and he was as much my own as when we parted by the tomb of the Debossenes. It was a happy thought to make him meet me in the churchyard. The scene brought back all the old feelings. And now he is mine once more. My Edmund. And I am rich enough to laugh at Mrs. Stanton's petty fortune. We will be married as soon as my year of widowhood is over, and he will come and lighten up this gloomy old house with his presence. I shall feel no more fear when he is by my side. Let the worst come, it will be his business to protect me." Mrs. Carter looked at her earnestly for some moments, and then knelt down by her chair, and clasped her hands, and looked into her eyes with passionate appeal. "Oh, Sylvia," she cried, "why did God give you all good things except heart and conscience? It tortures me to hear you talk like this. I would rather see you groveling in the dust, anguish-stricken, than hear you speak of happiness, and count upon a prosperous future, knowing what I know." End of chapters 47 and 48. Chapters 49 and 50 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 49. More bitter than death. No sleep visited Edmund Stanton's eyelids that night. His eyes had a seared feeling, as if he had been staring into the red-hot heart of a furnace. He did not delude himself by going to bed, but sat in his dressing-room writing letters till some time after the cocks in the Dean House poultry-yard had offered their shrill salutations to the morn, and had been answered by stranger cocks at remotest distance and at all points of the compass. Only once did he pause from his task-work, and that was only to extinguish the burnt-down candles and draw up the Venetian blind. How bleak and cold the world looked at early dawn, even that summer world which would soon be all aglow with brightness and colour. It was exactly 6 o'clock when he sealed the last letter. He had written no less than 3, laid them out in a neat row upon the mantel-shelf, where they appeared sufficiently conspicuous in their large business-like envelopes. By 6:30 he had made his usual toilette and packed his portmanteau. This he contrived to convey downstairs noiselessly, and out through a long stone passage to the stable-yard. Here he found help enough, for the coachman and groom were both astir. He ordered the dog-cart, put his portmanteau in, and drove off as the clock chimed the 7:15. His heart had been beating uneasily all the time. Esther and his mother were both early risers. One of them might hear the wheels and be in time to witness his departure. Yet it mattered very little if they did see him. All the abominable truth would so soon be known. "I didn't know you was goin' anywheres this morning, sir, or I'd have had the trap ready," said the groom speculatively. "I didn't know as much myself till last night. I'm going to Germany for a few months on business. Oh, by the by, Evans, after you've dropped me at the station, you'll take the dog-cart home as fast as you can, and tell Jane to give my mother the letters she'll find on the mantelpiece in my dressing-room. She'll have found them before you get home, I dare say, but there's just the chance of their being overlooked." At the Monkhampton station Mr. Stanton met a man he knew. Depart from a country town when you will, there is generally some individual of your acquaintance who contrives to choose the same day and hour for his journeying. Mr. Stanton was somewhat brief and unfriendly in his responses to the customary questions as to how far he was going, and how long he was likely to be away. He withdrew himself to the compartment farthest from that chosen by his acquaintance, and altogether comported himself in a sullen and bearish fashion. He was too angry with himself to be commonly civil to other people. What was he doing? Running away from the consequences of his sin? Making a base and dastardly retreat from the ruin his dishonour had wrought? He could not look in Esther's face and tell her how he had wronged her. He could not endure to see those gentle eyes that had never looked upon him in unkindness clouded by tears. He could fancy the white change in that innocent face, but he could not brook the sight of it. So he had written his plighted wife a long, passionate, despairing letter, full of remorse and self-upbraiding, humbling himself to the dust, but telling her all the bitter truth. He had been mistaken when he fancied himself cured of his first fatal passion. He had deceived himself when he thought he loved her, a hard and humiliating confession for any man to make,
a crushing announcement for any woman to receive. He was on his way to London by the early express, speeding on the first stage of a journey that he meant to be a long one, ere that letter was delivered to Esther Rochdale. No one but the servants had heard Edmund Standon's departure. The daily business of the quiet, orderly household went on just in the usual methodical manner, though the young master had ordered the dog-cart, and driven off in that unexpected way. The servants, too respectable to be inquisitive, concluded that this early departure had been arranged ever so long beforehand. Mr. Standon was going on a little bit of a tour in foreign parts before he married and settled down into a ponderous, unlocomotive country gentleman. Mrs. Standon was always reserved. She was not a woman who unbosomed herself to an upper housemaid, or poured her woes into the ear of a cook. The Dean house servants lived on the fat of the land, had ample wages, and kind nursing in the hour of sickness; but they lived afar from their mistress, and their feelings towards her were rather respectful than sympathetic. Esther came downstairs at a few minutes before 7, just about 5 minutes after the dog-cart containing her perjured lover had rolled briskly out of the stable-yard, with that cheery sound which swift revolving wheels always have on a sunshiny morning, a sound of life and progress. She strayed out into the garden, loitered on the smooth gravel mall, gathered a bunch of dewy roses to fill an old oriental bowl on the breakfast-table, thought, not quite happily, of Edmund. He had seemed dull and tired of late; had lost that active spirit which had made him eager for long walks, for new music, for small domestic pleasures. They were working him too hard at the bank. Yes, that was it. He always came home tired now. Esther made the round of garden and orchard, took Trotty, the eldest of Edmund's nieces, for an appetizing before-breakfast walk in one of the meadows; did all she could to promote pleasant feelings between Trotty and the tawny red-skinned cows of whose placid looks Trotty went in awful fear, and then, relinquishing Trotty to the nurse, strolled slowly back to the house. There are days when sad thoughts come uncalled. Just as she came to the glass door, there flashed upon Esther Rochdale the memory of a summer morning 2 years ago, the morning when Edmund told her of his engagement to Sylvia Carew. The very memory of that morning made her shudder. She could recall the old unforgotten pain, the sharp sting of an agony which she had hidden with all a woman's self-command. "I don't think I could bear such another blow as that," she said to herself. "I think if I had to suffer like that again the pain would kill me. But what can put such a fancy into my head to-day, when everything is changed since that time, and I am thoroughly happy?" She tried to dismiss a memory that seemed mere foolishness, and went into the breakfast-room, softly singing one of Edmund's favourite airs as she arranged her roses. Mrs. Standon was not seated before the urn with her open prayer-book, ready for the 8 o'clock prayers, after her usual manner at 5 minutes before the hour. She was standing by the breakfast-table with a pale, disordered countenance, reading a letter. Jane, the housemaid, came into the room with a tray just as Esther entered from the garden. "Tell them I don't feel well enough to read prayers this morning," said Mrs. Standon, without looking up from the letter. The servant looked surprised. Illness, save of the most serious character, had never been wont to interfere with Mrs. Standon's religious duties. She had read prayers in the agonies of headache and neuralgia, in the prostration of influenza; yet she stood there this morning, strong and stern of aspect, and said she was too ill for that customary duty. "Is there anything the matter, Auntie?" asked Esther, agitated. That pale set face frightened her, somehow. It was not grief, but anger that made it awful. "There is this much the matter," replied Mrs. Standon. "My only son, my too well-loved son, is a consummate villain." "Auntie, are you mad?" cried Esther, with a faint shriek, clasping that rigid figure, looking wildly at that resolute face. Horrible visions of possible calamity flashed across her mind. Edmund had been forging, or embezzling, or something dreadful of that kind. People in banks so often end by forging. It seems almost a necessary consequence of a confidential position. He was a criminal, a felon, in prison. Let him be what he might, she was his plighted wife. She would stand by him in the dock at Dartmoor, on the scaffold if need were. "Whatever he may be, or whatever he has done, I shall love him all the same," she said proudly, with a woman's wrong-headed pride in the extremity of her devotion to worthless man. "Poor child!" exclaimed Mrs. Standon, with bitter, half-contemptuous pity. "He does not want your love. He does not value your fidelity. He has the only kind of love he cares for, the love of a wicked woman." "Auntie!" cries the girl with widely opening eyes, and one hand stretched out as if to ward off a blow. Something, the merest inkling of the truth, creeps into her mind. "Auntie!" she repeats with desperate entreaty, "what has he done?" "Deserted you for love of Sylvia Carew. I beg that lady's pardon, Lady Perriam. But you had better read his letter to you, and see what kind of excuse he makes for himself. He has tried to extenuate his conduct to me, not to justify himself. He is too wise for that. But he is no more a son of mine. I have done with him forever." "No, no, no!" cried the girl passionately. "No, you shall not renounce him for any wrong done to me. He is your son, always your son to the end. What was a mother's love meant for, except to outlive all lesser love? You are his mother, and you cannot shut him out of your heart. You could not if you were steeped in sin. Where is the letter?" She stretched out her hand almost mechanically to take the letter from the table where it lay beside her plate, as if it were the pleasantest letter in the world, instead of Cleopatra's deadly asp disguised in a sheet of bath post. Then, with a piteous look at Mrs. Standen, she asked, "Why should he write to me? Could he not tell me with his own lips? Did he think I should upbraid him?" "He was ashamed of his dishonour, Esther, and he ran away, like a defaulting clerk. He has gone to Germany." Again a faint cry broke unawares from the girl's pale lips, a broken-hearted cry, as one of whose palace of life has crumbled suddenly to dust and ashes. She broke the seal, and read her false lover's letter. No sense of degradation could be deeper than that which breathed in every line. I despise myself beyond the common measure of contempt," he wrote, "but I love Sylvia Perriam still. I have seen her. I need not tell you how our meeting came about. The fact is enough. I did not set myself to betray you. I did not go deliberately to my doom. As I hope for life eternal, Esther, I thought I was cured. I believed I loved you. No man could have been truer hearted than I was that night on Cropley Common when I asked you to be my wife. It was not till I stood face to face with Sylvia, not till I was drunken with the sound of her voice, with the light of her eyes, with the fatal charm that she has for me in every look and tone, not till then, as I live now and hope to live hereafter, did I know that I had never forgotten her, never ceased to love her, never been less her slave than I was when I first cast every consideration of self-interest to the winds for her sake. Can I ask you to forgive me? No. I am too sensible of my own infamy to entreat or to expect forgiveness. Forget me, if you can; or if you cannot quite blot out the memory of my dishonour, despise me, as I despise myself. I cannot face the scorn which I have earned. I leave Dean House in all probability never to return to it. I accept my mother's old sentence of disinheritance. I did not deserve it when it was first pronounced, but I acknowledge its justice henceforward. And now, my adopted sister, my promised wife, there is no other word between us, except farewell. If I respected you less I might come to you with half allegiance and say, let us keep our engagement. At the worst there will be as much love and truth between us as there is between 3 out of every 6 couples who swear changeless love and honour. But I will not offer my pure Esther anything less than my whole heart, anything less than perfect truth and loyalty. Passion made me forget myself, and I confessed my love for the woman who jilted me 2 years ago. That confession, impulsive, unconsidered though it was, has dug a pit between us which I will not try to bridge over. This ended the letter. Esther stood with her eyes fixed on the lines, tearless. This was that other blow which she had thought of, as a stroke barely within the limits of possibility 10 minutes ago. It had come very quickly. Would it be as deadly as she had told herself it must be? Just at present she seemed wonderfully stoical. She calmly folded the fatal letter, she took Mrs. Standen's cold hand in both of hers and clasped it tenderly. She kissed the rigid, resolute face, trying to kiss it into softness. "I can forgive him, Auntie," she said, "with all my heart. Cannot you forgive him too?"
No, I cannot forgive him. I will never forgive him for having treated you so cruelly, for having trifled with you, cheated you, deceived you. He deceived himself as well. He had no right to practice self-deception that must needs bring sorrow to you. Oh, Esther, forgive me!" cried the mother, with a sudden burst of tenderness. "It was my fault, in some measure my fault. I was so anxious you should be his good angel, his consoler. I was always praising you to him, always leading him on to care for you." "I know, answered Esther quickly, with a pained look. "It all sprang from your love for me, but it was a mistake. Let us forget it, if we can. How much better that this should happen now than later! If the delusion had lasted only a little longer till I had been his wife, and he had found out then that he still loved that other! Think what an escape we have had!" "Escape!" repeated Mrs. Stanton gloomily. "How can you talk of escape when he has left you for the sake of that false, wicked woman, when he has gone headlong to his ruin?" The open Bible lay under her hand. She turned to Ecclesiastes, and read in a stern voice, solemn as the utterance of an antique sibyl: "And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her." 50. Sylvia is disappointed. After that moonlight meeting in the churchyard, Lady Perriam looked upon her lover's subjugation as a settled thing. He would come to her the next day, he would declare himself her slave for ever, and they would only have to settle between them how soon they could decently marry. Not until a year after Sir Aubrey's death, that delay seemed inevitable. However she might sigh for Edmund's companionship and protection, for the sense of security that there would be in that union, she must needs conform in some measure to the usages of society. Not until after this year was dead and gone, and a New Year's snowdrops were white in the shrubbery borders, could she be Edmund Stanton's wife. He might repent and forsake her in the meantime. "Forsake me!" she exclaimed, with a little laugh of triumph. "No, he would hardly do that. I know my power over him now. He fought his hardest against me last night, but the struggle is over. He will never try to break his fetters again." All that day, the day of Edmund Stanton's journey in the Monkhampton express, Lady Perriam watched for her lover's coming. She had no doubt that ere the day was done he would be at her side. He would not pause to calculate the effect of such a visit, the possibility of gossip or even scandal arising therefrom. He would come, full of a lover's rapture, reckless of all the world, come to ratify his impassioned vows of last night, come to set the seal of certainty upon their reunion. He would come early, perhaps, even before noon. He would hardly stop for conventional hours. Breakfast, an idle, dawdling meal with the widowed Lady Perriam, was over at last. She turned over half a dozen books, and could read none of them, so wandering were her thoughts. She looked at herself in the glass, and wondered if the change that Shadrach Vane had presumed to speak of were visible in her face to-day. No, it was all beaming, radiant loveliness. Triumphant hope had renewed the old lustre. Happiness was the true Medean bath. It had made her young again. The day waned. Luncheon, a meal at which Lady Perriam tried to be maternal and sacrificed comfort to baby worship, succeeded the long blank morning. The young heir of Perriam ate his morsel of boiled fowl, minced to suit his budding teeth, cried a little, cooed and laughed a little, said "Mam," was kissed and sent back to his own domain of the nursery. Lady Perriam dismissed him with a yawn. "I do believe she cares less and less for that blessed little lamb every day of her life," said Nurse Stringfold to Nurse Carter, in an indignant outburst, when the latter crept into the nursery to hang over the child's crib for a minute or two and bless him as he slept. "I never did see such a mother. She looks at him sometimes as if she didn't see him, and if he frets and whimpers a bit," in this gentle manner did Mrs. Stringfold gloss over the bantling's shrieks and yells of rage when his infantine wishes were for the moment crossed, "she shivers and looks as vexed as if he was somebody else's baby." "Lady Perriam is very young," said Nurse Carter apologetically. "If she's old enough to have a baby, she ought to be old enough to care for him," answered Mrs. Stringfold snappishly. As the afternoon lengthened, Sylvia grew too impatient to stay indoors. She felt that Edmund Stanton must come very soon now. The conventional visiting hour had arrived. If he wished to be strictly within rules, now was his time. Her impatience overmastered her. She put on her bonnet, the widow's little crape bonnet, which she rarely touched without a shudder of aversion, took up her black parasol, and went out. She went down the long avenue, where the monkey trees spread their spiky arms above the smooth bright grass. This way was the only ceremonial approach to the house, the only carriage way. Edmund Standen would drive, most likely, and would come this way. More than once she had thought of his employment at the bank. It was just possible, after all, that he might not be able to come till the evening; just like a shopman at Gansline's, who could only get out when the shop was shut. The idea was humiliating. He to be bound by any such restraint, he who had once been so grand a gentleman in her sight. She walked all the way down the avenue, looking straight before her, between those two stiff lines of interminable monkey trees, the tall elms rising grandly on either side behind them, shutting out the world beyond Periham. She looked straight before her for a distant dog-cart or pedestrian. But there was nothing but the spiky branches, the soft spreading greenery of the elms, the grass, the long straight road diminishing to a point in the distance, the blue warm sky. Yes, there was something human in the remote distance. A few minutes ago he might have looked like a robin redbreast with that spot of scarlet on his neck. Now he had developed into a distant boy. A telegraph boy, evidently, with those patches of red which enlivened his garments. Who would send me a telegram? Thought Sylvia, alarmed. Not Edmund, certainly. There was no telegraphic communication between Headingham and Periham, no railway, no public conveyance, nothing but the rustic high road, the modest meadow path, the short cut by wood or cornfield. The boy came up the avenue whistling. What matter if he sometimes carried tidings of ruin or death? To him his avocation was commonplace enough. He had no idea that he was a kind of spurious Mercury, messenger of gods and men. Lady Periham stopped him as he came up to her. "What message have you there?" she asked. "A telegram for Lady Periham." "Give it to me. I am Lady Periham." The boy looked at her suspiciously. "I'm bound to deliver it up at the place," he said, "and get the time wrote on it. I beg your pardon, my lady, but I must stick to rules." "I've a pencil," she said. "Will that do?" emphasizing the question with a fat clean shilling, not an attenuated worn-out button of a coin, but a full-bodied shilling. "Pencil don't do in general," answered the boy, "but I'll see if I can make it do this time." Lady Periham filled in the hour, 4:15, more than time that Edmund should have come, and dismissed the boy. Then she read her telegram. From Edmund Standen, London, to Lady Periham, Periham Place, near Monkhampton. Edmund Standen, London? Were the telegraph clerks mad to write such nonsense? I have left Headingham for an indefinite time, on my way to Germany. After what happened last night it is my only course. I could not face home difficulties, and thought it well for all interest that I should be away. More by letter. "Coward!" whispered Sylvia with a serpent-like hiss. "Is this what his love is worth, after all? His love, for which I have hazarded so much?" End of chapters 49 and 50. Chapters 51 and 52 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 51. Random Shots. The receipt of that telegram was a blow that struck home. Sylvia had brought her lover to her feet, as she firmly believed, and behold, at the moment when she felt most certain of his allegiance, he had been able to leave her for an indefinite period. Was this the love that had subjugated will and honour last night in the moonlit churchyard? Lady Periham dragged her steps slowly back to the house. What a weary length of monotonous turf she had to tread, with leaden lingering feet! She had come this way so gaily a little while ago, looking down the long vista for the figure she expected to see. She had felt so utterly sure of his coming, and instead of that beloved presence, that strong hand clasping hers, there was nothing but the crumpled telegram in her feverish palm. "I suppose Mrs. Carter will be glad of this," she said to herself bitterly, remembering the reproachful look that had chidden her wild talk of happiness. "She would like to see me in sackcloth and ashes, or branded on the forehead with a red-hot iron. thought Sylvia, brooding upon her mother's reproaches of last night. "She would consider that for my good. No harder judge than your penitent sinner." The afternoon sun beat down upon her head as she crossed the broad, gravelled expanse before the hall door, and in this open sunlight she found herself face to face with that person whom of all others she dreaded. For no definite reason, perhaps, but with an instinctive fear which reason could not dispel. Shadrach Bayne met her in front of the hall door, whip in hand, the dust of a long ride upon his stout country squirish boots. He had come to the place by the servants' entrance, from a round of inspection on the home farm. "They told me you were out, Lady Perriam," he said as he shook hands with Sylvia, "but I could hardly believe it, on such a blazing day, knowing your predilection for closed Venetians and a cool room." "One must take a walk now and then," answered Sylvia coolly. She made no secret of her indifference to any suggestion of Mr. Bayne's, but the agent was not to be put down by those small tokens of disdain. He went on suggesting all the same, and would not see, or appear to see, that his interest in her welfare was unappreciated and unwelcome. "Wouldn't it be wiser to choose the cool of the evening for your walk?" asked Mr. Bayne. "If you were my doctor, Mr. Bayne, I daresay I should ask for your advice on that point," retorted Sylvia. "But as you are not my medical adviser, I prefer to consult my own inclination." "If I were a doctor?" repeated Mr. Bayne with a curious little laugh. "That's a singular way of putting it, Lady Perriam. If I were a doctor I might do a great many things that I don't do now. If I were a doctor, I should want to see a little more than I do see of that poor half-cracked Mr. Perriam. If I were a doctor I might want to know a little more than I do now of the manner of Sir Aubrey's death." That blanching cheek, which had been flushed by heat and anger a moment ago, told him that his shot had struck the mark. "How white and tired you look, Lady Perriam. I am sure that walk was a mistake. Come into the saloon and sit down for a little before you go upstairs to your own rooms." They were in front of the saloon. The sashes of the long windows were raised, and the butterflies floated in now and then upon the summer air, and cooled themselves in the stately gloom of that disused apartment. "I hate that room," said Sylvia, looking towards the open window with a shudder. "Because Sir Aubrey's paralytic stroke happened there?" "Yes. I can fancy the association must be painful to one so truly attached to him as you were. Well, we won't go into the saloon. You seem to like the open air better. We'll go to the terrace. I want half an hour's talk with you." "What can you have to say to me? I thought we settled all business matters yesterday." "This is not exactly business. Nothing connected with the estate, that is to say." Lady Perriam walked by the steward's side as far as the terrace, reluctantly, but with that feeling of helplessness which she always experienced in Mr. Bayne's presence. She hated him, she feared him, and she always ended by submitting to his will, that will which had ruled Sir Aubrey in days gone by, which had awed the tenants into closest adherence to quarter days, and which had exercised itself in the vestry of Monkhampton until it had made Mr. Bayne a power in the sleepy old country town. She sank down with a tired air upon a seat on the terrace, a broad marble seat in an angle of the marble balustrade. An ancient orange tree in a sculptured vase crowned the angle and screened this corner. "This is better than the saloon, isn't it, Lady Perriam?" asked Mr. Bayne, as he seated himself by her side. "It will do very well," she answered coldly. No tinge of colour had come back to her marble pale cheeks. There was a dogged look in her face, the lips set tightly, the eyes looking straight before her, every feature accentuated by that intense expression. She looked like a woman who had nerved herself to face some fatal crisis in her life. "What do you want to say to me?" she asked, not looking at Mr. Bayne, but always straight before her. What a different interview this was from the one she had expected. She had hoped to watch the sultry close of that afternoon with Edmund Stanton by her side, to have planned the future with him, to have shown him the splendours of her house, hers for the 20 long years, to have told him of her wealth and that it should be his to spend as he pleased. Her smaller nature had never imagined Mr. Stanton's probable repugnance to wealth so won. "I want to talk to you about your own interests, your own reputation, Lady Perriam," said the agent, after a thoughtful pause. "I need hardly remind you that the world is censorious, or that a woman in your position is an easy mark for slander." "What can anyone find to say against me? Is not my life secluded enough to preclude the possibility of slander? That is just the question. Your life is too secluded to satisfy the neighborhood. You bury yourself alive in Perium Place, and the malicious, who are always on the lookout for sinister motives, begin to ask if you have any secret to hide, that you keep so close within yonder walls. From one speculation they have passed to another. As a man of business I get to hear these things. I may outstep my functions as your business adviser, your son's guardian, in broaching this subject to you, but right or wrong, I consider it my duty to put you in possession of the truth. Pray go on, sir. What is your Monkhampton gossip's complaint against me? It is not a complaint, it is no positive statement. Your enemies, that is to say, the grocers you don't deal with, the butcher whose rival supplies your household, can allege nothing against you. But people begin to wonder and speculate about the close restraint in which you keep Mr. Perium. If he is mad, they say, he ought to be put into a madhouse. If he is sane, he ought to be allowed more liberty. Lady Perium's eyes, so long fixed on vacancy, shifted uneasily, and stole a look at the steward's face. The countenance of the man of business indicated little of the mind behind it. The face of a Dutch clock could hardly have been less expressive. "He has as much liberty as he cares to have," answered Sylvia. "It is his fancy to lead that dull muddling life, pottering about among his books, amusing himself in his own way, and troubling no one, seeing no one but the servant who waits on him. He lives now exactly as he has lived for the last 10 years." "Not exactly. He used to walk in the kitchen garden daily, fair weather or foul. He never does that now." "He is weaker than he used to be. The shock of his brother's death has shaken him." "Then he ought to have medical advice. If he were to die suddenly some day, like his brother, what would the world say? Might not the malicious insinuate that both deaths were indirectly your work?" "Mr. Bayne!" "Don't look at me so indignantly, Lady Perium. I am not going to slander you. I am not going to doubt your kindness or your justice. If ever you should need a champion, you'll find me very ready to defy the world in your defence. I only wish to protect you from the consequences of your own indiscretion. But Monkhampton people have taken it into their heads that Mordred Perium is kept under undue restraint, deprived of natural liberty, and that this seclusion and restraint are your work. More than this, they go so far as to hint that you must have some strong reason for keeping your brother-in-law out of sight, that he has knowledge of some secret of yours. Pray don't be angry with me. I am only repeating vulgar gossip." How deadly white the face was now, a sicklier hue than the marble of the balustrade against which Lady Perium leaned. When she spoke with evident effort, there was a dull muffled sound in her tones. "What does it matter to me how these stupid country people slander me?" she asked. "If I went to London and spent money and enjoyed my life as many women do in my position," with a faint laugh, "they would call me heartless. Because I live in seclusion they try to imagine some secret motive for my quiet life. Mr. Perium leads the life that pleases him. Why should I drag his harmless eccentricities before the eyes of the world? Even if he is a little wrong in his head he does no mischief, and Mrs. Carter is quite capable of taking care of him. Are you aware, Lady Perium, that it is illegal to keep a lunatic in a private dwelling house, or in any house not especially licensed for the accommodation of lunatics?" "Who said he was a lunatic?" "You did, just this minute. I said he was a little wrong in his head. Which in plain English means that he is mad. Come now, Lady Perium, I'll put this matter as simply as I can. If he is sane, you have no right to deprive him of liberty. If he is mad, you have no right to keep him in that house." "I do not deprive him of liberty." "Don't you? Would you object to my hearing him acknowledge as much with his own lips? Will you allow me to ask him the plain question, is he satisfied with his mode of life? If he answers that question in the affirmative, I will answer for you to all Monkhampton. No one shall dare to slander you if once I am in a position to give them the lie." Sylvia had wiped her pale brow with a cambric handkerchief, a little square of thinnest tissue. She held it now in her clenched hands, held it twisted into a rag by the writhing of those restless hands. "Mordred objects to see anyone," she said. "He has shrunk from everyone since his brother's death. He is perfectly happy in his own way. Why cannot you let him alone?" The world will not consent to his being let alone, Lady Perriam. If you refuse my advice in this matter, if you won't let me help you as I can help you, other people will step in. One of the magistrates will come here and examine into the state of the case." "One of the magistrates! Would they dare to come here and question me? Cannot I do as I like in my own house?" "Unhappily, no. The law has a knack of looking inside people's houses. Come, Lady Perriam, be reasonable. I am here for your own good, for your own safety. Let me see Mr. Perriam, and judge for myself as to his condition." "You shall not see him!" cried Sylvia, rising suddenly and confronting him, still marble pale, but with a desperate look in her face which meant defiance. "You refuse me so slight a favour?" "You shall not see him. No one shall see him unless I choose, or until I choose. Let the magistrates come here. I will show them that I can be mistress in my own house." "What reason can you have for denying me access to your brother in law?" "I have no reason. But I will not accept dictation from anyone, least of all from you. You have long tried to be master in this house. I will show you that it is not so easy to be my master as you may have thought." She sank down upon the bench again, exhausted by that burst of passion. One little spot of crimson gleamed in the white cheeks, and the restless hands were still working nervously. "Lady Perriam, you are wrong when you say I have wished to be your master," said the steward, bending over her and speaking in an altered voice, a softer tone than was common to Shadrach Bain's lips, yet with the old grave earnestness of the business man. "From the first hour I saw you I have been your slave. Nay, you need fear no torrent of passionate words from me. I am not versed in the language of passion. I only know that I love you. I will not say that I loved you from that first hour when you came into my office, brighter and lovelier to look upon than anything I had ever seen in a dream. But from that hour I was your devoted servant, considered your interests before all others, pleaded your cause with the husband who would have stinted your dower, watched over your welfare, so far as it was in my power to protect and benefit you." "You have always been very good to me," replied Sylvia, looking up at him with a quick questioning glance as if to gauge the depth of his meaning. "In those days, at least, my devotion must have been disinterested," continued the steward. "What had I to hope for? You had a husband, I a wife. What two people could be farther apart than you and I? I served you because I admired and respected you, and if even at that time some warmer feeling lurked in my heart, I had never confessed so much to myself. But now the day has come when I dare speak plainly. You stand quite alone in the world, Lady Perriam, a world not too kind to defenceless youth and beauty. I am your equal in education. Before your marriage with Sir Aubrey I was more than your equal in social status. I am too well off to be open to the charge of mercenary motives. Nothing remains but the disparity of our years. I dare to hope that the strength of my devotion is enough to weigh against that. Sylvia, I love you. The one hope of my life is to be your husband." Lady Perriam gave no indication of astonishment, audacious as this address may have seemed to her. She sat motionless, looking downward. The agitation of a few minutes ago had passed away and left her very calm. "Will you give me some kind of answer, Lady Perriam?" "Can you expect me to answer such a startling question very quickly? Give me time to think, and I will answer you." "My confession has not shocked you very much." "Why should it shock me? You are my equal, as you say; and if you are 20 years older than I, you may naturally consider that a trifling objection, since I married a man who was 30 years my senior. Let me have time to think, Mr. Bain. I shall not press you for a speedy answer, if you will only give me permission to hope." "I should not refuse that if I were better convinced of your sincerity. You say you are my friend, devoted to me, yet you come here and worry me about poor Mr. Perriam. I only repeat slander which you ought to hear, in order that you may protect yourself against people's malice. And you are really my friend?" "I am more than your friend. I am your slave." "Shall I test your fidelity?" "Yes. Put me to any test." "Help me to get rid of all difficulties about Mr. Perriam. I begin to think that you, or the Monkhampton gossips, are right. He ought to be placed under restraint. His presence here is a source of anxiety to me. If his state does not improve very soon, I shall send for a mad doctor, and get him removed to an asylum."
"Whenever you make up your mind to that step, you may command my services."
"Do you know of any asylum where he could be safely cared for, or of any doctor who would take charge of him?"
"Why not consult Mr. Stimpson on that point?"
"I have no opinion of Mr. Stimpson's discretion. I would rather consult a stranger, some one unconnected with Monkhampton."
"I know of a man in London who might perhaps serve your purpose," said Mr. Bayne, after some moments' thought, "and enable you to get rid of the difficulty quietly. But I should like to see Mr. Perriam, and judge for myself before I advise you further. After all, there may be nothing amiss but a little harmless eccentricity, which would hardly justify us in consigning him to a madhouse."
"There is more than eccentricity. At times he is subject to delusions."
"What? Thinks himself the Pope, or the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I suppose?"
"Not exactly. But he has strange fancies, harmless enough, yet sufficient to prove him insane. You shall see him in a few days, when he is at his best, and judge for yourself."
"Thanks," said the steward. "That looks like confidence. And now tell me, Lady Perriam, may I hope?"
"Yes," answered Sylvia, giving him her hand. "It would be hard to deny you hope."
She smiled, and Mr. Bayne thought that the airy scaffolding he had put together one day in his office, when first he heard of Sir Aubrey's intended marriage, was in a fair way to become a substantial building. He had been prepared for indignant rejection. He had some vague sense of power over Sir Aubrey's widow, but he had thought it quite possible that she might defy him. His hints and veiled threats were but so much groping in the dark. The intensity of her agitation had taken him by surprise, and he had gone further than he had intended, ventured to reveal his ultimate hope. He escorted her back to the house, went with her to the nursery, where the infant baronet expressed the strongest objection to Mr. Bayne, and hid his face in his nurse's breast, turning now and then to steal an angry look at the custodian allotted to him by the Court of Chancery. "We shall be better friends by and by," said Mr. Bayne, quietly. He dined with Lady Perriam that evening, at her invitation, and though there was nothing of the accepted lover in his manner, he began to think the future was secure, and that in less than a year he might sit at that board as master. He did not stop long after dinner, not wishing to make his presence an infliction. But before he went away Lady Perriam asked him the name of the London doctor he had mentioned. "Mr. Ledlam, of Jaeger Street, Bloomsbury," answered Mr. Bayne. "Is he a celebrated man?" "Not at all. But I don't think you want a famous doctor to take care of Mr. Perriam. You want a man who will hold his tongue. Isn't that it?" "I don't want Mr. Perriam's affliction to be talked about." "Of course not. Joseph Ledlam is the very man. His chief practice is in Bloomsbury, but he has a house on the Great Northern Line, a few miles from Hatfield, where he receives 2 or 3 patients. A retired spot, quite remote from observation. A highly respectable man, poor but clever." "Are you sure that Mr. Perriam will be well treated in this gentleman's care?" "As sure as I could possibly feel about his treatment, put him where you may. You might put him in the charge of a more distinguished doctor than Ledlam, but in a larger and grander establishment he would be much more at the mercy of nurses and underlings than with such a man as Ledlam, who receives a limited number of patients, and has them under his own eye, as it were." "But he must be away a great part of his time, attending to his Bloomsbury practice," suggested Lady Perriam. "I don't know how he manages about that. He may have a partner." "Is he a friend of yours?" "Hardly a friend, but an old acquaintance. He belongs to this part of the country, and he and I went to school together. 15 years ago he tried to get a practice in Monkhampton, but the old established doctors were too much for him, and he speedily collapsed. He had not long married, poor fellow, and had a hungry-looking wife and 1 sickly child. He gave up Monkhampton as a bad job, and went up to London to try his luck there. I've seen him occasionally when I've been in town for a few days, and we've had a quiet evening together. I know the man is clever, and I think," Mr. Bayne said this with curious deliberation, "he is just the kind of man to suit your purpose, Lady Perriam. A man who will not talk about his patient, come what may." "I shall not forget your recommendation," said Sylvia, with her easiest manner. All traces of agitation had vanished long ere this.
And if poor Mr. Perriam should get much worse, which I trust will not happen, I'll send for Mr. Ledlam." This conversation occurred after Mr. Bain's horse had been ordered. He had no further excuse for lingering, but took his leave with a subdued tenderness, too unobtrusive to offend, yet enough to remind Lady Perriam that he had asked her to be his wife, and that he expected an answer. Scarcely had the door closed behind the departing agent when Sylvia looked at her watch and then rang the bell sharply. "Just 9. I wonder if it is too late to telegraph," she said to herself. She went to a side table where there were writing materials, and wrote the following telegram: "Lady Perriam, Perriam Place, near Monkhampton, to Joseph Ledlam, Jaeger Street, Bloomsbury. Please come immediately to consult upon an important case. Fee no consideration. Loss of time dangerous." The bell had been answered before her message was written, brief as it was. A footman stood at ease, awaiting her orders. "Let this message be taken at once to Monkhampton railway station," said Lady Perriam, giving him the paper in a sealed envelope. "Send one of the grooms on a fast horse." "Yes, my lady." 52. The friend of the mentally afflicted. It was not often that Mr. Ledlam of Jaeger Street was informed that the amount of his fee was no consideration. To the great Dr. Crow such telegrams as Lady Perriam's were common enough. At the magic name of Crow people became as lavish of gold as if they had been so many Kilman's eggs. But the patients whom Mr. Ledlam attended were wont to consider their fees very closely, indeed so scrupulously considerate were they of this question, that sometimes they changed their minds about it altogether, and did not pay him anything at all. At first Mr. Ledlam was inclined to look suspiciously at Lady Perriam's telegram, doubtful whether it were not a hoax. But he knew enough of the neighbourhood of Monkhampton to know that there really was a seat called Perriam Place within half a dozen miles of that market town, and this fact decided him. He would hazard a second-class return ticket to Monkhampton in quest of the unlimited fee so liberally offered. "I might charge as much as £10, and deducting 2 for my ticket, that would give me 8 for my day's work, besides future contingencies," mused Mr. Ledlam. "But what on earth could induce Lady Perriam to send for me? I didn't do so well while I was in Monkhampton that people should hunt me up 15 years after I turned my back upon that God-forsaken hole." Mr. Ledlam had bachelor quarters in Jaeger Street, a sofa bedstead in the parlour behind the surgery, where he bivouacked now and then when it was his fancy to spend the night in London rather than return to the rustic shades of his lodge near Hatfield. Thus it happened that Lady Perriam's message reached Mr. Ledlam while he was lounging over an unpretending breakfast of Epps's cocoa and a toasted bloater prepared by his own hands. He consulted a dog's-eared Bradshaw. Yes, there was time to catch the 9:45 down train from Paddington. He could be at Monkhampton by 3 o'clock that afternoon. In the simple phraseology of the neighbourhood, Mr. Ledlam cleaned himself, a brief operation, put on his best suit of professional black, took up his least shiny hat and his umbrella, good to look at while neatly rolled up, but not to be rashly opened, and set forth. He was fain to indulge in the luxury of a hansom cab, paid the driver his minimum fare, placidly endured the threat of a summons, and reached the platform, ticket in hand, just as the train was going to move. "As near as a toucher," muttered Mr. Ledlam, breathing hard after the rapidity of his proceedings. He threw himself back into a corner of the carriage, bought a Daily Telegraph as the train was leaving the station, and abandoned himself to an hour's quiet enjoyment between London and Swindon. "I wonder whether the advertisement's at the bottom of that telegram," he thought presently, not able to concentrate his attention on the leaders in the popular journal, so puzzled was he by that inexplicable message. He turned to the advertisement sheet, where he was accustomed now and then to insert his own small requirements. Of course he was too wide awake a man to put forth his desire crudely among the wanteds. He insinuated himself into public attention as a benefactor to his species, one who from pure benevolence was ready to relieve others of their burdens. A friend of the mentally afflicted, who is also an experienced medical practitioner, is willing to admit a patient into the sacred circle of a happy English home. Locality retired and rural. For terms, etc., apply to XY, Post Office, Jaeger Street, Bloomsbury. If the telegram were the result of this advertisement, It ought naturally to have been sent to the post office; though, perhaps, no one would be so demented as to telegraph to a post office. "No," decided Mr. Ledlam, "the advertisement can have nothing to do with it. Clearly Lady Perriam must have heard of me." At 3:30 that afternoon Mr. Ledlam was being driven up the long avenue at Perriam in a close fly. He had chosen a close fly despite the sultry heat of the day because it looked more professional. A cab and a fly in the same day! Mr. Ledlam winced as he looked into his empty purse, and thought what the expedition had cost him. If the telegram should prove a hoax after all! The grandeur of the long avenue, the wide spreading park, the palatial house struck awe to Joseph Ledlam's soul. It seemed hardly possible that the inhabitants of yonder pile could have sent for him, when London teemed with famous doctors. "It must be some wretched mistake," he said to himself, "and I shall be all my expenses out of pocket. No, if they've made a blunder in sending for me, I'll make them pay my travelling expenses." He was at the door by this time, and the flyman had rung a loud pealing bell and let down the steps. "Now or never," thought Mr. Ledlam, and put on a bold front as the hall door was opened by the most respectable of footmen. "Is Lady Perriam at home?" "Yes, sir." "Please take her my card." "Step this way, if you please, sir. You are expected," answered the footman, and Mr. Ledlam found himself ushered up a wider staircase than he had ever ascended in a private dwelling, along a dimly lighted corridor, and then into a room whose brightness and perfume, the scent of stephanotis and lilies, Palma violets, Gloire de Dijon roses, all manner of choicest blossoms, almost bewildered his unaccustomed senses. A lady was seated in a low chair by the open window, shaded from the sun by a half-closed Venetian shutter, a lady who struck him as more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. She received him with a somewhat haughty inclination of the head, pointed to a distant chair, and began at once in a business-like manner. "I have sent for you, Mr. Ledlam, because I have been informed that you are a person upon whose discretion I can safely rely." "That is quite true, madam. May I ask who recommended me to your notice?" "I had rather not tell you that. Be satisfied with the knowledge that you have been recommended. It is my misfortune to have a near relative, by marriage, who is mentally afflicted. I have kept him under my own roof as long as I could safely do so; but I find I can keep him no longer without becoming subject to the remarks of the neighbourhood. It is my earnest wish, therefore, to remove him to some safe and comfortable home, where he will be well cared for, and made as happy as it is possible for him to be in his present condition of mind." "I am in a position to offer you just such a home, Lady Perriam," answered Mr. Ledlam, carefully suppressing all signs of eagerness, and adopting that dispassionate tone which bespeaks ample means and an independent mind. "I have a pleasant country house, the Arbour, at Anker's Heath, near Hatfield, where I am in the habit of receiving a limited number of patients, strictly limited, for whenever their health allows of that privilege, they join our family circle, and we gather round the domestic hearth as a cheerful and united household. At other times, when their state is more critical, they of course remain in the retirement of their private apartments. My house is not large. It does not boast of splendour, but comfort is studied in every detail, and we are eminently rural. I have endeavoured to indicate that by the name of our retreat, the Arbour, a sound suggestive of agreeable images." "How many patients have you in your house at present?" asked Lady Perriam. "Well, just at present only one. A youth of excellent family but weak intellect. He is like a son of the household, follows our children about the garden like a pet dog." This was true in a restricted sense. The youth in question having been forced to devote some part of his leisure to wheeling Mr. Ledlam's youngest hope in a perambulator. "May I see our patient, Lady Perriam?" asked the doctor blandly. "Presently. He has been very troublesome lately, and although it was my earnest wish to keep him in this house, where he has the care of an excellent nurse, I begin to fear that it might be dangerous to do so much longer." "My dear madam, believe me it is always dangerous. However good your nurse, however excellent your arrangements, there is no safety.
Only under the experienced eye of a medical man can there be security. Lunacy is beyond measure treacherous, uncertain. Mischief may arise at any moment. I do not speak in my own interests. Pray believe that I am above all sordid considerations." Lady Perriam did not trouble herself to notice Mr. Ledlam's vindication of his honour. She looked at him keenly with those darkly brilliant eyes, whose splendour carking care could not dim. He looked a man who would do anything for greed, a hungry-looking man, with wide thin lips, dog-teeth, hollow cheeks, large grey eyes with sandy lashes and eyebrows, an unprosperous man, clad in well-worn black, a man who would be a ready tool, but a dangerous ally. "After all, it is only a question of self-interest," reflected Lady Perriam. "If I pay him well enough, he is not likely to betray me, not even if he held my fate in his hand. He might become rapacious and exacting, but that would be the worst. I am set round with dangers, and must face that hazard." "Permit me to inquire if the patient is a young person?" asked Mr. Ledlam, shrinking a little under the close scrutiny of those observant eyes. "He is an elderly gentleman; but, although weak mentally, and somewhat helpless in body, his health is good, and he is likely to live long." Mr. Ledlam looked cheered by this intelligence. "Pray, what are your usual terms for board and medical attendance, inclusive terms?" asked Lady Perriam. "With carriage exercise?" inquired Mr. Ledlam. "Do you keep a carriage?" "My wife has a pony phaeton which she devotes to the use of those patients whose friends desire that relaxation. It is, of course, an extra, and adds £30 a year to the charge for board, laundress, and medical attendance." "I should wish my brother-in-law to have every reasonable indulgence. Be good enough to state your highest inclusive terms." "My charge for a first-class patient is £250 a year," replied Mr. Ledlam, faint with the agonies of alternate hope and fear. "If I agree to your becoming custodian of my brother-in-law, I will give you £300 a year for his maintenance. But mind, I shall expect him to be made thoroughly comfortable, and as happy as his afflicted condition will permit." "Madam, you may rely upon my fidelity." "I shall take nothing for granted. I have read horrible accounts of private asylums. I shall see that your patient is really treated well." "I am not afraid of the supervision of my patient's friends, madam. We are open to the piercing eye of inspection. The commissioners visit us periodically." Mr. Ledlam spoke with supreme confidence. The friends of his patients had, as a rule, promised frequent visits to those sufferers, and as a rule had studiously refrained from the performance of their promises. Lady Perriam did not look to him like a person who would take much trouble about a deranged brother-in-law. End of chapters 51 and 52. Chapters 53 and 54 of Taken at the Flood by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 53. Secret as the Grave. "We are agreed as to terms, then," said Lady Perriam. "Perfectly, my dear madam," replied Mr. Ledlam. "Nothing could be more liberal than your proposal." "Then we have only to arrange matters of detail. Suppose that I decide upon confiding my brother-in-law to your care. There will be some legal formula to be gone through, will there not?" "Undoubtedly. The patient must be seen by 2 medical men, and duly certified as a lunatic." "So I understood. Now I do not care about bringing a second doctor to this house. If you decide that poor Mr. Perriam is insane, you could take him up to London in the charge of his nurse, and the second doctor could see him at the hotel where you put up on your arrival." "Unquestionably, Lady Perriam, that can be done." What could not be done for a patroness who was about to throw £300 a year into Joseph Ledlam's lap? He had been wearing out body and brain during 20 years of mortal strife with fortune, and had never yet compassed so large an income. "Let it be so, then. If you can conscientiously pronounce that Mr. Perriam is a lunatic, you will take him to London with you by to-night's mail, which leaves Monkhampton at 8:30. It will be dusk by that time, and you will be able to get him away unobserved. Rely upon my discretion, Lady Perriam. There shall be no scandal, no discomfort to the patient. All shall be done quietly and agreeably, above all, if the nurse is efficient."
"She is a good nurse, but timid. You will have to rule her with a stronger will than her own. She can remain with you for a week or two, till your patient grows accustomed to his new home. Indeed, she might remain altogether if it were necessary."
"I do not apprehend that," said Mr. Ledlam quickly. "The restraining and soothing influences of the home circle, aided by medical supervision, will, I trust, do all that we can wish. I do not promise cure. My experience has not led me to believe that the majority of cases of mental derangement are amenable to actual cure. The brain, once affected, can rarely be restored to its normal condition," continued Mr. Ledlam gravely, with a view to the permanence of his $300 a year.
"I do not expect a cure in this case," replied Lady Perriam. "There is here a fixed and rooted delusion which I fear must be beyond cure. However, you shall see your patient and judge for yourself."
Sylvia rang a bell, which was answered after an interval of about 5 minutes by Mrs. Carter. She had to come from Mordred's rooms, which were at the opposite end of the house. The nurse's pale, grave face expressed poignant anxiety as she looked from Lady Perriam to the stranger, but her countenance gave no indication of surprise. She had evidently been prepared for this interview.
"How is your patient this afternoon, nurse?" asked Lady Perriam. "Pretty much as usual, my lady." "Still full of fancies, I suppose. This gentleman has come to see him. You can take him to Mr. Perriam's room."
"Will you come with us, madam?" asked Mr. Ledlam.
"No. I would rather you should form an unbiassed judgment," replied Sylvia. "My presence might agitate my poor brother-in-law. He is accustomed to Mrs. Carter, and with her you will see him at his best."
Mr. Ledlam bowed and followed the nurse from the room along the corridor to the other end of the house, and into the large shabbily furnished sitting room lined from floor to ceiling with dingily bound books, where the last of the two brothers spent his joyless existence. The solitary occupant of the room looked a very old man as he sat by the fireless hearth, half buried in a large armchair, his shrunken limbs wrapped in a dressing gown of faded Indian cashmere, his head bent upon his breast, his idle hands hanging loosely at his sides, an image of imbecility or despair. Lady Perriam paced her room restlessly during the doctor's absence, now pausing for a moment to look at the clock on the mantelpiece, now stopping by an open window to gaze out into distance, with eyes that saw not the landscape's summer beauty. It was to the avenue she looked with that quick, anxious gaze, dreading to see Mr. Bain's neat dog-cart advancing between the double range of trees. He had been at the place only yesterday, and there was no reason why he should come to-day, except the one fact that his coming to-day would be fatal. Mr. Ledlam's absence seemed a great deal longer than it need have been. Sylvia looked at the door every now and then, eagerly expecting his return.
"This is the crisis of my fate," she thought. "If all goes well now, my future is safe."
Mr. Ledlam returned and approached her with a grave and sympathetic countenance. "Alas, dear lady, your fears were but too well founded," he began. "There is incurable derangement. Your unhappy brother-in-law is not in a condition to be left without medical restraint. There is a rooted delusion, a mistaken sense of identity, which is somewhat curious in its nature, and to the scientific mind eminently interesting."
"Do not go into details," interposed Lady Perriam. "The subject is too painful. Do you pronounce my poor brother-in-law actually out of his mind?"
"I do, without a moment's hesitation."
"And do you think any other doctor would arrive at the same conclusion?"
"I have no doubt of it."
"In that case, the sooner he is removed from this house the better. I told Mrs. Carter to have everything prepared for an immediate journey, should you decide as you have decided. My carriage can take you, your patient, and his nurse to the railway station. And now, Mr. Ledlam, there only remains one question to be settled between us. Can I rely upon your discretion, upon your keeping the secret of Mr. Perriam's melancholy state, the nature of his delusion, from every living creature except those who have to attend upon him?"
"Yes, Lady Perriam, you may trust me implicitly."
"Remember, if I hear that you have broken faith with me in the smallest particular, I shall immediately remove your patient."
"I do not fear such a contingency," answered Mr. Ledlam firmly. Was he likely to hazard 300 a year, competence, nay wealth, by any ill-advised prating? "I'd cut Mrs. Ledlam's tongue out sooner than run the risk of losing such a patient," he said to himself. "And you will leave for London without seeing anyone whom you may know in Monkhampton. You will avoid all future communication with anyone in this neighbourhood," urged Lady Perriam. "Certainly, madam. I have not been in the habit of corresponding with Monkhampton people. The place was by no means a lucky place to me, and though I am a native of this county, I have no affection for it. I have sometimes met with Mr. Bayne, the lawyer, in London, and spent a friendly evening with him, but he is the only Monkhampton man with whom I have kept up any acquaintance. It will be best to avoid Mr. Bayne in future. He is my land steward, and it was he who recommended you to me. I shall tell him that Mr. Perriam is in your care, but I distinctly forbid you to ever let him see your patient, should he come to your house for that purpose. He was raised to a position of undue power by my late husband, and he is too fond of interfering with my affairs. Should you see him at any time, you will be as uncommunicative as possible." "Madam, I will be dumb, and I shall do my best to avoid Shadrach Bayne." Lady Perriam rang the bell, and ordered dinner to be served for Mr. Ledlam as soon as possible. She was anxious for the hour of his departure. But it was not yet 5 o'clock, and she could hardly get him and his patient away before 7. The train left at 8:30, and reached London at 1 in the morning. The carriage was ordered to be ready at 7 to take Mr. Perriam and his nurse to the station. "He is going away for a change of air and scene," Lady Perriam told the butler, to whom she gave this order, "going in the care of a medical attendant." "Poor dear gentleman, he do seem to want it," said the butler, who had seen very little of Mordred since the baronet's death, but had gathered a melancholy idea of his condition from the talk of the women servants, who had their intelligence from Mrs. Carter. At 7 Mr. Perriam was brought downstairs, a curious figure in his ill-fitting old-fashioned clothes, a world too wide for that shrunken form, an eccentric-looking figure crowned with a broad-brimmed white beaver hat which almost extinguished him. He was supported on each side by the doctor and the nurse, and seemed to have barely sufficient strength to drag himself downstairs and across the hall and into the carriage with that double support. Sylvia watched his departure from an open gallery, watched him with heavily throbbing heart. The carriage rolled away upon the smooth gravel, the heavy hall doors closed with a bang. He was gone. "Will all go right at the station?" Sylvia wondered. "If they were only in London, I should feel secure." She had told Mrs. Carter to telegraph to her as early as possible on the following morning. Till she received that telegram she could know nothing more. There was little rest for her that night. She could not keep her thoughts from following those travellers, or prevent her fancy conjuring up possible difficulties which might arise to thwart her plans. It was an unspeakable relief to know that Mordred's rooms were empty. Yet till all was over, and Mr. Ledlam's patient was safely settled under his roof, there to be for ever hidden from the outer world, Sylvia could know no perfect rest. Her slumbers that night were of the briefest, and her dreams made hideous by horrible images. Death and madness figured alternately in those confused visions. The telegram arrived while Lady Perriam was seated before an untasted breakfast. It brought relief and satisfaction to her mind. Mrs. Carter, Paddington. To Lady Perriam, Perriam Place, near Monkhampton. Arrived in London safely. Put up at Jones's private hotel, Paddington. Met with no difficulty during journey. This was all, but it was sufficient to lighten Lady Perriam's anxieties. The next telegram would be from Mr. Ledlam, to tell her of the result of his patient's interview with the second doctor, whose opinion was to settle the fact of Mr. Perriam's lunacy. Sylvia's next anxiety was the expected letter from Edmund Standen. If he wrote on the first stage of his journey, the letter ought to reach her by that afternoon's post. In the meanwhile she was in the dark as to his intentions. Did he intend to forsake her, after swearing that it was she alone whom he loved? Could he be so mad as to fly from love, fortune, happiness? Or was his departure only designed to soften the blow to Esther Rochdale, to make the breaking off of their engagement easier for both? This was the view which Sylvia took of his conduct, and she waited with intense impatience for the letter which was to justify her hopes. The telegram from Mr. Ledlam came at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Joseph Ledlam, London,
to Lady Perriam, Perriam Place, near Monkhampton. Dr. Dervish of Blue Hendon Square has seen the patient, and confirms my opinion as to mental derangement. Certificates and all preliminaries arranged. The patient accompanies me to the Arbour this afternoon with Mrs. Carter." That was all. How easily the business had been done! There was an hour still to wait for the afternoon post, which came to Perriam at 4. A weary hour in which to suffer the heart-sickness of hope deferred. Sylvia dreaded a visit from Mr. Bayne ere that afternoon was over. Was he likely to give her a long respite? Would he not be impatient to have his audacious question answered? She thought of his wooing with mingled bitterness and contempt, but not without a thrill of fear. His manner had implied some hidden power, a hold upon her which she trembled to think of. Never could she forget the agony of that hour on the sunlit terrace. "Would he dare to make me such an offer if he did not believe he has some power over me?" she asked herself meditatively. "Yet what could his knowledge amount to? What can he know, or even suspect? And now, if Mr. Ledlam is but faithful to me, all is safe. The grave could hardly be a better hiding place for what I want to hide." 54. The Master Passion. The afternoon wore away, and to Sylvia's supreme relief Mr. Bayne did not appear to claim her answer to his proposal. The 4 o'clock post brought her Edmund's promised letter, posted from Antwerp. It was a long letter, and when Sylvia first looked at it the closely written lines swam before her eyes. Hotel Peter Paul, Antwerp. "Dear Lady Perriam, when I consented to that fatal meeting of the other night, I did so strong in the belief that I had steeled myself against a fascination which once had such complete power over me. I came to meet you prepared to be your friend or your counsellor, should you need friendship or counsel, but resolved never again to be your lover. On that point I believed myself firm as a rock. You have done me the deepest wrong that it is possible for a woman to inflict upon the man who loves her. You had blighted the fairest years of my life. I might forgive you for all I had suffered, blot out the remembrance of those years, but I must be weak indeed, despicable indeed, if I offered my love again, to be again fooled to the top of my bent and again abandoned. This is what I thought and believed when I rashly braved the spell of your presence. You know how miserably weak I proved in the hour of temptation. I did not know myself when I came to that meeting in Perriam churchyard. I know myself only too well now, and know that I am your slave forever. And now, Sylvia, what is to be my fate? I place my lot in your hands. I am a dishonoured man, who has broken faith with one of the best and purest of women, a woman whom to know is to honour, for whom love goes hand in hand with reverence. I have fled from the scene of my wrongdoing, not daring to meet those gentle eyes whose truthful gaze would look into my very soul, still less able to endure the pardon which I know would be mine, though my folly and falsehood may go near to break that faithful heart. I have fled, leaving Esther Rochdale to despise me as the meanest of men. Pronounce, Sylvia. It is for you to speak my sentence. Am I to be your husband, happy in the possession of one whose very presence has a magic which steals my senses, and brings sweet forgetfulness of all things in life, save herself? Am I to be your husband, despised most likely by the world as the man who was not too proud to marry the girl who jilted him, and even to profit by the perfidy which made her a rich woman? Despised as a fortune hunter, but happy in your love? What is my future to give me, Sylvia? It is for you to decide. Remember, if you marry me, you marry a pauper, or a man who at the best can earn 400 or 500 a year by the drudgery of a bank managership. With your beauty, youth, and wealth, you might do much better than this. You might mount a step higher on the ladder of fortune, marry a man whose position should be twice as great as Sir Aubrey Perriam's. Consider all this, Sylvia. In common humanity, do not again deceive me. If you love me well enough to sacrifice ambition, and to endure slander, for be very sure such a marriage would expose you to the malevolence of the world, I am at your feet, and ask no higher joy than to be your husband. But be very sure of yourself before you answer this letter. And if the word yes be said, let it be a yes that will stand though all the world were against us. Yours till death, Edmund Standen. Sylvia covered the letter with passionate kisses, kisses mingled with tears. "If I love him well enough," she repeated, "if I love him. God help me! Could he know what I have gone through to win him once again, he would not talk of ifs. My Edmund, my beloved, mine at last! What does all I have ever suffered count against the joy of this moment? My Edmund! He is poor, and I am rich. I can give him happiness, wealth, position. Who shall dare to despise him or me? Now at last I shall know the meaning of happiness. I shall know the value of wealth." She read and reread the letter. For the nonce the letter was Edmund. She kissed the senseless paper, cried over it till it was limp with her tears. It was not all sweetness. One passage stung her to the quick, that sentence in which Edmund paid tribute to Esther Rochdale's noble nature. That was bitter. He thinks her so much better than I. There is not a word in all the letter that speaks of respect for me, confidence in me, she reflected, brooding over that praise of Esther. But then he loves me best. He has tried to love her, and failed. He loves me in spite of himself. That is the love best worth having, the true master passion. Lady Perriam rang for her maid. "Pack a couple of portmanteaux with everything necessary for a month's absence," she said, "and get yourself ready to leave by the 8:30 train this evening. I am going away for a change of air." The woman looked astonished at the sudden announcement, but Lady Perriam was not a communicative mistress, and gave all orders with a cold imperiousness which left no room for question. "Stop, Celine," she said as the woman was retiring. She meditated silently for a minute or two, looking downward with a troubled brow. "Send Tringfold to me," she said. She had reflected that it would be wise to take her child with her, even though nurse and infant would be encumbrances where she was going. Mr. Bayne, outraged, cheated, might attempt some act of revenge, and to leave the child in his power would be like leaving it in a lion's den. The child was her strong rock. Through him she enjoyed house, income, position. She had but the vaguest idea of the power the Court of Chancery possessed to rule her life; but she thought it just possible that Mr. Bayne, possessed of the child, and aided by the Court of Chancery, might be able to oust her from Perriam Place, separate her from her infant son, and rob her of the liberal allowance the Court had awarded for his maintenance. She was going straight to Antwerp, and she hoped to return to Perriam as Edmund Standen's wife. Sir Aubrey had been dead little more than 6 months. Sylvia knew that to marry so soon would be to have the world's contempt, but she was prepared to endure that. She was willing to be slandered, ridiculed even, rather than to give Edmund time to change his mind and return to Esther Rochdale. Mrs. Tringfold came presently, and she, not so well trained as Lady Perriam's own maid, did not fail to express unbounded surprise at such a sudden departure. How was she to get Sir St. John's frocks ready at the moment's notice? There were a dozen in the laundry, not so much as ironed, rolled up in the starch, and would be 2 days' work to iron them. "He can go without frocks, if necessary," answered Sylvia decisively. She had no idea of being balked by a dependent. "We can buy more frocks and everything else to-morrow in London. The doctor who was here yesterday told me that change of air and scene were necessary for my health, and the sooner I went away the better." "If you'd only told me yesterday evening, my lady." "I was too much agitated by poor Mr. Perriam's departure to think of myself. I have only now made up my mind, and I do not wish to lose any time in getting away. I feel that I want change of air." "You have been looking out of sorts and low-like for a long time, my lady. But that's only natural after your sad loss. Of course. Come, Mrs. Tringfold, don't waste any time talking. If you can't get ready to go with baby, Celine must take him. I am determined not to lose the 9 o'clock train. Let him go without me. That dear blessed child. I wouldn't leave him for the world. It'll be a dreadful drive. But I'll get ready somehow, if I work myself into a fever." "There need be no fever," answered Lady Perriam calmly, though inward fever burned in her breast. "You can have plenty of help. There's a house full of servants doing nothing." "The boxes shall be packed, my lady, and I'll take the frocks in the starch, and iron them myself when we get to our destination. Be ready at 7:30. I shall not wait for you."
Sylvia had something to do herself before her departure. She had to write a letter to Mr. Bayne, a letter which should, if possible, soften the edge of his disappointment, and conciliate the man who had so much power, either as her ally or her adversary. The composition of that letter was almost the hardest work Sylvia had ever had to do. After 3 or 4 attempts resulting in failure, she wrote the following: "Dear Mr. Bayne, I have given serious and careful consideration to the proposal you did me the honour to make me the day before yesterday, and much thought has resulted in the conviction that I can only reply to that flattering proposition in the negative. I respect your force of character, admire your capacity for business, and that mental power which I do not doubt would have made you great or distinguished in almost any walk of life. But I cannot give you the affection you ask for, and I will show my confidence in your generosity and my belief in your honour by telling you why I cannot do so. You are, doubtless, aware that before I married Sir Aubrey I was engaged to Mr. Standen. That engagement was broken at my father's bidding, at the hazard of breaking my heart, because he was too proud to permit my marriage with a man whose mother was so strongly averse for such a union. I yielded to my father's wishes, and married Sir Aubrey, whose goodness had inspired me with deepest gratitude, whom I esteemed and revered, but to whom I could not give the love which had already been given to Edmund Standen. Sir Aubrey was too generous to claim such a love from me. He was content to receive my reverence and obedience. The old love was buried, but not dead. No thought of Edmund Standen ever came between me and my duty to my husband. But now that I am once more free, memory is reawakened, and I know that my first lover is still master of my heart. With this knowledge I should do you the deepest wrong were I to offer encouragement to your hopes. Be assured of my confidence, my regard. Remain my friend, my counsellor. Retain all the power you have ever enjoyed at Perium. Be the adviser of my son's youth, the protector and manager of his wealth, and be assured through all, and under all circumstances, of my unchanging gratitude and undeviating regard. Ever faithfully yours, Sylvia Perium. P.S. I find it necessary, rather suddenly, to take decisive measures with regard to Mr. Perium. I have taken your advice and placed him in your friend's care." Sylvia read this letter carefully before sealing it. It seemed to her a triumph of ingenuity. If anything could appease Mr. Bayne's wrath, soften the pangs of disappointed ambition, surely this letter would do it. She left it to be delivered after her departure. She trembled at the thought that even yet Shadrach Bayne might make his appearance before she had started. She had her own preparations still to make, money, papers, and jewels to collect and pack safely for the journey. She had not said a word about leaving Perium Place in the letter to Mr. Bayne. It would be time enough for him to make the discovery when he came there and found her gone. 7:30 came at last, an hour as impatiently longed for as it had been last night. Lady Perium, nurse, and infant entered the chariot. A cart was loaded with portmanteau and travelling bags. Celine took her place beside the driver of this inferior vehicle, the swift wheels rolled along the avenue, and Sylvia had started on the first stage of her journey to Antwerp. The party stopped that night at a monster hotel in Paddington, where Lady Perium courted sleep in one of the most expensive bedrooms of the house, a desert waste of polished walnut wood and dark green damask. Tomorrow night she would be tossing on the sea, or steaming swiftly up the Scheldt in the Baronese or some sister boat. The Antwerp steamer left St. Catherine's Wharf at noon next day. Lady Perium, to whom slumber had come but by briefest snatches, was astir early. She breakfasted with her boy and the nurse, and was unusually gracious to Mrs. Stringfold, whom she thought it might be well to conciliate. "I haven't so much as heard you say where we are going to, my lady," said Mrs. Stringfold, emboldened by this condescension. "And it's rather wearing to the mind to feel oneself travelling and not know what one's coming to." "Didn't I tell you, Stringfold?" exclaimed Sylvia, with an innocent, wondering look. "How odd that I should forget it. We are going to Antwerp on the first stage of our journey up the Rhine." Mrs. Stringfold looked insufficiently enlightened. "Antwerp," she repeated. "Might that be anywheres in the Highlands, my lady?" I know Scotch travelling is all the rage with the aristocracy."
Lady Perriam explained that Antwerp was not in North Britain. Mrs. Stringfold was grateful for the explanation, but expressed some horror at the idea of going among nasty, dirty Frenchmen, being under the common impression that all foreigners are Frenchmen. Lady Perriam made good use of the interval between breakfast and 10:30, at which hour the fly was ordered to convey the travellers to St. Katharine's Wharf. She drove to Jaeger Street, Bloomsbury, where she was fortunate enough to find Mr. Ledlam just arriving from his country retreat, whence an early train had brought him to his surgery. That gentleman looked not a little surprised at the appearance of his patroness. "Are you about to honour us with a visit to the arbour, Lady Perriam?" he asked rather anxiously. "Not just yet, Mr. Ledlam. I am on my way to the Continent for a little change and rest. On my return I shall come to see your patient, and hope to find that he does honour to your care. I thought while in London I might as well call here, and ascertain from your own lips that all is well." "Nothing could be better," answered Mr. Ledlam glibly. "Our poor patient has been somewhat sullen and querulous, but on the whole we have got on charmingly. Mrs. Carter, the nurse, has been of some service in soothing him. He has a curious fancy about her, and sometimes—" "My dear Mr. Ledlam, I have begged you not to torture me with details. So you found Mrs. Carter useful? It has occurred to me that, as the patient likes her, it might be as well to retain her services for some time to come." Mr. Ledlam's countenance fell somewhat at this suggestion. "I should of course make an allowance for her maintenance, say £50 a year." Mr. Ledlam brightened visibly, then looked thoughtful, finally brightened again. "It might be so arranged, Lady Perriam, if you desire it. It is somewhat against my rule to receive any patient's former attendant. I prefer attendants of my own choosing. But in this case I will strain a point. Mrs. Carter shall stay with us. She shall share the repose of our secluded home." "I have been thinking that you might be glad of a payment on account, Mr. Ledlam." "That is very considerate of you, Lady Perriam. I admit that some small advance would not be unwelcome." Sylvia gave him £100 in notes, which she had prepared for that purpose, and took his receipt for the amount in a thoroughly businesslike manner. 2 hours afterwards she was standing on the deck of the Antwerp steamer, watching the low shores of Essex glide slowly by, and dreaming of a happy future. Not a thought of the lunatic in his strange abode, home in name, in reality a prison. No regret for the mother whom she had condemned to share his dismal doom, stole like a dark and menacing shadow across Sylvia Perriam's sunlit daydreams. She was a woman who lived for herself, whose fears, hopes, desires ever tended towards one perpetual centre. She was hastening to meet her lover, and she was happy. End of chapters 53 and 54. Chapters 55 and 56 of Taken at the Flood, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 55. Mr. Bayne is worsted. Mr. Bayne mounted his horse Pepper, a sleek, deep-chested animal which he kept for the saddle, and rode forth gaily, or as gaily as so young a widower might ride with the eye of his townfolk upon him, just about an hour after Lady Perriam had been borne away from St. Katharine's Wharf on the Antwerp steamer. It was a bright August noontide, with just a pleasant westerly breeze to fan the leaves of the young trees that had been planted in the front gardens of those smart-looking villas which had lately cropped up, like a fringe of brick and mortar, along the road just outside Monkhampton, agreeable indications of the prosperity of our ever-increasing town, as the Monkhamptonians called it in the local paper. Mr. Bayne, secure in his square red-brick dwelling-place, whose freehold his father and grandfather had held before him, looked with an eye of contempt on these toy-shop villas, little more substantial than those pasteboard Swiss cottages and rustic savings banks in which juvenile hoards are wont to be garnered. The people who occupied these newly built habitations were people who had newly begun housekeeping, people of the mushroom race, young couples with small children and very young maidservants, nothing solid or old established about them. Gaily rode Mr. Bayne past the mushroom villas, more gaily as the road grew more rural, and there were only birds and butterflies, or the ruddy kine in the fat meadows, or lazy old horses looking over field gates, to mark the brightness of his eye or the half-suppressed smile upon his firm lip. He was going to ask Lady Perriam for her answer, and he told himself that answer would be favourable. He had considered the matter from every standpoint, gone into it deeply, and he did not believe she would dare to refuse his offer of marriage, unexpected or even repugnant as that offer might have been. Granted that her heart was given to her first lover, Edmund Stanton. She would conquer that fancy, as she had conquered it before, when she married Sir Aubrey Perriam. Granted that her heart could never belong to Mr. Bayne, any more than it had belonged to Sir Aubrey. Shadrach Bayne could do without her heart. "I have never had a particular fancy for hearts," the steward said to himself, "but I want those outlying lands, the lands my father and I have put together, and improved so carefully that it yields a good 4%. I want to be master where I have been servant. I want to hand over my office to my son and my head clerk, and wash my hands of Monkhampton and drudgery. I want to sit down upon my own acres, and have a pretty wife to head my table, and ride to hounds 3 times a week, and be called squire instead of lawyer." These desires were the sum of Mr. Bayne's ambition, and he fancied that he was on the threshold of success. It was his conviction that Lady Perriam dared not refuse him anything. "First and foremost, and there lies the mainspring of my machine, there is a secret connected with Sir Aubrey's death. What it is I hardly care to know. Perhaps better not to know it. My power is the same so long as she believes I know it. Secondly, poor old half-witted Mordred Perriam has some inkling of her secret, and that's why she has kept him so close, and has taken such care to keep me from seeing him, and would have very little objection to shut him up in a lunatic asylum if she could do it safely. Thirdly, that Mrs. Carter, who I believe is a poor relation of Lady Perriam's, is in some manner concerned in this secret. Between the old man and his nurse I might unravel the mystery, I dare say, if I set about it. But there's no occasion for that. Lady Perriam's face told me enough the other day. Whatever her secret is, she gives me credit for knowing it, and fears me with all her heart and soul, fears me so much that she will marry me, and be ruled by me for the rest of her life. If not out of love, out of fear." Thus mused Shadrach Bayne as he rode to Perriam Place. The woman at the lodge swung open the gate and dropped her lowest curtsy as he entered the avenue. All the servants at the place felt that Mr. Bayne was more or less their master. He had taken upon himself the duties of house steward since Sir Aubrey's illness, and had contrived to retain those duties even after Sir Aubrey's death. He paid the servants their wages, and they believed that they would have to depart at his dismissal. Occupied as he was with his own schemes, Mr. Bayne marked the lodge-keeper's profound reverence, and felt the sweetness of power. "A nice sinecure that woman has," he said to himself. "Nothing to do but mind her own children, and open and shut the gate 6 times a day. That's one of the evils of a large estate. There are always more cats than can catch mice." Perriam Place looked its grandest in the broad midday sunshine, the parterres in the Italian garden ablaze with scarlet geranium, the statues and marble balustrade of the terraces steeped in sunlight. "A fine old house," thought Mr. Bayne. "Nothing of the mushroom about that. It would be something to inhabit such a place, even if one were but a tenant on sufferance." The hall doors stood wide open, but the sleek footman who was wont to lounge in the vestibule was not visible to-day. Mr. Bayne had to ring the bell for some one to come and look after his horse, whereupon, after a pause of some 3 minutes, during which Mr. Bayne rang a second time, the well-fed servitor made his appearance with something of a guilty look. "Have you all grown deaf?" asked Mr. Bayne with stern reproof. "Take my horse and tell Morris to make him comfortable. I shan't want him for an hour or so. You needn't announce me. I know my way to Lady Perriam's morning room." Mr. Bayne pushed past the dumbfounded servitor and mounted the stairs. He had not given the man time to answer, nor could the man follow Mr. Bayne to give him any information, for he had the horse's bridle in his hand, and knew not what manner of brute that quadruped might be, or whether it might not be in his nature to career off and rampage across the Italian parterre, and knock down a statue or two if haply let free. So Mr. Bayne mounted the stairs with the lover's impatient footsteps, and went straight to Lady Perriam's morning room, which he found empty. There was utter silence in the corridor. No murmur of the youthful St. John's voice, which was wont to be audible either in plaint or rejoicing. Mr. Bayne went on to the day nursery, a large airy room not far from Lady Perriam's apartments. The nursery was also empty, and had moreover an orderly look, everything in its place, swept and garnished, the look of a deserted nursery. Mr. Bayne stared round him aghast, and then rang the bell vehemently. It was answered by the chief housemaid, a vinegar-faced person who had been accustomed to wait on Lady Perriam before Sir Aubrey's death, a person who had been superseded after that event by Celine, the French maid. "Goodness gracious, sir, how you did startle me!" exclaimed the housemaid, "ringing that precious bell. The house seemed as if it was haunted, Mrs. Stringfold being gone, and this room empty, to the best of my belief." "Mrs. Stringfold gone? What do you mean, woman?" "I beg your pardon, Mr. Bayne, my name is Mary Dyke, and I should thank you to call me by it. You may be ever so surprised, and I grant it's natural you should feel surprised, but I don't like such an epitaph as that flung at me." The epitaph was the generic term woman which Mr. Bayne had hurled at the damsel somewhat roughly. "Do you mean that Mrs. Stringfold has gone away, left Perriam Place?" he asked, without noticing the reproof. "Yes, sir, left yesterday evening by the London train." "Then who is nursing Sir St. John?" "Sir St. John left too, sir, yesterday evening by the London train." "What did they go away for? Where are they going? Who sent them?" gasped the steward, breathless with angry agitation. "Nobody knows that but Lady Perriam. She arranged it all, and she went with them." "Lady Perriam has gone to London, has she?" said Mr. Bayne, slowly recovering self-control and composure. "She has gone away for a little change of air, I suppose, as I recommended her to do, ever so long ago. She has gone rather suddenly at last, but that's just a lady's way of acting. There's nothing so difficult as to get a woman to make up her mind, but when she does make up her mind she always does it in a hurry. Did Lady Perriam tell anyone, the housekeeper for instance, where she was going, and how long she meant to be away?" "Lady Perriam didn't tell anybody anything, sir. She was always a lady to keep things close, and she has been closer than usual lately. Mrs. Stringfold and that blessed child was whisked off at an hour's notice, things packed anyhow. One would have thought Lady Perriam was running away from some danger." "An impetuous way of doing things, certainly," said Mr. Bayne, now completely master of his emotions. "But I dare say after such a hurried departure, Lady Perriam will not be long absent. And now I'll go and speak to Mrs. Carter. I have a little bit of business to arrange with her." "You wanted to speak to Mrs. Carter, sir? Didn't you know that she has left the place?" "Mrs. Carter? What, has she left too?" "Yes, sir. She went away with Mr. Perriam and a strange gentleman the day before yesterday." Mr. Bayne questioned the housemaid closely, and heard the story of Mordred's removal so far as Mary Dyke could tell it. He heard how a strange gentleman, who looked like a clergyman or a doctor, had come to the place in the afternoon of the day before yesterday; how the stranger and Lady Perriam had been closeted together for an hour or more, and how the order had then been given for the carriage to be ready at 7:30, and how at that time Mr. Perriam had been led down to the hall between the stranger and Mrs. Carter, and those three had gone off together in the carriage, which took them to the Monkhampton station, and there deposited them. "By heaven, she has made a clean sweep of it," thought Mr. Bayne when he had listened with seeming carelessness to this story, set forth at considerable length and with much circumlocution by the housemaid. "But she is not so clever a woman as I think her if she counts upon escaping me so easily. She can't leave Perriam Place or my dominion very long without leaving 5,000 a year behind her, the dowry she perjured herself to win, and she'll hardly do that, I fancy." As yet Mr. Bayne had heard nothing of Edmund Standon's departure. He therefore lacked the keynote to Lady Perriam's flight. "I think there's a letter for you, sir," said Mary Dyke, whose mind had been considerably relieved by the letting off of sundry spiteful insinuations against the mistress who had discarded her services. "I seem to remember seeing one on the chimney-piece in Lady Perriam's morning room, when I dusted it this morning." "Seem to remember?" exclaimed the agent. "You might have remembered it a little sooner, I should think, if you had your wits about you." He went in quest of the letter himself. Yes, there lay the envelope in Sylvia's clear, bold handwriting, sealed with the Perriam arms. Shadrach Bayne tore open the envelope with fingers which, for this once in his well-ordered life, trembled a little. He devoured those carefully studied lines, glanced at the postscript with eyes which gleamed with anger, and then from between his clenched teeth there hissed forth an epithet more objectionable than that against which Mary, the housemaid, had protested. "Does she think she can be so easily rid of me?" he said in his deep inward whisper, "knowing what I know or suspecting what I suspect, which comes to the same thing? Does she count upon flinging me off as lightly as if we stood on equal terms? She avows her love for Stanton, blazons it even. She could hardly do that if he and she had not come to an understanding, had not made their plans for the future. She dares to speak of Sir Aubrey, too. Her esteem, her reverence, her gratitude. How did she prove these? It shall be my task to answer that question. Ay, and to publish my answer to all the world, unless she is wise." The postscript angered him even more than the letter. "What a designing jade," he muttered, "to get me to give her the name of a safe tool and then use him without my help. But I'll unearth this poor wretch, Mordred, and wring her secret out of him if, as I suspect, he knows it. First, to follow her, though. Hunt her down before she has put the barrier of a second marriage between her fortune and me." What Mr. Bayne suspected was a matter which he kept to himself, but whatever it was he was not unwilling to take Sylvia Perriam for his wife. She was the loveliest woman he had ever seen, and the wealthiest who had ever come within his orbit. He could manage to make light of a little peccadillo which with most men would have been a stumbling block in the rosy path to the altar. "There are not many who would marry her suspecting what I suspect," he told himself meditatively, as he thrust that crumpled letter into his pocket. "But then most men are poltroons in their dealings with women," he argued. "I am no more afraid of her than those Indian snake charmers of the serpents they hang round their necks." He went downstairs, saw the housekeeper, spoke very lightly of Lady Perriam's departure, as if it had been the most natural thing in the world, ascertained that there was no information to be had in this quarter, and left the place with his usual steady bearing. Yet the world was considerably changed for him, and he no longer felt sure of those outlying lands which he and his father had worked and schemed with infinite astuteness and calculation to add to the Perriam estate. One thing, however, he did feel sure of, that if he did not get the outlying lands he would have revenge. 56. Either I'll be thy slave or thy destroyer. Very grave was Mr. Bayne's aspect as he rode back to Monkhampton. The suppressed smile, a smile of lurking triumph, had vanished from his lips, and there was a look of settled purpose which augured ill for that person whom the steward deemed his enemy. He did not draw rein at his house in the High Street, but rode farther into the town, and stopped at another house of the same period, but a house with more pretension to grandeur than Mr. Bayne's substantial and homely dwelling. This house stood a little way back from the street, and had a narrow shrubbery in front of it, guarded by iron railings, with wide gates right and left, and a semicircular gravel sweep for the accommodation of carriages. The dignity of this good old house, as an ancestral mansion, was somewhat compromised by a side door, which had been made on the left of the dining-room windows, a door adorned with a very large brass plate, and at night made conspicuous by a red lamp which burned above it. This was the abode of that well-to-do citizen, Mr. Stimpson, the family practitioner. It was not long after 2:00, the hour at which Mr. Stimpson regaled himself with a comfortable and substantial luncheon, washed down by a glass or so, perchance half a bottle, of his own particular dry sherry. Mr. Stimpson was a family man, as well as a family doctor; but he had married late in life, and his habits had been formed without reference to Mrs. Stimpson or the little Stimpsons. So while the wife and children had their noisy, boisterous meal in the dining-room, the doctor took his chop and his pint of sherry comfortably in his snuggery, where he could not be pestered by rude boys demanding potatoes, or shrill girls swamping the doubtfully clean tablecloth with small beer. Mr. Bayne was lucky enough to find Mr. Stimpson still lingering over his cosy little luncheon, trifling with a biscuit, and digging choice morsels out of the cavernous depths of a Stilton cheese, one of those choice Stiltons with which grateful patience occasionally rewarded Mr. Stimpson's labours. "Sit down, Bayne," he said with friendly familiarity, "and help yourself to a glass of that sherry. No sugar there, sir.
No brandy. No suppressed gout or heartburn in that wine. Nothing wrong at home, I hope. You're looking pale. Miss Bain keeps up pretty well under her heavy responsibilities. Admirable young lady, a pattern to all Monkhampton." "Yes, my daughters are very well. They are good girls." "Excellent girls, sir. First-rate girls. Girls such as you don't often meet with nowadays," said the doctor, bursting with enthusiasm, and with the air of knowing a good deal more about the Miss Bains than their father himself was aware of. "My family are well enough, I am happy to say," said Mr. Bain, after he had drunk a glass of the doctor's favourite sherry, an acrid fluid which seemed nearly related to some of the doctor's tonics. "I did not come to speak about them." "Not about yourself, I hope," exclaimed the doctor, running his eye over Mr. Bain with professional scrutiny, not uneager to detect indications of some chronic disease which would make Shadrach as profitable a patient as his wife had been. "Upon a much more serious subject than any ailment of mine." "Good heavens, Mr. Bain, you alarm me." "I shall give you better cause for alarm, perhaps, before I have done," said Mr. Bain, gravely. "You know what my position was with Sir Aubrey Perriam?" "One of entire confidence, I am aware." "Yes, and of more than confidence, of affection. I served him, and I honoured him as I have never served or honoured any other man. I was proud to think of him as my master. From my boyhood I had made it the study of my life to watch his interests. After his paralytic seizure I became, as you know, his right hand. His helplessness drew us nearer together. I felt as if I were attending the decline of a beloved father." "Highly creditable to your nature, sir," said the doctor warmly, wondering what was the drift of these remarks which seemed to lead nowhere in particular. "You may remember that when you advised my taking my poor wife to Cannes, on the second occasion, I somewhat shrank from doing so, though it is not my habit to recoil from the performance of a duty, be it ever so onerous. The fact was that I did not like to leave my old friend and employer in his broken-down condition. It may have been a foreboding, perhaps even a warning intended to deter me, but I certainly felt a profound disinclination to leave him, even for a few weeks. Judge, then, of my horror when I returned and heard that he was dead." "A sad blow, doubtless," exclaimed Mr. Stimpson, wondering more and more as to the drift of this lamentation. "I heard that he was dead, suddenly, unexpectedly snatched away. Before I returned he had been huddled into his grave." "Don't say huddled into his grave," protested Mr. Stimpson. "The funeral, though strictly private, was performed in excellent style. I attended it myself, remember. There was absolutely nothing wanting." "Yes, there was one thing. An inquest upon the dead man." "An inquest? Quite uncalled for, my dear Bain. Granted Sir Aubrey's death came upon us somewhat unexpectedly at last, still it was not to be ranked among sudden deaths. He was a confirmed invalid, and in a condition in which he might go off at any moment without astonishing any medical man acquainted with his constitution. The heart had been feeble for a long time. I have very little doubt that the heart was the immediate cause of death." "Don't you think a post mortem examination would have been better than speculation or theory upon such a question as that?" "A post mortem examination could not have brought Sir Aubrey back to life, and it would have given extreme pain to Lady Perriam." "I perceive. You considered the living rather than the dead." "I could do nothing for the dead, but I could spare useless and needless pain to the living," answered Mr. Stimpson, with offended dignity. He did not like to have his conduct questioned by Mr. Bain. "And you never tried to understand the cause of Sir Aubrey's death. You took it for granted that he died of heart disease." "I did not say heart disease," said Mr. Stimpson, looking uncomfortable. "I only said that he had a weak heart. There was no organic disease." "How long had he been dead when you saw him?" "Some hours. I was not sent for till morning, and he died shortly after midnight. I found Lady Perriam in a fearful state of distress. The shock had been almost fatal to her. If I had not thought more of the living than the dead at that time, she would have been in a brain fever very likely before the day was out." "You gave your attention, therefore, to the living patient, and did not trouble yourself about the dead?" "There was nothing for me to do." You made no examination of the body?" "To what end? I would not disturb the repose of the dead. Mrs. Carter had performed the necessary offices. Sir Aubrey's limbs had been composed in their last rest for some hours when I saw him." "Oh, Mrs. Carter laid him out, did she? Where was his faithful old valet Chapelain? Why did not he assist in that last sad office?" "He was confined to his bed by an attack of gout, a victim, I very much fear, to intemperance. He left Perium Place before the funeral, a thoroughly broken man, to go back to France, most liberally rewarded, though Sir Aubrey's will had not yet been read. Lady Perium rewarded his fidelity from her own purse." "Sir Aubrey was much changed, I suppose. You did not glance at his face, perhaps?" "Yes, I looked at the face. The room was somewhat dark, but I did perceive a change, a more marked change than death usually makes." "Did that give rise to no suspicion in your mind?" "Good heavens, no! What suspicion could arise from it?" "That Sir Aubrey had not come by his death fairly." "Mr. Bayne, are you mad?" "I hope not, but I have brooded upon the subject of my employer's sudden and to my mind mysterious death, until it has assumed an awful shape in my mind." "Why were you not sooner summoned to that death bed? Why were hours suffered to elapse? Why was the corpse laid out before they took the trouble to send for you?" "I attribute anything unusual in the circumstances to Lady Perium's prostrate state at the time," said the doctor. "Well, perhaps I am wrong. Pray do not for a moment imagine that I suspect Lady Perium. Not for the world would I harbor such a thought. She is doubtless as innocent as she is beautiful. Never did I hear Sir Aubrey utter a complaint against her. Never did I hear her repine at her lot. The person I suspect is Mrs. Carter, that smooth, silent time server." "A singularly reserved person, I admit. But I cannot see what motive she could have for harming Sir Aubrey. She may have believed that his will had provided for her. In some moment of childishness he may have made her some promise which kindled avarice and inspired wonder." Mr. Stimson brushed up his few grey hairs with an agitated movement of his hands, till they literally stood on end. Very pale looked Mr. Stimson, as he clutched the decanter and poured out another glass of the dry sherry wherewith to fortify himself against the horror of Shadrach Bain's suggestion. "I don't believe it," he exclaimed. "Why do you come here to alarm me with such a cock and bull story, simply because I respected the feelings of a refined and delicate lady, and took some trouble to save her the torture of a coroner's inquest? What is your motive in coming here with such insinuations, Mr. Bayne?" "Simply to put you on your guard. I thought from the first that there was something wrong about Sir Aubrey's death. Circumstances that have occurred of late have gone very far to confirm this opinion. I thought it was my duty to warn you. In the event of any revelation, some discredit might fall upon you, you might be accused of want of care. Take my advice, Mr. Stimson, and not a word of this to anyone till you hear more from me, or from someone else. Good day to you. I've some particular business to transact down street, and can't stop any longer." "Mr. Bayne, my dear Bayne, for goodness' sake be more explicit," cried the doctor piteously. But Shadrach Bain had left the room before his appeal was finished, leaving the family practitioner in a state of collapse. "I think I've laid the train neatly there," the lawyer said to himself as he walked away from the surgeons in the direction of the bank. "If Lady Perium changes her mind and comes into my way of thinking, it will be easy enough to withdraw all I have said. If not, it is the beginning of the machine that shall destroy her." He went to the bank, paid in 2 or 3 small cheques which he had carried in his pocket for a week or two, and then asked if he could see Mr. Standen. "Mr. Standen is not in Monkhampton. Would Mr. Philpotts do?" inquired the clerk. "No. I wanted to see Mr. Standen himself particularly. Will he be back in a day or two, do you think?" "I've no idea, but I'll ask Mr. Philpotts if you like. I daresay he knows," said the clerk civilly, anxious to oblige so good a customer, one who in some measure represented the Perium estate. "Do, there's a good fellow. And if you can find out where Mr. Stanton has gone, I shall be doubly obliged." The clerk vanished into an inner room, and speedily reappeared, smiling. "Mr. Philpotts had a letter this morning, sir. Mr. Stanton is not expected back just yet. He's at Antwerp." "At Antwerp?" "Yes, sir. On a tour, I suppose. His letter was from Antwerp. He might be leaving directly to go up the Rhine, but he wrote from the Hotel Peter Paul, Antwerp." "Thank you. That'll do. I'll write to him by this afternoon's post. I wanted to consult him about a little bit of land conterminous to the Dean House property. Good morning." Shadrach Bayne went back to his own house. He knew all that Monkhampton could help him to discover. At Antwerp, he thought. At Antwerp. The chances are that those two, Lady Perriam and Edmund Stanton, are acting in concert, and that she has gone after him. Where else can she have gone? She boldly avows her affection for him in her letter to me. She has gone to join him at Antwerp, to be married to him most likely, if I don't prevent it. But it'll be strange if I can't put a stop to that marriage. I wonder how often the steamers go to Antwerp. Stay. The quicker way would be to go from Dover to Ostend, and then on by rail. Yes, that shall be my route, and I must get to Dover in time for to-night's mail." The steward was a man prompt in action. He went to his office, gave verbal instructions and a page or so of written memoranda to his clerks, told them he had to go to Belgium on business for a few days, or possibly more than a few days, gave instructions as to the forwarding of letters and telegrams, packed his portmanteau, announced his departure to his astonished children, ate a mutton chop, though with the smallest inclination for that sustenance, and was at the station in time for the 3:45 train, which reached London at 7:45, time enough for him to catch the mail for Dover. At midnight he was standing on the deck of the fast little steamer, speeding over moonlit waves in the balmy August air, and meditating upon the course that lay before him. He followed Sylvia Perriam with a settled purpose. If he failed to win her for his wife, he meant to denounce her. That which had been only a dark suspicion in his mind was now almost certainty. It was his firm belief that Sir Aubrey Perriam had come to an untimely end at his wife's hands. End of chapters 55 and 56.